automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. It adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machine's digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machine's digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machine's autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machine's astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Couch, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence.
Well, good day, everybody, and welcome to day one of VentureBeat Transform 2021. My name is Stuart Rogers. I am VentureBeat's MC. And before we get started with today's Women in AI Breakfast presented by Capital One, I'm just going to go through one little housekeeping item with you. So, as usual, our team of marketing experts have been hard at work figuring out what hashtag to use for VentureBeat Transform 2021. And I am pleased to announce that after possibly 50 people hours of work, they came up with hashtag VB Transform. So if you find really interesting content here, if you're taking screenshots of your screen, if you're making TikToks, I'm not going to judge you. But please, anywhere that you can use a hashtag, whether it's LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, the aforementioned TikTok or whatever, go ahead and use hashtag VBTransform. You'll be pleased to know that if you tweet, we're going to be sticking that on our Twitter wall. That'll be in between sessions, so you never know, you might become semi-famous today. So without further ado, we are opening Transform with the Women in AI Breakfast, as I mentioned, and thank you to Capital One for presenting that. Now, let's just talk about that for a moment. I mean, obviously, we all know about the moral and ethical reasons why we should be making sure that we have as much equality in our companies as is humanly possible. But there are many, many other reasons, and some of these don't get discussed as much. So, for example, I know of a number of different startups and even scale-ups that, because they had a very unequal team, they designed products and services that really were only designed for people just like them. I mean, it isn't always a conscious bias thing. Sometimes we do these things unconsciously. But if you're designing products and services, you need to make sure, if you want to scale as much as is humanly possible, that those products and services will work for everybody. One way to do that, in fact, the only way to do that, and the best way to do it, is to ensure that your team has diversity, equality, and inclusion at its heart. Because then when you're designing these things, you will have a number of different opinions and viewpoints. People will bring up issues and problems that you hadn't thought of, and you'll be able to build something that will have the widest possible audience. That, of course, means that from an equality standpoint, it's no surprise that when you read every single piece of research, every single piece of analysis into the revenues and profits of startups, they are always much higher when there are women on the executive board or women as co-founders. So this is not just an issue from the point of view of ethics, morals, or any other reason you might think this is an issue. This is also an issue for the scaling of your startups. It's also an issue for your revenue, for your profit, and everything else that you can possibly imagine. So this is hugely important. And the topic of our session, Women in AI, a seat at the table. I'm really, really pleased to say that we have incredible panelists. You have Kayfirth Butterfield, head of AI and machine learning and member of the executive committee at World Economic Forum. We're going to be joined by Kathy Baxter, Principal Architect and Ethical AI Practice at Salesforce. Tiffany Deng will be with us. She's Program Management Lead, Machine Learning Fairness and Responsible AI at Google. Teuta Mercado is Responsible AI Program Director for Capital One, and we'll explore how we can get more women into the AI workforce, plus the roles and responsibilities of corporates, academia, governments, and society as a whole in achieving this goal. So, I would very much like to introduce you to our friends and hosts of the Women in AI Breakfast. Please welcome Teuta Mercado, Responsible AI Program Director from Capital One, for these opening remarks.
Hi all, thank you for joining us today. I'm Teuta Mercado, Director of the Responsible AI Program at Capital One. I want to begin by thanking VentureBeat for bringing us together around such an important and deserving topic. I'm thrilled that we've been able to meet, albeit virtually, for the Women in AI Breakfast and other sessions over the next few days. So I lead Capital One's Responsible AI Program, and my background in law and as a compliance professional has allowed me to approach this field with a unique perspective, and I'm really excited to share that with you during our Women in AI panel. So our Responsible AI Program seeks to advance our ethical practices and increase the unassailability of our machine learning products. And we really do that through robust relationships across the company and developing a base of support to empower our practitioners. And the Responsible AI Program seeks to advance a culture where everyone, not just those directly responsible for machine learning, but everyone really that touches on it, is responsible for ethical AI. And so at Capital One, we really foster a diverse and inclusive culture, and it's a top priority, and it's really fundamental to our success as a company. And inclusion at Capital One begins with our business resource groups, which we have many. And these groups are really established as forums for employees to celebrate their shared culture, to support one another, and to encourage continuous learning to meet business objectives. And part of this network, and one that I think is really important to what we're sharing and discussing later today, is our Women in Technology Business Resource Group. And this is an associate network of women and allies at Capital One with the mission of accepting nothing less than an inclusive environment in technology that is approachable and welcoming to all. And our Women in Tech group brings both, women and supporters and allies together to elevate the focus on women technologists. It examines how diversity is critical to obtaining and keeping the best talent, and how addressing, or the importance of addressing, the decline in the number of women in technology throughout the pipeline. So I'm really excited to be here today. I'm really looking forward to the great sessions planned over the next few days, and very excited to speak to you all during the Women in AI panel. Thank you.
Hello, and I am so excited to have such an incredible collection of women in AI for breakfast. This is going to be such a great opportunity for us to kind of dive into not only what we do, but also who we are. And so I'm really, really grateful to have an opportunity to chat with each and every one of these wonderful women. First off, we actually have Kathy Baxter, and I would love for her to just take a moment. We're going to go all the way around and have everyone talk a little bit about how inclusive engineering or diverse teams, how that's really shown up in your career, and maybe what that's come to mean to you.
Hi, yes, I am Kathy Baxter. I am Principal Architect of Ethical AI Practice at Salesforce. And my background is in psychology and human factors engineering. And within the field of psychology and user experience research, I think there's always been a really good mix of genders and backgrounds. And that has given me the opportunity to work with people from a number of different disciplines. And so when moving into AI, I've been able to leverage those different experiences of working across roles and seeking out people with a large variety of expertise and disciplines to contribute and participate in our discussions of what does it mean to create fair and equitable AI and identifying unintended consequences of AI systems.
That's great. Thank you so much. Teuta, how about you?
Sure. Thanks, Noelle. So I'm Teuta Mercado, and I lead the Responsible AI program at Capital One. So I have a background in legal and compliance, mostly within the financial services industry, most recently and currently with Capital One. And so during that time, I spent a lot of my time solving or looking at consumer-related issues and really thinking about, and I really enjoyed, problem solving and looking for the best solutions and outcomes for consumers. And this passion really led me to where I am today, and that being responsible AI and how can we ensure that, when we're utilizing AI, it really is with that, consumer in mind and those best outcomes. And so for me, inclusive engineering is really ensuring that our products and our services really reflect our customer base and, are accessible to all, including, our current customers, our future customers, those that want to become customers. And, banking customers represent all facets of society. Everyone needs a bank. Everyone needs, credit services. So it's really important that we have diverse teams that are working on and building AI and machine learning so that we can, build for our customers and not just for some, just for a certain group of folks, right? So when I think of diversity, I think of it in many different forms. I think of it as, diversity of race and ethnicity and religion, but also economic diversity and diversity in experience and education. And there's just so many other ways. And so, I think a lot of corporations are doing a lot of outreach and, Capital One is bringing in more diversity into this field with recruiting efforts and imperatives. So really for me, just, inclusive engineering is just ensuring we've got all of the voices represented.
That's great. Tiffany, we'd love to hear a little bit about your background and your take on inclusive engineering.
Sure. My name is Tiffany Dang, and I lead the program management team for Responsible AI at Google. And so our mission and what we're focused on each day is ensuring every time you pick up a Google product, it represents you, right? And you have a great experience as a user. I have a wide-ranging, weird kind of journey to responsible AI. So I started off as an intelligence officer, and there are really great parallels, I think, there. I mean, you have to tap into lots of different areas of expertise in order to come to an answer, right? In order to make predictions or hypotheses. And so my time in the U.S. Army as an intelligence officer really did prepare me for a lot of the things I do today with making sure that I'm making connections with different people, bringing different voices to the table in order to find solutions. And that really is, to me, what inclusive engineering is about. It's about giving voice to the underrepresented. It's about ensuring that not only that voice is heard, but it's actioned upon, right? And then really thinking about going into communities and understanding how a problem may present itself differently in that societal context, as opposed to what we already think or what we've already seen. And so really, really excited to be on this panel with this great group of women and hope that our experiences really resonate with all of you. And you can understand how different expertise is really needed. You're needed in this field.
That is wonderful, Tiffany. Thank you so much for being here. And finally, Kay, please take a moment to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your thoughts.
Yeah, sure. So I am by background a human rights lawyer. I practiced for a long time as a barrister in the UK, then became a judge, and then changed. But I think it's a very easy step from human rights law to responsible AI. I became the world's first chief AI ethics officer, and I'm responsible for the title because I had to make it up. And I have been working at the World Economic Forum on governance of AI, responsible AI, whatever you want to call it, for the last 4 years. How do I think about inclusive? Well, obviously, at the World Economic Forum, we think globally. And so I think about the divide that we're getting between North and South if we don't look after the way that we think about AI much better, the divide that we have in countries, and also sort of the need to have multi-stakeholder teams. So when we're thinking about policy, we always have academics, nonprofits, governments, and businesses in the room. But that's not enough. So we've been doing some work with a number of the big tech companies to say, okay, well, what does responsible use of technology actually look like? And one of the things that we know is that you need diverse product teams. So we're all diverse. We're not engineers. None of us are engineers. And yet we should all be at the table. And you need everybody with the different backgrounds that you've got here, as well as the engineers, at the moment that a product's thought about to get really good non-biased AI.
That is great. And what a good segue actually to our next question. We would be remiss. I mean, there's so many things I want to know about each of your stories and how you got to where you are today. But, we have to talk a little bit about some of the things we deal with in this industry, specifically in the field of AI. And one of them, of course, is bias. So I'd love for us to take just a little bit of time and share maybe, how bias has maybe impacted our lives, whether in like the process of, getting hiring and just our lens of understanding what bias is, how that's changed, or maybe even more specifically in your work. Could you, maybe Tiffany, we could start with you, talk a little bit about how bias has impacted your career and what you do every day for those of us in the audience.
Sure. I think one area that bias has always creeped in my career, really being in male-dominated spaces, specifically in the military. I also spent a number of years as a consultant in Washington, D.C., worked at the Pentagon and on the Joint Staff, right? And these are all very male-dominated areas. And it's always feeling as though they've miscalculated what I can bring to the table, right? And always feeling that I had to do more and prove myself more than everyone else. And, it hasn't subsided, right? It still persists today, in me, in my job and how I feel on a day-to-day basis, that I have to do more, that I have to be better in order to really have my voice heard, right? And to really be taken seriously. And so I think that, of course, has gotten better. And we think about those that came before us who, really had, a tough time at it. But there's more to do. There's much more to do. And my job just every day and thinking about products and product context and who's harmed by the AI that we build. A lot of times it's women, right? You think about, test dummies were always men, right? They never even considered that women could be in a car and get into a car crash, right? And so it seems super fundamental when you think about it, to us, right? It seems like, of course we should have these people at the table. Of course we should have these perspectives, but it's not. And so I think that we have to continue to push the boundaries, right? To make sure that we're bringing people with us as well, right? So I always, want to say that you should come with me, right? If there's an opportunity to bring another person along, just to even be on a fly, on the wall, to just kind of observe in any capacity, we should do that, right? To understand how decisions are made, how to think about things in different frameworks and different contexts. It's really important to extend that opportunity to other women. And so I think that the more that we're able to do that, the more we're able to build community, the more that we think about how we can be force multipliers in our very specific areas. You don't have to be at the top of the totem pole, right? You can be very squarely in the middle and really make a huge impact, right? And so just building that community, bringing more people to the table, sharing your knowledge freely, right? Because it's not a zero-sum game. We all win if we can really make sure that we're spreading that knowledge, bringing people in and getting those perspectives to be considered at every kind of moment of every moment of the design process.
That is great, Tiffany. Thank you so much. And we're going to come back to that because I think it's really important. You touched on so many things, but one of them on that empowerment factor. And so we'll come back to that later. But thank you so much for that. Kay, I think you provide a very unique perspective on kind of how you've seen bias maybe transform throughout your career and how you're actually dealing with it today. Can you talk to us a little bit about your experience?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I'm old compared with the rest of you. And so I have been here before. When I was a young lawyer, women were not in the majority in the profession, but now they are, which is great. And I think that can give us some heart that, things are going to change in this industry as well, especially because we're calling it out. That's the main thing I think we need to do. We need to keep saying we need more women in AI. But also as parents, we need to be making sure that our daughters are not scared of STEM because, when girls are put off STEM at a very early age. And I think, we can support, as Tiffany said, other women, but it's not enough just to have the women. We have to have men who are in positions of power, who also support us, who also understand that there is a role in their companies for us, and that they're going to do much better if they have diversity within their country, their cabinet, or within their C-suite. On bias, the other side of bias, and picking up what Tiffany says, my daughter's a pilot in the Air Force, and they have been trying to recruit women pilots for a long time, but they have not done terribly well. And so, I think that it's about the environment that we offer women as well. Are we making this a place that women want to work and feel that they can have career gaps and feel that they can come back into work as well if they want to?
And that's another great segue. You're actually going to be my segue person, Kay. You don't necessarily know what's coming up, but it's so important to empower individuals, specifically empower women at all ages. I'm a huge believer and advocate that it is systemic, and it does start in grade school. I have a daughter of my own who's only 4, but I can already see the way her older siblings, who are all boys, are like, posh, that's not for you. And I have to kind of swoop in and help out. And it's those early subtle conversations. So I think it's amazing. But we're all here at this incredible breakfast, listening to all of you. It's amazing. I would love for our audience to have a bit of insight into maybe what's encouraged you, because I know getting into tech is hard, getting into even a very specialized male-dominated area of our industry, AI, and even more so, specifically maybe ethical AI and caring about the AI that we're building. What has kept you going? What's kept you kind of moving in this space? Teyuta, do you want to take that one?
Sure, happy to. So there's so many, I think, things that have kept me going. One, the network, just surrounding yourself with women who care, and men, right? People who care about what they're doing, who are passionate about ethical AI, or passionate about, just doing what's right for our customers, for people who are using the products. So that's number one, just surrounding yourself by those folks. And then the biggest thing I think too is, for me, working for a company that has a culture of empowerment, a culture of allowing you to do the right thing, and providing you with that opportunity. You have to spend every day at work, and if you're not somewhere where you think you're doing well or doing good, and you want to do good, it's not gonna work. So I think those two, the people you surround yourself with, the companies that you work for, and the work that you do, that's what keeps you going.
I couldn't agree more, especially around culture, right? We spend more time with the people around us than we do sometimes our own families, especially during the week. So it's really, the pandemic aside, but it has been, it's really useful, I think, and always be looking around and saying, who do I want to spend my day with? I think it's really important. So next, I'd like us to talk a little bit around, we've talked about diversity in a couple different ways. There's lots of different people in this audience from lots of different places and backgrounds. I think when I first got into artificial intelligence, I kind of presumed it was an engineering field. I also made a presumption that you had to have a PhD or a couple, maybe even 3. Could you talk to me a little bit about either your history or the team that you're a part of, and the diversity of talent that you have in the team? Tiffany, why don't we start with you?
So definitely, lots of PhDs. I work with the biggest brains, at my job every day, and it's great. But there are so many different people around, right? So we have sociologists, and we have psychologists, and we have anthropologists, right? We have people that specialize in criminal justice, and those who have done lots of work, grassroots work, in the government. And so there's so many different perspectives around every single day that we always try to tap into in order to come to a better solution for our users. I know, again, for me personally, kind of harkening back to your earlier question on what keeps me going, it really is great being around people who care about this as much as I do, right? It's not something that you talk about at the grocery store, as you're grabbing, your frozen food. But so it's great to come to work and for people to care, so much about the things that I care about. But the other thing that really keeps me going is this idea of, intersectionality, right? We all have different facets of ourselves and identify in very different ways. And we want to continue to build upon that for these different communities. So, me being a Black woman, I think about my children, right? And how can I make the world better for them, right? How can I make the world safer for them, right? And how can I think about education, and I think about finance, and I think about all these areas where AI is omnipresent, right? It's a part of everything that we do. And so I think about that and think about how, algorithms and AI is a part of, how we go to school, how we redistrict, how things and services are distributed in our communities. And so I want to make that better, right? And I think that this is really an inflection point, and a really great opportunity for us to have deep impact in all those different types and places in society.
That is incredible. I actually recently spoke to, I love that you mentioned education, because I was recently speaking at a conference for educators, and I said, AI isn't just for STEM class anymore, right? Like, it needs to be thought about not only in class, but at administrative level, in social studies, like in all the classes, because it's almost like 10 years ago when the internet, or maybe 20 years ago, I guess I'll date myself, but when the internet was just becoming a thing, eventually, like, the kids who were learning, that was just a natural place for them to learn, tools for them to have access to. And we had to adopt our classroom to take advantage of those things. And I feel like AI presents another opportunity for us to really take a closer look at that. Kay, I would love for you to also spend a little bit of time talking about, just maybe, you come, of course, from a very specific part of, the industry, and it is also male dominated. But what are, if there was somebody in the audience that was either in your field or in another, what could they potentially do in AI? Like, how can their talents be used?
Yeah, sure. So before I go there, let me just follow up on the education piece. We have just had the Smart Toy Awards, where we thought about the fact that although we want education with AI, we want responsible education with AI, and particularly responsible education with AI for our most vulnerable population, our kids. We need to know what they're learning, for example, who's using their data, all of those things that in some places you are more protected than in others, depending upon where you live in the world. And so I think that actually segues really quickly into, well, what are the opportunities? If there's somebody in the audience, well, AI is going to be everywhere. I often say to our partners at the forum that, you're going to be an AI company, whether you like it or not, you're going to have to go there. And so really that means that everybody in the organization is actually going to have to understand how AI is being used in their organization, what their contribution to that is, and being part of perhaps teams, diverse teams that are created for one piece of product and then moved on to another thing. So being much more flexible and making sure, as Tiffany said, that actually you're reflecting humanities as well as science as you deploy your AI. So, when you're a company thinking about AI, you have to have this sort of bottom level of responsible AI to make sure that everything else doesn't go haywire as you build.
So for the next question, I'm really interested, and I think the audience would really want to understand more about what we can do to encourage and empower individuals on teams to get involved in this industry. And I know, Kathy, you've spent some time kind of thinking about this from a team perspective. Can you share your thoughts?
I think a lot of times when we talk about increasing the diversity of teams, it comes back to the pipeline issue, or how do we encourage people of marginalized backgrounds or underrepresented minorities to participate. And I don't think I don't want us putting all of the onus on women and other minorities to come and have to push their way into the door. I feel like that's what often comes of these discussions. Instead, we need to look within our own companies when we are hiring, really taking significant time and effort to ensure we have a diversity of sources that we are going to, that we spend the time and we don't try to hire the very first person that meets the criteria, but we continue to look at and talk to a wide range of people that might be interested in these jobs. That takes time, that takes effort. And then once individuals are in the companies, making sure that we have an inclusive environment. Too often there are the microaggressions and toxicities that not only impact an individual's ability to participate in these conversations, but also to keep them long term so that we are able to retain all of the contributions that they can give to the company.
So as we wrap up this session with these incredible women, I think it would be great if we could just talk a little bit about some guidance we could give to people who are trying to do or want to do something similar that we've done in our own careers. Maybe Kathy, you could share what's gone on in your career and give some advice.
Yeah, so I created my role. This isn't the role that I interviewed for. I started as a user experience researcher, and then on the side started working in the area of AI ethics, and I built up a network of individuals that I had advised in a portfolio of work and earned the trust of our executives and people within the company. And so I would say for anybody who is really passionate about a topic, you are not going to automatically be able to create your own job out of the gate. You're going to have to spend time working on this on the side, build up a portfolio of work, develop those trusted relationships. And it may take 18 months, 2 years to be able to create a role of your own, but that's the kind of investment that is required. And if you're really passionate about it, then it will be worth that investment.
And Teyuta, what about you? What advice would you give to someone trying to get into this industry?
Sure. So, I think your path may not be a straight shot. It may be a journey. You might start out doing one thing and you don't know where it's going to lead you. So my advice is, think about what you love doing, what excites you. And if you're shifting gears and are interested in AI or machine learning, there's so many things you can do to enter the space. Engage with the professionals around you, within your organization, outside your organization, network, and see what's out there. What are people doing? What are they learning? And then determine the skill sets, the unique skill sets that you can bring to the space, and build on that, build up that network. Take classes to understand machine learning. I went outside my role and I got trained. I wanted to see what it was all about. And even though my role at the time didn't necessarily call for it, I knew that, I was interested in it and I had a passion for it. And then read constantly. Immersing yourself in the literature that lives in this space is so important. There's so many opinions and perspectives, and you'll never stop learning.
That is great. Thank you. Kay, what about you?
Well, I thought I was going to go last, so I was just going to say what they all said. But actually, I agree so much with what Kathy and Teyuta have said. Passion, as we've said before, we're at this job all the time. You've got to be passionate about it. Secondly, I think flexibility. You've got to be capable of doing a number of roles. And the career you start with might not, as mine, be the career you end with. So that flexibility. And I think perhaps most important is an understanding that, we're at a flexion point. We need, for the sake of humanity, to get this right now. And, do you want to be part of that? If you do, then go for it.
That is awesome. I got goosebumps. That was awesome. And Tiffany, bring us home.
I would just agree with everything that, Kathy and Kay and Teyuta said. I would say that everything counts, right? Everything that you've done before, it counts. It matters, and it matters in this field. And that, expertise, that lived experience is actually very useful for all the things that we're trying to accomplish with AI and responsible AI and with ethics. I spent a lot of my time in my youth comparing myself to others, right? And saying I should be there, and scrolling through LinkedIn and saying I should be there, right? But wherever you are, it's okay. And it's the right place. And you'll make it if you have that passion that Kay talked about. you'll be able to make a big impact in this field.
Well, that's incredible. It's very rare that we get to sit and have breakfast with you all amazing women. So thanks for taking time to be with us. And I very much hope we'll see you around the conference. Thanks so much.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
Hey everyone, I'm Megan Padel, the Director of Event Marketing for VentureBeat, and I'm excited to welcome you to Transform 2021, the AI and Data Event of the Year for Enterprise Executives. This tutorial will help you get started with Transform's online experience. Now, if you're watching the live stream on YouTube or a social channel, definitely go to venturebeat.com and follow the links to join us in our custom event portal. Now, live streaming on all main stage sessions is 100% free of charge, and the main stage sessions will all be available on demand after the event. For those who have registered for the event, are speakers, or otherwise have VIP passes, check your email for important information, links, and invites to private sessions and roundtables. Now, I'm going to start by showing you our event portal, which is where you will find the full event. This is our main stage, our polls, and during sessions that have enough time, our Q&A. Now, we're also here for you online if you have any difficulties accessing this, but first off, check your email, and then if you still can't figure it out, we're always available at eventsupport@venturebeat.com. Now, this portal has a few different pages, and the main ones are what you'll see here, including our stage, how to participate, network, some of our Transform World partner events, our sponsors, and again, this how-to video just in case you get lost. We will also have the agenda. This one's pretty straightforward. It is going to be the full agenda for the entire 5 days. And since it is 5 days long, there are multiple ways to sort through the tracks, the specific, welcome remarks or executive forums that you're looking for, and really just find what's relevant to you. And then on demand, this is where all of the videos will live along with our full editorial coverage after the event. So going back to the lounge, if you are a VIP pass holder or otherwise have been invited, you should be able to log in up here at the top and then be able to participate directly in all of our wave sessions, our breakout sessions, and our roundtables. For everyone who is looking to network and make connections, you can come over here, click over, and this will bring you to our matchmaking app, which again, if you've checked your email, you should have received your login information. This is also the best way to access our exhibitor hall, which includes all of our sponsors and our partners so that you can connect with them one-on-one and learn more about their products and services. Here at the bottom, we have Transform World, which includes all of our partner events from Data Natives, the AI and Data Analytics Mini Summit, and the Data Science Salon. Now, if you have questions for our speakers, you can actually do that right here on the portal by entering your Q&A during the right time. And just going ahead and adding your name and hitting send. You don't necessarily have to log in or anything to ask questions, and you are allowed to remain anonymous. So if you do add your name, that'll just help us know who you are and call that out. During the event, we'll also have polls. So we encourage you to take part, get active, and start answering those questions. Now, if you click over from Make Connections, what you're going to land on is our networking app. This is the best place to come to connect with other people. So there's a few things. Speed networking, which are happening during dedicated times where you'll be able to have 3-minute rapid fire meetings with other attendees. Recommended for you, which is a curated list of people that we think you should connect with, people who are interested in you, so people who would like to connect with you. And again, sort of those basic event details from your agenda, your specific schedule that you'd like to make. You can go through all of our attendees, all of our speakers, and then check out the featured sponsors, along with going in and actually, being able to meet with them or just learn more by visiting their booths. So once again, if you are here on the lounge, you can head over to Make Connections, and that will bring you straight to our one-on-one networking app. So if you have any questions, again, we are always available at eventsupport@venturebeat.com. And if you haven't registered, which is probably why you're not seeing all of these fun roundtables, go ahead, register in here on venturebeat.com, log in, and check your email for more information.
Well, hello everybody, and once again, welcome to VentureBeat Transform 2021. Yes, we're back. It's VentureBeat Transform once again. I am so deliriously happy that we can bring you all of this incredible content over the next 5 days. My name is Stuart Rogers. I am the VentureBeat MC, and it is wonderful to be back again. Thank you so much to VentureBeat for having me back as your MC this year again. We are super excited to have over 2,700 pre-registered attendees joining us from across the world. And of course, there's thousands upon thousands of you viewing and tuning into the VentureBeat live stream across Twitch, Facebook, and VentureBeat's editorial stream and YouTube as well. So it's really, really a global audience. Thousands of you, thank you so much for being here with us online. Today is AI/ML Automation Technology Summit. And tomorrow, you're going to enjoy the Data, Analytics, and Intelligent Automation Summit. On Wednesday, we have the Conversational AI and Intelligent AI Assistance Summit. That's a summit about them. We haven't just put on a whole day of Alexa talking to Google Assistant, talking to Siri, just in case you were a little bit concerned. On Thursday, we're bringing you the next level with our AI at the Edge, IoT, and Computer Vision Summit. And then on Friday, before we release you back to the new normal, and I promise that's the last time I'll do air quotes for the next 5 days, we are going to load you up with the big picture in the world of AI and data. And that is going to include our Best of Transform and our Innovation and Women in AI Awards. There are executive breakfasts, there's executive forum roundtables, and there are so many opportunities to network with other driving edge professionals. Of course, as ever, we couldn't do this without our sponsors. Our Transform sponsors help us to bring all of this amazing content to you and help us to create a place where you can network with your peers and with experts from around the world. We'd like to thank Accenture, Five9, Capgemini, Capital One, Intel, Abe AI, DataStax, Kazisto, Labelbox, Skillsoft, Snowflake, Soul Machines, Tamer, Unity, Beyond Minds, Telium, and Appen. Also, don't forget, we have a great virtual expo area. So be absolutely sure to visit that during the next 5 days here at Transform and check everybody out. You can also check out our VB Boss page on the event portal. And we've got a list of all of the tech companies in every category on VB Boss. So do go and check that out. Of course, we also can't do this without our partners. Thank you so much to our partners. You can see them all there: AnyClip, Data Native, Sound Virtual. I mean, Unite AI, Evergreen, FreePC. I mean, so many amazing partners. We have an incredible array of partners for you, helping us to bring all of this content to you this year. Of course, we have a hashtag. Yes, of course, we have a hashtag. I mean, this year is a little different to most years. I can now say with absolute certainty that not only can you use the hashtag on Facebook and on Twitter and on LinkedIn, but you can also use the hashtag on TikTok now. So what I'm really looking forward to is people tagging me on TikTok and tagging hashtag VBTransform on TikTok and you doing lip sync videos to the AI content that you're seeing in front of you. I would absolutely adore to see that. So please, 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 use the VB Transform hashtag everywhere you possibly can. And if you're using it on Twitter, you may see your tweet featured on our Twitter wall during the breaks. And, of course, everyone wants to be famous these days. So let's make you mini famous by putting your tweets up on that tweet wall. So you don't have to travel far, of course, and you don't have to travel far, of course, virtually, because everything is happening here right on the main stage. We're going to kick off with the AI/ML Automation Technology Summit. We're beginning with several fireside chats with leaders in the AI industry covering security, retail, manufacturing and industrial, and technology advances in those spaces. So in the afternoon, we're going to keep it lively. We're going to have panel discussions. And of course, we're going to put in coffee breaks. Everybody that has ever seen me MC a VentureBeat event knows that I have a deep love for coffee. So coffee breaks are going to be very important to me. I hope they're going to be important to you too. Of course, within those coffee breaks, you're going to have all the opportunity in the world to do one-to-one networking through our networking platform. It's right down there. You'll see it below the screen. There's all these great networking opportunities right below the screen. So check that out. Our afternoon is going to culminate with a keynote on building a better AI data engine. That's going to be followed by technology showcase. I'll tell you more about that when we get to it. And robust executive forum on automating the AI implementation lifecycle, and then our transform wave speed dating for AI automation executives. We're going to close out the first day with a lot to think about by 5:30 Pacific time. If you're wondering what that is in your local time, just look at your agenda. We've basically made sure that local time is reflected wherever you are in the world. We've got a full program for you of over 120 amazing speakers, incredible content coming up over the next 5 days. It's fully interactive. But of course, you can get yourself a VIP pass. We're going to talk about that in a second. For people that have VIP pass, and for everybody that's accessing free, you can ask questions. You can ask them in Slido. We'll get through as many of your questions through the day as we possibly can. For the VIPs, we're going to encourage you to connect with other event attendees in your extra special networking platforms. We've sent the VIPs a link by email, and you can also access that by clicking the link in our event platform. We've got lots of different tools for you to help connect with amazing attendees, with solution providers. We want you to get the most out of the event. It isn't all about just listening to brilliant, inspiring, and amazing people, although, of course, we have that too. So at the top of each day, there's going to be a how-to video. That will tell you all that you need to know. But if you missed that and you need to rewatch it, you can access that right below. It's just below the networking links. Or if you need any support at all, just email eventsupport@venturebeat.com. That's eventsupport@venturebeat.com. Let them know if you've got any issues or problems. They'll be happy to help you. And of course, we really do want you to network. So we're going to have a daily networking contest. Whenever you check out our one-to-one networking platform, you are going to have a chance to win a daily networking contest. Like, we're going to pick 3 lucky winners at random from everyone that goes in there and networks with other amazing people. And the prize? Well, those 3 lucky winners are going to get a $100 Amazon gift card. It won't be enough to pay to get Jeff Bezos into space, but it will be enough to get you something really nice for your house or for yourself or for one of your loved ones. Winners will be announced at the end of the day, so be sure to stick around to find out if you're lucky today. Of course, visit VB Lab in the Expo area to learn more about how you can be the first to secure exclusive custom event sponsorships for upcoming VentureBeat events. All right, that's enough of my voice for now. It gives me, as always, incredible and great pleasure to introduce you to the founder and CEO of VentureBeat. Please welcome Mr. Matt Marshall.
Hi, I'm Matt Marshall. Welcome to Transform 2021. There's a data revolution happening in the enterprise. Data allows us to build transformative applications like AI that give us an edge. There's been an explosion of investments by venture capitalists and corporate investors into what I'll call the modern enterprise cloud and data technology stack. The number of vendors and technologies is pretty mind-boggling. This is Matt Turk's AI and data landscape. Don't worry, you're not supposed to be able to read it. It's to get my point across. This shows the more established vendors. There are hundreds, perhaps thousands more that are not on this image. VentureBeat is trying to make sense of this through our editorial drumbeat, but also at our events. I have a story to share. 2 years ago at Transform, we brought together 2 companies, Inference Solutions and Five9. Their 2 executives shared a panel about building virtual agents. 3 months later, Five9 acquired Inference for $172 million. Five9 is back as a sponsor of this event. That is the sort of matchmaking we're trying to facilitate. Our mission at VentureBeat is to create a new kind of town square for enterprise decision makers to learn about technology and transact. We want to do that through richer integration of the digital and in-person, including using digital assistants, but more on that to come. The town square also flows from our editorial reach, where we're writing more concertedly and deeply than anyone else around these topics of the modern data stack and the processes that you need to build AI. VentureBeat is the leading publication covering that agenda since we pivoted late last year to make it our exclusive focus. We have millions of monthly readers, and our loyalty is at a 12-month high. We are the leading voice on AI themes, according to third-party tracking service TechMean. And Transform is our flagship event. With the pandemic, it's been important to allow our community to go virtual. Now, delivery of content virtually is relatively easy, but in-person networking is harder to do. We've worked hard to allow that virtually with one-to-one matchmaking, networking roundtables, and speed dating sessions that we're calling Wave. Look below this video player for networking options. This slide shows an example of a profile page that you'll find within our networking offering. This is my profile. If you scroll down, you'll find richer information about me. If I'm a buyer, it shows what technologies I'm interested in, what budget I have, and so forth. So I encourage you to fill this information out. We've organized the agenda according to top practice areas. Today, we kick off with general AI and machine learning automation approaches. Tomorrow, on day 2, we look at data and analytics. Also on day 2, there's a data breakfast with Accenture. On day 3, Wednesday, we look at conversational AI. On day 4, the edge and IoT. And Friday, day 5, the big picture and things like our AI Innovation Awards. Now a word on the big trends we're seeing. My team and I have talked with hundreds of executives to create this show. We've also collected structured data in the form of a VB survey. Now a word on the big trends we're seeing. My team and I have talked with hundreds of executives to create this show. We've also collected structured data in the form of an AI survey, and I'll share a few draft highlights. First, we've seen the pandemic continue to drive the acceleration of cloud, automation, and other architecture technologies. We saw this by last year's event, but it's been confirmed in several surveys. Accenture calls it a new era, one where companies compete on architecture. Better core architecture allows you to invest with more confidence in things like AI. In our AI survey, 65% of respondents said they will be investing more in AI over the next year. This suggests we're still nowhere close to the peak of investments. Second, we see a trend toward greater awareness of the need for racial, gender, and socioeconomic fairness when it comes to implementing AI. Not only as it concerns data accuracy, but also when it comes to who is around the table implementing AI products. We saw this last year, but since then we've seen more internal debates at some large-scaled companies, Google being a notable example. It shows this is more challenging to deal with than previously thought. We want to put more attention on issues like diversity and inclusion. This morning, we kicked off with our third Women in AI breakfast gathering. On Wednesday morning, we will have a session on BIPOC and AI. And on Friday, we'll host the Women in AI Awards. And there are a host of conversations about inclusion and bias throughout the event. With Margaret Mitchell, a leading AI researcher on responsible AI. And also with executives from Pinterest and Redfin. Intel, and more. Third, AI has become even more accessible and mature this year, meaning it's easier for non-engineering and technical workers to use, and they are using it more. The low-code, no-code movement has emerged as a very strong trend. According to Gartner, 65% of application development will be low-code by 2024. In our own AI survey, respondents said that the biggest barrier to implementing AI is still too little talent or few resources. A quarter of respondents listed that as a reason. But that reason, talent, lost ground to some other leading barriers to AI. For example, return on investment couldn't be justified, or that people feel they have too little executive sponsorship. So the extreme pain reported around talent is actually down. So AutoML and low-code, no-code may be helping. Just a couple of other glimpses at our AI survey in its fourth year. And again, this is draft. The biggest goal of AI, according to our respondents, is to improve customer experience, and next is improving internal operations. These are the same two goals from last year. The biggest AI application areas in use by respondents continues to be natural language processing. But this year, security emerged as the second biggest area. Finally, we are expanding the Transform franchise to better serve your needs. We launched a Transform CXO Summit series, starting with Low-Code, No-Code Summit in September, and a Customer Experience Summit in December, on December 8th. The link at the bottom is a way for you to find out more and register interest. I can't wait for the content and networking over the next few days. Please find me in the one-to-one networking, upgrade to VIP, and find me at Matt Marshall. Let's get started.
Well, we are very excited to kick off Transform 2021 today by welcoming none other than Vint Cerf. Vint Cerf is the co-father of the internet and chief internet evangelist for Google. Vint will chat with VentureBeat's executive editor, Famida Rashid, about why a zero trust security framework is critical to maintaining a secure network as devices continue to sprawl and fewer employees plan to work from a physical office. Now, don't forget, anytime you like, if you have a question for our incredible speakers, you can add your question to the event portal, which is to the right of the main stage using Slido. Slido is the place you put your questions in, and speakers will answer audience questions in our live Q&A segment following the session. So here we go. Without further ado, please welcome Vint Cerf and interviewing Vint, Famida Rashid.
Hi, I'm Famida Rashid, Executive Editor of VentureBeat. Welcome to the session, 5 Things Public and Private Sector Cybersecurity Leaders Need to Know to Make Hybrid Work Safe. Joining me today is Vint Cerf, the Chief Internet Evangelist for Google Cloud. More appropriately, he's the co-founder of the Internet. Due to the role that he played at DARPA on the technology that made the Internet possible, we feel that he's probably the best person to hear from as we evolve in what we are going to do next with the Internet. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, it's always a pleasure, but I have to warn you that my ability to predict the future may not be any better than anyone else's, but I'm happy to try.
The nature of predictions is always 50% right, 50% wrong, and we like to remember the times when we're right. So I guess the first thing I wanted to ask, and I think everyone's going to be curious about, is when you were laying the groundwork for TCP and how the Internet became what it is, we know that nobody envisioned how the Internet's going to become part of our daily lives. What surprises you the most about this evolution?
Well, let me just say, first of all, that some of us made the Internet part of our daily lives. In fact, the previous network, the ARPANET, the predecessor to the internet was a part of our daily lives for those of us who were using it. Remember, email was invented in 1971, at least the networked email. And so we made very heavy use of that. We had distribution lists. We used each other's computers. We were doing remote login. So by the time the internet project gets going, we already have had several years of experience with this technology being a normal part of our daily research activities. So that's one thing. Now, you asked what surprised me the most. Actually, I think in the evolution of the internet, there were 2 or 3 moments when it was either a big surprise or a moment of elation. The big elation for me came on November 22nd, 1977, when we did a 3-network internet test and demonstrated that the TCP/IP protocols actually worked across a mobile radio network, the whole ARPANET all the way into Europe, and the packet satellite net back over the Atlantic to the US again. So that was a big deal. I was at DARPA at the time running the program, so I was very excited with that demonstration. The next one, of course, is turning the internet on in January 1st, 1983, the fact that we could actually do that. It was a flag day. Everybody had to cut over from the older ARPANET protocols to internet, and that worked almost 100%. The next big thing comes really in 1993, late 1991, when Tim Berners-Lee announced the World Wide Web, and in 93 when the Mosaic browser showed up, and in 95 when the Netscape Communications went public. Those are 3 closely spaced milestones. The surprise for me was the amount of content that people pushed into the internet. I mean, just enormous amounts of information sharing, not to make any money. It was simply to know that what you knew was useful to someone else. It was a phenomenon. And then, of course, there was so much information, nobody could find anything, which led, of course, to the web search engines like Yahoo and Google and Bing and so on, and some of the earlier ones like Alta Vista. So those are, and then there is one other big surprise that comes along, of course, in 2007, and that's the iPhone. And while Nokia had some pretty smartphones leading up to that, really the iPhone with the camera and the internet capability and so on was a major earthquake in terms of new capabilities, bringing those 2 technologies, internet and mobile communications, together. So those are big surprises for me, anyway, in the course of internet's history.
I mean, knowing all of that, I mean, we went from research and then we went to, as you said, free content. People were willing to put things up there that weren't research or academic related. So knowing how we've kind of shifted, is there anything you might have done differently, or is there anything you might have done sooner if you had realized this is where we will end up in 2021?
Well, a lot of people have asked this question, and I imagine my 77-year-old self whispering in the ear of my 28-year-old self. But I would have said something like, go with IPv6 because IPv4 is going to run out in 2011. Well, no one would really believe me in 1973 if I had said I need 128-bit address space for the internet. The other one, obviously, is public key crypto, which it was announced in a paper by Whit Diffie and Marty Hellman in 1976. And I'm just arriving at ARPA to run the internet program. There was no software to do the public key crypto. It was an idea that was beautifully articulated. By the time RSA becomes available, I'm trying to get everything frozen so we can implement the protocols on every operating system known to mankind so we can turn the thing on. So even if I had said to myself, you need to put public key crypto into the system, I might have rejected it personally, first of all, because I was just trying to get something to work and demonstrate that this capability was usable. But also, imagine that the context in which we would be operating was with graduate students at universities around the country. The last people in the world that I would want to rely on for managing keys and being, disciplined about security would be a bunch of graduate students. And remember, I was one when some of this work was going on. So I don't think it would be feasible to have forced this in at the time. And I knew from other work that I had done that you could retrofit a lot of this stuff, which is, of course, what we've done. That still does not leave us with the security problem solved. And as the rest of this conversation will expose, there is work to be done to make the system a lot more secure than it is today.
So one thing I wanted to discuss even before we go to the specific question about hybrid work is the challenges that we face currently, authentication, the shadow IT, the fact that, thanks to the iPhone and other mobile devices, we're bringing things into the corporate network. These are issues that have been around for a long time. And now with the hybrid work where you have people, as many people outside the network as inside, it feels like we are still dealing with the same question. So how does these problems change in the context of hybrid work?
Well, before we even get to hybrid work, let's just talk about the difference between the general public, consumers, and enterprise. In the enterprise world, there are things that you can require employees to do. It's harder to get the general public to do something because the incentives may not be there. But for employees, if you say, listen, the only laptops you're allowed to use, the only mobiles you're allowed to use are the ones that I specify. I may have software on board that manages and controls their configuration. At Google, for example, the laptops that we issue to our employees and the mobiles that we issue have software in them which our security team controls. We can block the downloading of software. We have other ability to monitor how the device is being used. Just today, for example, I mistakenly typed a password, an internal password, into something that I shouldn't have typed it into. It was the psychologists call it a frame error. Within a few minutes, my system said, you need to come and change, you need to change your password because we detected that you sent it to a place it didn't belong to. That's the kind of monitoring that you have to have. You can do that in an enterprise setting. You can do that in a government setting. You're a government employee, you have to follow these rules. Much harder to do that with the general public. And now, of course, this hybrid thing where you're working at home, if you're not using company supplied or government supplied resources to do the work, if it's BYOD, bring your own device, we're suddenly exposed because those devices may not be managed, controlled, and monitored in the way that the enterprise versions would. And so this is a big issue, and it's something that if we're going to be persistent in using these hybrid modes of operation, I think we need to insist on more control over the devices that are used from home. It also emphasizes the importance of not assuming that just because you're on the company network that everything is okay. And so the idea of a virtual private network, which has an encrypted tunnel from your home facility to the corporation, you get an IP address from the enterprise, it's not adequate because there are too many other potential holes and vulnerabilities in the residential setting. And so at Google, we assume that we don't trust any of the networks, regardless of where you are, whether you're in the corporate network or you're at home or you're calling in from someplace around the world. We assume that none of that implies any safety at all, which now does enforce your comment, which is strong authentication. How do I know who the party is? How do I know whether this is a device that I know is under my control? All of those identification and authentication things are super important if we're going to make hybrid work as secure as it needs to be. And of course, we could make the same argument for working at work. If we don't make the assumption that the work network is also potentially compromised, then we haven't done ourselves any favors. And so we have to make this assumption generally everywhere, that vulnerability is everywhere, and we need to be responding to that at higher layers in the architecture.
So, I mean, the description of how we don't trust anything, we assume everything's compromised. I mean, that's been the key concept behind what we've been beginning to call zero trust. Now, one thing I would like you to kind of dig into it with us is zero trust isn't a product. It's not even 2 or 3 products put together in a suite. It's more of a philosophy, it's a framework. So if you can kind of discuss a little bit about how, by assuming, as you said, that the network is already compromised, how are we in the right place to be addressing the challenges?
Well, first of all, at Google, of course, zero trust is manifest in a particular product called BeyondCorp, or a service called BeyondCorp. It's a configuration of the system. It's software in the system that does monitoring. It also uses strong two-factor authentication, which is a very important tool for identifying both equipment and parties who are using the system. So even, for example, if you had a laptop that was known to be under corporate control, unless you can authenticate yourself personally to the system, we don't let you use it. And so that's what two-factor authentication is for. I'm a big fan of physical devices that contain the cryptographic authentication. Other people say, well, how about just having your mobile receive a special additional password? The problem is that we've seen compromises on the mobiles. On the other hand, some mobiles actually contain hardware, and a very trusted programming module that contains the keys, which is hard to break into. That actually is the moral equivalent of having something to plug into your laptop. And so under some circumstances, the mobile can be the second factor in a reliable way. But strong authentication of personal authentication, in addition to authenticating devices, is vital to having a hybrid security system actually work well.
Right. So so kind of thinking about this as, okay, we are focusing on authentication. What are the things we need to keep in mind? I mean, we said 5 things in the session title, but if we even just kind of run through sort of like a mental checklist that we need to have in order to make sure that we are thinking about authentication, we are thinking about all the ways that access is guaranteed to be safe.
Well, one of the things that you can do, of course, is not just to have the mental checklist or even have it, posted on your laptop. It's to enforce the checklist by not allowing users to do things that would potentially be create vulnerabilities. The one thing which is much harder to cope with, of course, is the case where a communication has taken place through legitimate paths. For example, email, which is a broadly popular application. Phishing emails come, and the problem is that the email has gotten to you, that it's inside already. It's sitting on your laptop or your desktop or your mobile, and then it has a link in it, and if you don't think twice and click on it, you may actually cause something to get downloaded into your machine. If you think about what happens when we're going on the web, when you click on a hyperlink, the browser receives a file from the destination. It ingests it and interprets it. And if it turns out that there's something in that interpretation which creates a vulnerability, like downloading a piece of software that doesn't belong on your laptop, and it gets executed because it's being interpreted by the browser, now you're in trouble. So now we have to educate the wetware to be more thoughtful about detecting potentially hazardous things, whether it's a link which has got just not quite the right name on it. Maybe it says Bank of America, but it's not spelled quite right, like with a C instead of a K. Or it's an email that looks like it came from your friend, but it has a frantic thing saying, oh, I'm in real trouble and I need some money now, please click here. That should be your signal to stop, slow down, and maybe don't click on anything, and maybe even send the message to your friend who, from whom it appears to have come, and say, don't click on anything, but did this come from you? And if your friend says, no, I didn't send that, then you know that you shouldn't click on it. And your friend has now been alerted to the fact that their accounts may have been compromised. If your friend says, it's okay, it did come from me, then maybe that's an all right scenario, but at least you haven't done anything. Knee-jerk clicking is not a good thing. So getting people—
I know that out of that verification, like I use my phone and I send text a message. Like I saw it on email, I saved it somewhere else. So.
Exactly. So we really want people to learn to think. I don't think they need to be paranoid, but for the same reason that you don't walk into traffic without looking in both directions in case somebody else isn't paying attention, you need to be that thoughtful in the online environment for the same kind of reasons. Of course, we have to give people the tools in order to make themselves safer. We can't just say it's all on you. We have to make it easy. So we don't want security to become such a burden that people reject using it.
Right. So At the beginning, you mentioned how enforcement is a big part of creating this culture, this environment. And, how do you design a security program that is aligned with those standards and requirements? Are there standards and requirements that naturally part of zero trust? Are there changes we have to consider?
Well, I mean, enforcement is a strong word, and I really believe it's a useful one here. Incentives to behave well are also an interesting possibility. There are some companies, for example, that deliberately generate phishing messages. They aren't really phishing. They look like they're intended to get the person to click, but what they click on is goes back to the security office, which then sends them notes saying, "Haha, fooled you! You clicked on something you shouldn't have clicked on. -2." And so we might want to find some incentives for good behavior, for good practices, on the positive side, in addition to putting in enforcement mechanisms that make it hard for you to misbehave.
Okay. You've said in the past that the key function of the security program is to minimize the damage that happens after an event. So when we're talking about zero trust, when we're talking about the fact that we have people on both sides, both types of network, what does minimizing damage in this case look like?
Well, let's think a little bit about the several things that we want to do in order to achieve a secure system. One of them is not to make unwarranted assumptions, which is what zero trust is about. The second thing, though, is to recognize that bad things will happen. And so logging of a lot of what's going on in the system and then auditing it, either automatically or with eyeballs or both, is a very important practice. So I'm a strong proponent of logging information and auditing that information, because you'll need it in the event a breach happens, which invariably it will eventually. You want to know, how did I get there? And so this is another important practice that good security teams will do. In addition to that, you want to be conscious of what's going on in the rest of the world. So as an example, Google maintains a database called VirusTotal, and people report signatures of malware into that system. And so if you're responsible for security, one of the things you want to know is, what are the indicators of potential malware, and they might be discovered in that database. So you want to set yourself up to be prepared to monitor and possibly even filter incoming traffic based on what you know about possible beginnings of a vulnerability attack.
Okay. So we do need to wrap up, but I wanted to just throw out one last question. We talked about where the internet, how it evolved, what your surprises were. Just kind of looking forward, next year, the year after, what do you expect we will be talking about? What would be sort of like the new issues that you expect to be coming up?
Well, billions of Internet of Things devices all over everywhere, potentially carrying with them vulnerabilities of one kind or another, or unreliability. So big worry there. Low Earth orbiting satellites, Starlink and some of the others will be happening and are already happening. So access to the internet will become even more ubiquitous than it ever was. And of course, 5G showing up with increased speeds, and we hope increased access in the rural parts of the countries around the world. All of that's pretty predictable. And so will vulnerabilities be predictable. And so we need to take the advice that you managed to extract and articulate to make the whole system a lot more safe than it is today.
Okay. Well, hopefully we'll get a chance to talk with you again next year, and we'll touch on those topics. So thank you so much for your time today.
Well, thank you very much for a chance to have an interesting chat. Bye-bye for now.
Bye. So we have a ton of questions coming in, and Vint, I guess we're going to get started. I think the most popular question right now is, can you elaborate a little bit more on zero trust? Vint, we can't hear you. Sorry.
I'm trying to be very disciplined about turning my microphone off, and I keep forgetting to turn it back on again. So I've been thinking about the zero trust in a context of the general public and small and medium-sized enterprises, neither of which have information technology departments that are focused on cyber safety. So I've been wondering, should we have a cyber fire department that you can call, for help if you think that you've been attacked, or if your ransomware has locked up your system, or maybe we even need a cyber border patrol. I'm not sure what we should mean by those expressions, but the idea is to help the general public and small and medium-sized enterprises that don't have the capacity to defend themselves or to execute the kinds of things that we just talked about that companies like Google have instituted in the Beyond Corp scenario. So those are the things that occur to me right now, and figuring out how to make that work. How do we get adequate education and a cadre of people capable of performing this function is still a conundrum, but it's a huge opportunity, I think, to try to train an ample collection of cyber protection. There is, of course, a liability issue to be concerned with, because if you're a small business and you invite somebody in to help you fight or improve your cyber safety posture, and it turns out they do something wrong or bad or harmful or maybe even deliberate, what should you do about that? So figuring out what the framework is for instituting this kind of an idea still has a lot of loose ends to it. But I seriously believe we should do something along those lines, because our vulnerabilities lie well beyond the well-equipped companies that are already taking steps to protect themselves in cyberspace.
Sure. One of the things you mentioned towards the end was how you see the future of 5G and the Internet of Things. And I wondered if you can say, so the question is, are private wireless and enterprise 5G the future of how we manage edge devices?
That's a really good question. And I have some concerns about the edge interface for the 5G systems. That system has introduced something which many of us steered away from in the early days of internet. In the packet switch world, the idea was to aggregate as much capacity as possible to increase the speed with which we could transmit each packet, rather than slicing things up into narrower and perhaps more disciplined components. The 5G system reintroduces this slicing idea. And although some people find this very attractive because they see this as an opportunity to charge differentially for different properties of different slices, I see this actually as potentially hazardous, because it may actually detract from the latency, the reduced latency that a wideband channel offers. So I have some concerns about that, and others don't agree with me, but I am concerned. So that's one thing. The second thing is that depending on what frequency the 5G system is operating at, you may need to have base stations that are closer together than they are for 4G, for example, or 3G. And that raises interesting questions. First of all, there's investment in towers and things like that, but then they also have to be connected somehow, which implies that there's more underlying optical fiber that may be needed. So there's a lot of challenge associated with 5G.
So thank you for that. We're out of time. So again, Vince, thank you so much for your time today and for answering the questions.
Always a pleasure.
Well, thank you so much to Vint and Fahmida. I found that absolutely fascinating. Also, some incredible questions from our audience. Thank you so much for doing that. And some incredible questions on Slido from the hacking group Anonymous. Seems like they're a little bit bored of going after Elon Musk, and they've come to our conference. Thank you to everyone from Anonymous. So now, please welcome Matthias Keller, Chief Scientist at Kayak, and he is in a conversation with VentureBeat's very own Matt Marshall about key strategies to put your AI ML into production. Please welcome them both.
Hello, I'm Matt Marshall, founder of VentureBeat, and I'm here with Matthias Keller, Chief Scientist at Kayak. The title of our session is From Crawl to Walk to Run, Key Strategies to Put Your AI and Machine Learning into Production. So welcome back, Matthias. You've been with us for over a couple of transforms over the years.
Yes, thanks for having me again. It was always great fun in San Francisco, and looking forward to that again soon.
Yeah, hope to see you in person. For today, we're virtual. So Matthias, wanted to jump right in. How are you using machine learning and AI at Kayak, and where are you getting the best results these days?
Yeah, so the interesting thing is that Kayak was basically built using machine learning from its beginning. So let's say when you come to Kayak, all the things you see are based usually on some machine learning algorithm. The results you get when you start typing, and then we really get into the applications of deep learning when you, let's say, look at a hotel. Because all the images that will be served there, the order of the images, which images, our annotations, what these images mean, and also things like the summarizations of our guest reviews and maybe translations of the text because you're looking at the hotel that is in some country far away. These are all based on machine learning. And it goes even further to our specific Kayak travel technology, where we use machine learning in order to find out where to look for the best prices, which sources to prioritize, and also giving you additional details such as, do we think that these are great prices? Do we think these prices are going to change anytime soon? And we're going even further now, saying that we know that there are probably some very good prices coming in within the next few seconds. And to shorten the wait for these prices to come in, we're using some estimates using machine learning as well. So it's very hard to use Kayak these days without interacting, without any sort of machine learning algorithm behind the scenes.
So that's pretty significant. Matthias, today's theme is about the automation of machine learning and AI. Can you tell us a little bit about the data and machine learning technology stack that you've standardized on at Kayak to allow for more automation and more predictability for your team?
Yes, this is very interesting, and we are really proud of the, let's say, revamp that we did on this stack in the previous 2-3 years. We brought a slide related to that just to show you what we had to do and where we are today. If you look at machine learning problems, we can classify them around a couple of dimensions. One dimension is it an offline or an online problem? Like offline meaning I can do it in batch. I can process these images and store away that this is a bedroom and this is a bathroom. And you have the online problems that are based on live prices and live availability. So I need the answer of new data right now. And we have the second dimension of how hard these problems are. Like can be some really simple classifiers, but there can also be some very complex neural network systems with multiple layers to get these answers. And previously, we were a bit limited when it came to the complex systems in real time. And the limit there was that not only was it extremely difficult for us in legacy big data systems over time to find the data needed to train our new system in that whole lake of everything, we also had the challenge that we weren't set up from the engineering perspective that we would have data science and engineering as two different disciplines to the level of where we would have data scientists using their tools and engineers using their tools. And we would basically have to write everything twice, which really limited us to very simple things about like linear equations with a couple of coefficients. And we also weren't able to easily just retrain that data because it involved so many people and getting the data was so complicated. But now transforming it and changing our main pain points, we are able to have our data in days, if not even hours. We have much more data to look at. It's billions of samples of now also much cleaner data. And we can now create models that have tens of millions of parameters and deploy these into production without having to write it twice. And we can also automate it using continuous integration and continuous deployment and have these models being updated in whatever the right cadence is, which for us right now is somewhere in between weekly and daily.
Matthias, that's helpful. Can you talk about maybe some of the, maybe the 2 or 3 or more types of tools that you, or technologies, and maybe even processes that you may have seen, say, 3 years ago, but and how they've changed to today? I mean, Kafka has been a streaming tool that has been around for 3 years. is S3, it's Amazon storage has been around. What sort of things have stayed, and what big things have changed?
Yes, I think our story, our journey of getting to the revamp place, it can be described as 3 parts, and they're best shown on the second slide. So the first problem obviously was that as much as like big data and Hadoop really worked great at the beginning, it became really hard and slower with the more data that we keep collecting. So it's very easy to collect data, but it remained hard to extract meaningful data. So we changed this to no longer having this approach of just writing some data that is maybe useful, but having very specific data stores of clean data for every machine learning application that we want to do. And Kafka that you mentioned is one enabler for that. And cloud block storage, which is like the big disk in the cloud, is another big enabler for this as well. The second problem we really had is that the re-implementation step, it was very limiting because let's say you're doing neural networks and there simply is no great Java implementation of neural networks that would be compatible with your Python library. So what was really the game changer here was using containerization, and specifically, in our case, Docker, to stop writing everything twice and simply run in production more or less what we used for training and for research and development. And the third part here is now that we're talking about production systems, it also requires a real different discipline of how work is done. So I can say that I've been a researcher in grad school myself, and I'm still a scientist. We don't always write the nicest code. We are more like curious, and we try to figure things out. And there's a different world between that sort of experimentation and actual production code. And so that also required us to really bring these kind of like coding best practices, or like software engineering 101 almost, into data science when it comes to the best practices of coding, thinking about shareable components, not making everything again, having a lot of testing and validation, and also having the automation that we talked about in making sure that things can always be done again at the push of a button, and that we have always good documentation of what we trained like 2 weeks ago and what happened when, let's say, suddenly a model doesn't work anymore as we thought it should work.
You talked, I think, a little bit about how it was an engineering discipline to set up the stack over the last 3 years. We've also talked about the importance of data science and models. Can you tell us what that's meant in terms of who you're hiring now? Is it engineers? Is it data scientists or analysts with this so-called low code, no code movement? And going forward, who are you going to be hiring?
Yeah, so I think what definitely changed in our hiring practices is that we are looking for much more engineering skills and understanding in our data science interviews. This makes it, so to speak, a little bit harder to find the right candidates. But given that we still have thousands of applications for the data science roles that we put out, so far we have been very successful, and we're confident that we can continue this strategy. And it's very important for us because if you are splitting these duties over like 2 different people or 2 different teams, I don't think you're getting the same result as if you just get it right from the beginning and you don't have any throwing over the fence or blaming or just like communication errors and all these things that can happen when you try to split projects at the wrong level.
Matthias, in some way, you've been able to avoid building your own stack from scratch, right? A lot of scaled service providers, Amazon for storage, and others, for example, there are a number of AI machine learning workflow providers. You avoid having to build, but you're buying or renting most of it. What are you saying you need to build yourself these days?
Yeah, so we definitely, I think the important distinction here is that you have to build the more specific and core to your business the problem becomes. Like, let's say, I think there are many for rent models out there for just generally classifying images, but there are not a lot of for rent models out there for classifying specifically hotel images. Like, where it really matters is this like just a room, or is it like a bathroom, a bedroom, or a reception, which hotel reception may not be the most common category in a standardized model. And the same thing that we also have the work we are doing on price prediction and everything around availability is also very unique to us and the core of what we want to make Kayak of. And so the short version is, I think that we are looking to invest in the areas where we need the customization, and we are trying to not reinvent the world for problems that have been solved. Like, there's no value for us, simply said, to develop a block storage at Kayak, but there's a lot of value for us to really go deep in developing new models or customizing existing work to make it fit for our unique use cases.
Matthias, you sound so matter of fact. You've been on this journey for 15 years. You have machine learning up and down your product. You've managed this shift over the years to do all kinds of ML. What is the most challenging part of your job, or what keeps you up at night?
Yeah, I think there are a few things. So first of all, it's definitely as much as we are today very successful with hiring data scientists. Hiring and the retention of data scientists and the hiring of talent is a big part of all of this. And what we can do about here is really like creating an environment that is fun to work with and that empowers our data scientists to be successful. So like it's unlikely that somebody enjoys doing like data preparation all day and stumbling over the same pitfalls over and over again. Second thing that I always try to optimize is that, so the first thing is like hiring, retention, and also our processes. And the second question is really like finding what are the most meaningful areas where we should apply AI and machine learning next to our product. I think there are many things that can be done. And what's interesting is that I feel when you look at product development, I think that machine learning product development, there is like a higher risk of this just not really landing well. And so it takes extra consideration, understanding what are the right moves, because these projects can become very complicated very soon. And it's very important to keep an eye on the effort and what the return could be at the end.
They're talking about like a significant amount of costs that can be involved in a single training session where people are spending $20,000 one evening, and you wake up in the morning and realize that you've done this and there's no ROI. Is that the sort of thing you're talking about?
I think that could be one example, but I'm more looking into projects that could also just take a lot of time in terms of research and not being I'd say exponentially better than the existing solution in a sense. And I think it's at the beginning you are often very thinking, oh wow, this feature here could work so much better. Why don't we apply machine learning to it? But a couple of months later, you may realize that it actually has a lot of nasty edge cases and it's very complicated and it just doesn't fit well to your techniques. And there's not much to really make better.
Matthias, you started saying one of your biggest challenges is the hiring process. Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on right now in the market for data scientists and engineers? Because you're hearing a lot of fallout at some of these bigger scaled companies. It's almost like daily I'm reading about some controversy at Google, right? In terms of the workforce, the ability for the workforce to work remote, or scandals of folks being fired in the ethics department, for example. Can you talk a little bit? Are you seeing incoming applicants from some of these? I don't want to pick on Google, Amazon, Microsoft, all have these antitrust issues they're dealing with as well. Can you talk a little bit about what it's like? Has that changed things or not so much?
I wouldn't say so much. So what really the strengths of ours is that we have a global team. So when we are hiring for data science, we are doing that across the United States, Germany, Switzerland, and potentially even, well, not so much remote right now, but we have basically offices almost everywhere in the world, and especially in the hot places. I think generally the market is very hot. There is also like a shortage because of COVID-19. There were like whole class is not happening. And I think the graduations are a little bit lower this year. But to your question, as much as we see people from all these companies also apply with us, I cannot say that we see a trend that this increased relatively stronger than it was before.
Matthias, we talked about what's keeping you up at night. What about the most exciting things you're seeing in AI, in data, in the journey ahead? There seems to be a lot of technique innovations happening, large language sets in various areas of transfer learning and meta approaches around AI. Could you talk a little bit about your own observations and what's interesting?
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, one thought is that if you look at systems like GPT or BERT, they definitely have applications in the industry. And I cannot speak right now if we have them like, I think we also have like some live components, but definitely in our R&D, we're trying to use these techniques and get something out of it for our specific travel problems. So it's amazing what is now available just as a sort of set of standard libraries that can be used without much pain and like much startup cost. But what's also even more exciting is that this journey that we went through and this revamp is really opening up significantly more meaningful problems that we can now tackle on Kayak. I think if you look at our meta search and it's searching hundreds of sites at once, it's a huge amount of data, and before it has been impossible to have all that data go through some machine learning system or classifier or anything like that. And working towards that is really powerful because it allows us without, like, the user may not really see that this is AI or machine learning, but it allows us to become so much better in getting the most relevant content to the user and also being faster in getting that content served up to the user.
Matthias, so would you say that you are crawling at Kayak or walking or running at the end of the day with AI?
I think we are somewhere in between walking and running, and I say from it that way that we are really at a great spot right now when it comes to having a new idea and having the tools and having all the insights and processes in making that happen. But there are still so many avenues where we could be more efficient, and some bridges that we have to cross that we luckily didn't have to cross yet, but that will come up, and where we'll see how we can deal with the problems even getting bigger and bigger.
Thank you. So we're back live, Matthias, for Q&A. I see here one of the first questions here that's been one-upped. It is being seen that big data leads to big bias in data, and we need AI models that are not so reliant on data. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, this is I think preserving privacy and also bias are two very valid problems when we talk about anything machine learning or AI. Luckily, on the Kayak side of things, I may say that a lot of the data we look at, it's mostly flight prices. So I don't think, as much as I'm not saying like that there is bias in there, I think the impact of that bias on our users is, well, it's hard to say negligible, but that's at least what we hope. Nevertheless, be assured that every time we look at use cases with machine learning and AI, we definitely have our checklist of checking, for example, is there personal data involved? What are the safeguards around this personal data? And definitely bias is coming up when we look at new problems, but we feel on the luckier side from the perspective of the data we work with that it's not so often an issue.
Matthias, so maybe we could come back to that once we get through some of these questions. Another question. Will AI be able to put together personalized vacation packages for me based on my travel history, flights, hotels, sites to see, restaurants to eat, etc.?
Yeah, so I think this is a very classic problem that everyone has been thinking of for a very long time. I also think we had, over the years, a couple of iterations trying to do that. I think the hard part here is like it's so difficult to understand what you're really looking for. I mean, do you even know that yourself? I mean, the more you look, the more you realize. And you know, there can be some simple constraints like knowing that you're traveling with kids. But then, you know, if you say like you're traveling with a 3-year-old, I still don't know, like, you know, what 3-year-old, like what you know, what how much of a layover is too much for your toddler. And so I'm afraid I think we can use AI to really filter out like options that probably you don't want to have, but I don't believe right now, at least in your perfect trip, unless we would get all that data about your perfect trip put together. And I think the process until we have the data, you're already on vacation.
Great. I'm going to join these two questions up because I know we have very limited time. They are related, slightly different. What would be your approach to transform a large enterprise with teams that are siloed but want to ride the AI transformation wave? And then 2 is, how can companies without a lot of AI experience, again, this is early stage, right, build capability in figuring out if AI ML is the best solution to a problem?
Yeah, so I think let's start with a simple case. I often talk to friends who now have startups, and they may start with no data science team at all. And so the best recommendation to them is like, well, start with one person and get another person and, you know, get going. I think that when you have like the blue sky, it's much easier to get there. And usually everyone has business intelligence and other sort of data collecting functions already lined up. Now with the silos, this is very hard. I mean, I'm not sure if anyone has the right approach there. Like you see people setting up governance bodies, boards, hire a role who is kind of like meant to bring all these teams together. And I haven't been in that myself, and I'm kind of skeptical for this to really work. I mean, it's very hard to get everyone to buy in. The only thing, interesting data point I can tell you from our perspective is like that in our journey, we really went from a completely centralized team to still having like problem-specific teams, not too many of them, but problem-specific teams. And we really did that to give everything the right priority and to give everything the right resource. So I think it's very hard. And I guess the only thing people in these problems, like, yeah, they have to try and see what works. But I don't think there is a master plan that is proven to work for everyone.
Matthias, unfortunately, we're out of time, but thank you very much for joining us here at Transform.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much to Matthias and Matt. That was absolutely terrific. Please welcome next Guy Perry, who is Chief Data and Analytics Officer at Procter & Gamble. Guy is going to chat with moderator Jamie Fitzgibbon, founder and CEO of Renaissance Insights, to discuss how P&G implemented their data and AI-powered solutions and the technical, organizational, and business lessons learned from them. So please welcome Guy and Jamie.
Hi, I'm Jamie Fitzgibbon, with the founder of Renaissance Insights and a program manager at Defense Innovation Unit over AI and ML, which is a focus of this conference and this conversation today. And I am here with Guy.
Hi, I'm Guy Perry. I'm Procter & Gamble's Chief Data and Analytics Officer, responsible for our data strategy, data management platform, and data science and data management capabilities.
Thank you. And I am looking forward to visiting with Guy today and all of us to learn a little bit of how Procter & Gamble has managed this AI transformation in supply chain and analytics. And first and foremost, we cannot, when you speak about supply chain, we cannot forget this past year and the run on supplies, whether it's cleaning materials or toilet paper. And I definitely would have shifted my Bitcoin investment to selling toilet paper for a couple months to increase my child's college fund. But all of that was a disruption that wasn't planned. I understand, Guy, that Procter & Gamble has been planning a disruption of your own supply chain analytics. So could you walk us through a little bit of how both you had planned to disrupt AI and leveraging AI to disrupt your supply chain and demand signals, and then what happened in reality over the course of the last year?
Sure. So Procter & Gamble is on a journey to constructively disrupt how we innovate on our products and packaging, how we communicate to our consumers, how we execute in store, and how we deliver our products via our supply chain. So each of those vectors are going through a what we call constructive disruption. We were very, very fortunate to have a very robust AI program going into the pandemic, and we leveraged every ounce of that capability during the pandemic to manage it. We really leveraged data to help ensure we got the right products in the right locations. And of course, the data that we had historically no longer was relevant because our models needed to get retrained on new data to help us manage the pandemic situation.
And so help me understand a little bit more. The historical data obviously no longer foretold what was happening. It was moving, at the rate of the pandemic, actually. So how did you, as you tackle both sides of the equation, the supply and the demand, the manufacturers and all these other things, how did you find the path to collecting that data and processing it in your own journey?
So on the supply side, we very much took the data that we had, which was for every location in the world, what was our raw material inventory, what was our finished product inventory, and then we overlaid COVID response data by geography at a very, very granular level, and also government forecasts. And we were able to use that data to inform where we had sufficiency in supply and where we had risks that we needed to mitigate. And so that integration of, call it historical or legacy data with the very much real-time data that we were getting from various sources in the markets really helped us manage the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I guess my other question would be, as you pulled in the data, did you find that you had to create new solutions on demand, or did you, bring in other partners and providers of whether it be analytic tools or other data feeds that maybe weren't already in your roadmap?
Yeah, Jamie, we did a little bit of both. So we have a highly capable data analytics set of practitioners at P&G, super fortunate to have them on the team. And they literally overnight started creating solutions to help us manage a very challenging supply chain situation. We also have a pretty robust network of partners that also were innovating with us real time to help us pivot pretty much overnight to help us evolve where our data and analytic footprint was to serve the specific supply chain needs. So I mentioned the supply issue. We also had a challenge in forecasting demand. So as you can imagine, demand for a lot of our products in the tissue towel category, in the home cleaning category, in the fabric care categories is nothing like we ever saw. And so our ability to change our production schedules on the fly, change our product portfolio on the fly to better serve consumers is really what the AI capabilities enabled.
Absolutely. And I know that you when we just started a couple minutes ago, you talked about having the plan of constructively disrupting. So there's the plan, and then there was reality. So how much do you see that divergence, and how much are you back on track for your plan, now that things are starting to settle out?
So I think our plan is still in motion. Like any plan, there's always pivots that have to happen along the journey. So this is a pivot unlike anything that we anticipated, but we will continue to pivot and evolve based on learning. Our plan for the application of AI is always done starting with the business problem. And as we scope the business problem, we pilot with some line leaders to make sure that we're cracking the problem holistically. And then we systemize it with the data and algorithms to drive insights that help deliver actions and hopefully better outcomes for our consumers. So we will always continue to pivot, but we have a pretty robust plan on how we will inject AI into a lot of our decision making.
And has there been any aha moments where you, where you thought something was going to play out a certain way, and then you realized someone from the line that came back and said, actually, that's not how this fits with the equation?
Yeah, we've had quite a few aha moments, and most of the aha moments came from a misunderstanding on the problem we're trying to solve. So when we apply algorithms and AI, we have what we think is a common understanding of the problem. Typically, if we don't spend the quality time up front aligning on what is exactly the problem, we typically are off base and get a few of those ahas as we go into execution. So our approach has always been to create and define the problem very closely with the line business leaders. Be very, very clear on what success looks like and the outcomes expected, and then do agile iteration and very quickly turn around some initial models to get feedback, and then use things like reinforcement learning to continually improve the accuracy of the models as we move them into production.
And so you talked a little bit about you have a pretty robust internal group of data scientists that are working these and building out these models. And you just mentioned the reinforcement learning kind of mechanism. And have you seen that particular part of the business grow? Are you looking to recruit? Are you, upskilling? How are you managing sort of the human component of growing that element of P&G?
Yeah, the data science group has grown significantly behind the value that they created. And we also are growing our data management team. So importantly, for AI to be successful, at least in my perspective, we need to have strong data management practitioners to ensure we have quality and reliable data going into the algorithms. So the insights and the actions that are being recommended by the algorithms, in fact, deliver the right outcomes for the business. So we've invested significantly in not only the technology platform to bring this data and AI capability to life, we've invested in the data management professionals and then the data science professionals to create the algorithms on top of the data. Like anyone looking to attract talent, we like to think that we have some pretty large global wicked problems that we're trying to solve. And we're very proud of how we serve 5 billion consumers a day with our products. And so we have some very interesting challenges that we solve with technology and analytics. We also ensure that our data science teams and all our technologists have access to the latest technology to apply to their craft. And then, of course, we have a career path and a reward and recognition program to recognize and reward the applied mastery that they bring every day.
That's fantastic. And so you talked a little bit about the business side of getting the problem right and kind of realigning when you realized maybe you weren't answering the right question or solving the right problem. You've talked about equipping the workforce in that domain. Can you talk a little bit more about sort of that culture shift and how you're bringing the company along the path and other folks that aren't data scientists within your organization and how to get them bought into sort of this new approach?
Yeah, the thing that all of us at Elite P&G have in common is we want to serve consumers and meet their needs in every country in which we operate. And so what we do isn't going to change. We're always going to strive to be the best consumer product company in the world. However, how we do that, pretty much everything is changing through digital and analytics. And so what we often do is we talk about pilots that show what's possible. So we'll frame up a small pilot to say if we applied a digital capability or an algorithm capability to solve the problem differently, could we get a better outcome? And so we do a very, very small and agile pilot with a forward-thinking business partner. And as we qualify outcomes, we take those outcomes and then we extrapolate to a much larger scale. But we get started very, very pragmatically, and we're very clear on making sure we're delivering clear outcomes that can then be scaled up to drive more material impact.
That's great. And what I've noticed in my work across industry is a lot of the analysts or the folks that are working in these roles that were fairly manual before and AI is coming in is a lot of fear, right? There's a little bit of fear of this is taking over my job or I'm becoming irrelevant. And so there is this need to continue to remind folks that AI is a tool. It's not a perfect tool. It's a tool. And as we deploy it, it is meant to equip the domain experts or the people that are specific in the culture, because obviously you're dealing with lots of different cultures and language and geographies that operate in different ways. And so it's not a one size fits all. You need those people to provide really on the ground kind of learning and training and context that is incredibly important for AI, whether it's deployed in something that deals with social justice or whether it's deployed in, making sure that the right supplies are to the right people. And either way, you need to make sure that the end customer is, quote unquote, incorporated into those algorithms. Would that be a fair assessment of how you are thinking about this global problem and then tackling it one bite at a time?
Yeah, very, very fair assessment, Jamie. I think the reality is data and AI are very powerful capabilities, but they're means to an end and they're not the end. And ultimately, the way we drive real value is by, first of all, defining the problem really well up front. And so I always look at AI as a very good kind of co-pilot. And so those pilots that are running our business that understand how to work with AI, how to frame the problem up front really well, and then how to provide feedback back to the algorithms to continually improve it and provide even better value over time. That's when we maximize value in the company. I think that AI and the work we do in this space is 80% culture and behavior change, 20% data analytics and technology. And so that culture change is significant. And what I found is that when we apply AI right, and it gives a 10x factor of value. So you used to do it one way, but by applying AI, you're doing it 10x better than you've ever dreamed of doing it. The adoption and the culture changes behind the value. And so AI done well doesn't really necessarily need to be sold. It just needs to be made visible and really connected to solving real problems and driving real outcomes.
And that's perfect. And so, like, I think the last question, as we wrap up, would be around, now that we are coming out, knock on wood, out of the pandemic, and we're sort of in a new era. I don't think there'll be any sense of any organization going back to life before, right? Whether that's increased remote delivery and remote work, or just the systems that we've had to incorporate very quickly, and the amount of data that's now being generated through digital commerce but even more so that explosion from the in-person, marketplace. What are you most looking forward to in this new era, right? Because it is going to forever be changed. And sort of, what are you most excited about moving forward?
So I'm really excited about the transformation, and the pandemic has accelerated the transformation by at least 3 to 5 years, in my view. And so all of us as consumers have either experienced direct-to-consumer or buying from retailers and click and pick historically, but never to the level that we experienced during this pandemic. Those behaviors, those habits are here to stay. And so a lot of the transformation of consumer behaviors are changing. And with that is the opportunity to create new business models and new ways of bringing value to consumers. And so AI is just another tool in our toolbox to help serve consumers in the new ways they prefer to shop. At P&G, we like to make sure our products are available wherever and however consumers want to shop. And with digital and algorithms, we're able to hopefully serve consumers where and when they want to be served.
That's great. Yes, it has accelerated a lot of things. I think aging for parents anyways, with kids at home, but it's accelerated AI across all these industries. And I'm really excited to see where Procter & Gamble continues to grow in this space. And so I would just like to thank you for your time, Guy, and all your insights and really kind of honest assessment of your journey as a company, and also you and your team and that growth. And so I want to thank you so very much for your time today.
Thank you for having me, Jamie. Good to be with you.
Hello, guys. So we've got some great live questions coming in that will continue the conversation that we've been having. The first one right off the bat is really talking about best practices to retrain those ML models on new data as you need to, like the COVID scenario, right? Where overnight you've got to sort of reassess. Could you talk about what you've done or things that you plan to implement?
Yeah, so the most important part of the question on whether to retrain or not is to have a very robust monitoring system in place for your models to understand if the underlying data in reality has truly shifted or not materially. And once you have an assessment of how material of a shift it is, then you have to make the tough decision on whether or not you retrain real time or not. And in obviously the COVID case, it was a retraining situation because none of our data sets that we trained on earlier had the COVID reality. So we literally retrained all of our models with the enhanced data sets that we quickly gathered, which also shows the importance, as I mentioned earlier, on the role of data management and professional data folks to curate data and have it at the ready in a moment's notice.
Yeah, which is no small feat. Curating, cleaning, ingesting data is a tall order in and of itself.
Heavy lifting, and
Yes.
it's a lot of people like to talk about the AI. I love to talk about the data management. That's super important for any enterprise.
Mm-hmm. And so kind of, I think, pulling on that, the quality assurance. So as you deploy these models, how do you validate that they're still operating the way you intended, that there's no shift in the results that are kind of off kilter from what you're anticipating or should be seeing?
So we've implemented, or in process of implementing, more advanced what we call model factory, and that model factory is essentially ensuring that our models remain accurate, that we avoid drift or bias, and that when there is drift or bias, that we quickly intervene and retrain to get them back accurate. You can imagine, like many companies, these models are informing significant decisions. Ensuring accuracy and non-bias is super important. We have invested significantly in the model risk space, model risk officers who are experts at understanding models, flagging when drifted too far and intervention required.
That's phenomenal. Data risk officers, you don't hear that very much in organizations, investing in that and really kind of training up and creating a workforce around that. So great to Procter & Gamble to being ahead of the pack on that one.
Yeah, we've really built on the experience in the financial industry, who have a lot of these individuals managing their financial models, and so we're reapplying a lot of those best practices. Of course, shifting them to be relevant to our consumer products world. But we're finding more and more companies, as you're looking to operationalize algorithms, model risk is a very real area to stay on top of.
Yeah. And then, so kind of as we, you're creating this environment. We talked about that a little bit during our conversation of, this culture around AI. So someone's asking, really, how do you create that culture and cultivate it in applying data and AI in a large enterprise?
I think it really starting with your enterprise's strategy. So in Procter & Gamble's case, we have an enterprise growth strategy, which is really anchored on a portfolio of brands that have daily use. And we're helping with data to help inform that. We're focusing on superiority that I mentioned earlier, around how do we drive superiority for our consumers across the 5 vectors. We're focusing on productivity and how do we drive productivity to fuel innovation. And each of these specific, and then constructive disruption. And so each of these pillars are benefiting from our AI program. And as we tie it to those strategies, it makes it very, very relevant to have conversations with business leadership on how AI can help move things forward. So as I mentioned earlier, it's all about starting with the business questions and tying it directly to your enterprise strategy.
Yeah. And that's no small task there. But I think one other thing I'd love to double tap is that you didn't change your value proposition, so that your company is still anchored in the same thing. It's just the way in which you execute and push out that service to the customer. So
yeah.
So I appreciate that's the anchor that didn't change. Not everything's new, just the way in which you're doing it.
Absolutely, Jamie. The purpose, values, and principles that this company has operated with for over 185 years remain intact and don't change. And really, our overall mission of serving consumers does not change at all. Pretty much how we do all of that changes a lot with digital and analytics.
So last question I think we can squeeze in here is kind of the buy versus build. What is it that you, aside from building internally, what is it that you've purchased, or what are some tech solutions that you've partnered with along this journey of transformation?
Well, we have a very deliberate buy versus build strategy, focusing on we buy anything that is non-proprietary to us. We build anything that will create proprietary IP. And so we start with our multi-cloud strategy. Each of the cloud providers that we've partnered with have robust stacks of data and AI platforms, whether they're Microsoft Azure. We've partnered very closely with the product team to iterate on their platform, Google Cloud and the BigQuery capability and TensorFlow, and then AWS. Those are our three cloud partners, and each provide fairly robust cloud native capabilities. And then we complement that with open source technologies that help fill the gaps.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. I think we've run out of time. I'm sure more questions are popping in, but we've got to finish our conversation here. And I appreciate having this time with you. And I know our participants here at Transform have enjoyed having you here. So thank you, Guy.
Great chatting with you, Jamie, and thanks for having me.
Well, thank you so much to Guy and Jamie for that fantastic conversation. Now, we all had to deal with lots and lots of different new things in the pandemic. One of the new things I had to deal with was understanding that the word phygital existed. That's the physical and digital smashed together. Isn't that amazing? So next, we are very pleased to welcome Ronan Dunn, who is CEO of Consumer Group at Verizon. Ronan will be interviewed by Shuchi Rana, GM of events at VentureBeat. They will talk about taking physical and digital, or phygital, if you will, taking the ecosystem to meet the needs of the customer journey. Ronan's going to chat with Shuchi about how Verizon achieved this phygital transformation and share some insights into their data and AI strategy, the lessons learned, and the best practices that enterprises can follow. So please welcome, without further ado, Ronan Dunn and Shuchi Rana.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm excited to welcome Ronan Dunn, the Executive Vice President and Group CEO of Verizon Consumer Group, the largest division of Verizon Communications. Ronan leads the team responsible for delivering wireline TV, wireless connected experiences to more than 100 million customers every day. That's a big, big undertaking, Ronan. You definitely keep a lot of the world running. So welcome to Transform.
Thank you very much indeed, Shuchi, and thanks for the invitation. It's an exciting job. It certainly keeps me busy.
Mm-hmm. So our conversation today is about how Verizon is leveraging data and AI to deliver exceptional experiences to its consumers. And AI these days is becoming table stakes, but there's a lot of challenges that come with getting AI from pilots to deployments. Talk to us about where have you seen some success as far as AI implementation, kind of application standpoint. Some examples, perhaps, that you can?
Sure. One of the things that we as an organization, like many others, realized at the front end of the pandemic was that we probably had to innovate more quickly than was even the case in a fast-moving organization like ours and an industry like ours. And one of the things that we realized was that we had a lot of context and a lot of information about our customers that we could put to better use. So we really looked at areas like the redeployment of the workforce in the context of everybody suddenly having to work from home. So we were able to use our AI tools for planning and for organizing labor. And that was hugely important to, and actually allowed us to move 17,000 people to work from home in 17 days in our customer service environment, when in the previous 18 months, we'd only managed to move 1,800 people home. So one very practical example. The second was to partner in those areas where we were still open for business, like retail, and say, how could we make it next-gen retail, touchless retail, in a way that we could think about health and safety, while at the same time not compromising the experience for customers. So we actually deployed AI-enabled tools in the retail store so that they actually partnered with the physical support in the store to give an enhanced experience while actually reducing the amount of touch necessary to serve customers. So two very practical examples of things that we were doing already, but where we chose to accelerate them in the context of responding to the pandemic.
Wonderful. And I'd like to double click on the latter part that you mentioned, which is the concept of phygital, which is bringing the digital and physical together. Can you share with us what that was like from an implementation standpoint, what the process was like, and some of the outcomes?
Yeah, so the first thing I would say is that this was built around a belief in our part that a great customer experience is an end-to-end experience where we show up how and where the customer would expect, and that by definition, that a true omni-channel strategy has to be exactly that, not multi-channel with links, but omni-channel, so that the presence in each channel is consistent for the customer. As a result, by design, we were thinking about this idea of blending the digital and the physical world, because otherwise we were going to have sharp edges in our experiences and journeys for customers as they were forced to move from one environment to another. So that was very much the context in which we developed our phygital strategy. And then we took the idea of using AI at scale and analytics to be able to be the partner of choice to both the customer and our sales representatives in a way that actually said, we don't want to take away the intimacy of personal engagement, but we do need to recognize that physical contact is going to be reduced, and we have limitations in the volumes we can have in store, etc. So being able to expeditiously meet the customer's needs meant that we introduced a partner called Vicky, which is a Verizon Interactive Knowledge Interface, which allowed us to actually bring much of our insights database and make it available as a live tool in the retail environment, capturing intents and expectations, helping with access to the customer's account in a way that as a natural conversation was going on, the tools were working in the background to prepare, to recognize which products were being discussed and prepare essentially a cart that was then available rather than requiring somebody to sit at a terminal and start to go and key back in the stuff that they'd been talking about to the sales agent. So a very good example of blending two distinct capabilities, but doing it in a way that was an augmentation of the quality of engagement rather than simply channel diversion, which in many instances is what you see and is a legitimate use of AI and analytics at scale. But we're trying not to simply go the diversion route. We're trying to do the enhancement route.
Yes, absolutely. And it's been wonderful to kind of, and I'll give you all the credit for it, for moving Verizon from just a telecom company to an experience company, I feel. So it's been wonderful to see that.
Yeah, and I think, Sushi, just on that, what I would say to you is that was one of the insights in the way we deploy technology, is a fundamental belief that actually, despite being a leading telecoms and therefore technology company, that our customers don't buy tech off us. They buy the experience that tech enables. And therefore, sometimes where other organizations might actually push the visibility of the technology forward in the customer experience, we were happy to have it embedded, but not necessarily prioritized in a way that actually made it go above the human touch or the personal engagement side. And where we have taken a slightly different route is where we've said to customers, if you just want to be completely self-serve capable, then our deployment of AI inside our My Verizon app has said we can massively enhance what you're able to self-serve, but you've already made a choice in entering into the My Verizon app that you've indicated a desire for a self-service environment. So we've augmented naturally there without restricting your ability to have the personal and therefore phygital experience in the other touch points. So striking that balance of technology versus experience.
Any advice for companies, large enterprises that have customer experience at the core, but any advice from your own experience of having implemented it?
A couple of things I would say is sometimes the debate internally is that the expectation of the smart deployment of technology is simply a cost driver rather than an experience enhancement. And so being very clear of your definition of what your success metrics are early. So in our case, we were crystal clear that we could strike a balance between a lower unit cost to serve while at the same time delivering a higher quality of service and outcome. But we embedded that right at the get-go. So that's one thing I would say. The second is that there's a natural tension between the perception of employees where AI is considered as a substitute to some or all of what they do. And so we were very clear up front that other than in areas of robotic process automation, which we were simply taking low-grade, low-value-add, menial work out of the hands of individuals to liberate them to deliver more creative work, we were able to demonstrate that the complementarity of the deployment of this smart capability was actually an enhancement to the role that they could play and the outcomes they could achieve. And as such, their willingness to embrace the change was built around a common understanding of the outcome we were trying to achieve. So we were explicit. We're not looking to get out of retail. We see retail as a critical element of our overall relationship. We're not looking to have no call centers. What we're trying to make sure is that every time somebody calls, it's a value-adding experience rather than the call is essentially driven by it being a cost of failure in our service somewhere else. And so those two decisions meant that the metrics we set for success were clear up front, and the outcomes for the employee as well as the customer were also well defined. And as a result, you go to our retail store and people love Vicky like a member of the team, as opposed to concern about it being a substitute for my job.
Wonderful. How do you think about the balance, if you will, between humans and automation when it comes to customer experience?
I like to think about breaking that into three components. The first is where there is no incremental value add to a process over and above its automated version, well then let's do that, because what that does is simplifies. An example might be, I've moved from one geography to another in the US and I want to change the area code on my cell phone. Well, guess what? There is no extra value that somebody can say, calling out numbers to you for you to choose your new number versus them presenting you with those numbers visually where you can immediately recognize and say, I'll choose that one. So a perfect example of thing that we've done, what we call ECE, Enhanced Customer Experience, where we've completely automated that journey because it's actually a better outcome than the human alternative. The second thing is that we're thinking about where there's value add in a way that liberates the agent in a call center or in a retail store to be able to create more value. And that is really about taking away some of the mundane, some of the heavy lifting, the 10 minutes of processing data in order to get a draft contract or whatever. If you take some of those things away, what you're doing is you're creating space for the needs-based conversation, for the engagement that gives the customer a better outcome, because more of the time spent is actually addressing their particular needs. And I think the third thing I would say is that there are some capabilities that are absolutely dependent on having great technology and great data analytics. And that's what I would describe as common context. And that's the ability for every employee, irrespective of where they are in the organization, to be able to pick up with that customer with the same understanding and knowledge of where that customer is in their journey, where that customer is in their relationship with Verizon. And in those circumstances, even if the technology doesn't play a role in the decision-making or in the actual journey in question, it creates a point of embarkation for that conversation where you are recognized for who you are and you're recognized where you are on that journey. It's like meeting an old friend that you're able to pick up where you left off rather than having to start to introduce yourselves again. And so I think those three elements allowed us to identify those areas where the technology was the solution, where the technology eliminated a part of the process to create more space in the solution, and where the technology simply was an aid to recognition and context to allow the customer interface with our call center person or a retail person to be a much better quality friend-to-friend conversation rather than a cold introduction.
That's amazing. Incredible. Well, my next topic I know is very close to your heart. So 5G is, as we step into the 5G era, which will underpin an expanding number of connected devices, many industry leaders have placed huge bets on AI to build operational efficiencies. What do you think about it? And where do you see that going?
So I think one of the things I'm particularly excited about with 5G is what we describe as mobile edge computing. And when we talk about mobile edge computing, sometimes people think very focused around very explicitly ultra low latency capabilities and therefore maybe niche applications. Where I think about it in a world of AI and analytics at scale is thinking almost in a physical senses of bringing the solutions closer to the problem, closer to the end customer or the end situation, i.e. going to the very, very edge of the network. By being able to bring compute to the edge of the network, the thing that I'm most excited about is not the theory of low latency that allows that to happen, but the fact that if you can offload compute and very often the processing capacity necessary for compute off a device, it liberates you to redefine form factor in a way that actually is massively creative. And so what I think we will find over the next 2 or 3 years is that many experiences that were heavily dependent on cost economics can be transformed by the deployment of 5G and mobile edge computing. One very practical example is we're working with a partner where they're in the industrial robotics space, and 2 identical robots, one which has all of its capabilities on board and the other which is just directly linked to the edge. One costs $100,000, one costs $25,000. Performance, identical. The delta in the 2 is simply what's on board. We've dematerialized a lot of the most expensive technology and sat it at the edge. Now, the example there may be is, what are the use cases for a $100,000 robot? There are lots. What are the multipliers of use cases for a $25,000 robot, which may well have a longer useful life because of the fact that it's lighter, has less of the componentry involved? You apply that to industrial IoT, you apply that specifically in the consumer space, in my view, to the worlds of augmented and mixed reality, particularly. There you're going to find that this idea of, be it headsets, be it glasses, be it other form factors are suddenly scalable, deliverable in a form factor that people will be willing to use and wear on a daily basis, and at a price point that means that the opportunity is multiple times what we perceive it today. We're not talking about $2,000 for a headset. We might be talking about a $100 pair of designer sunglasses coming with full functionality for AR and mixed reality. Virtual reality tends to be more sitting down, doing it in a fixed location, but AR and mixed reality is an out and about, it's a mobility thing, and therefore being flexible, not having a big headset, not having a weighty battery, those sort of things are going to be dramatically impacting in the use cases and the scale of deployment.
Great. Well, as much as I'd love to continue our conversation, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. We're almost, our time's almost up, so I'll wrap us up with one last question. Most transformative technologies need a lot of user data, and there's a lot of privacy concerns around it. How do you think about that at Verizon?
The first thing to say is that we have a very simple corporate philosophy that says the data is your data. And that we build all the rest of our policies and processes around that and that's a fundamental belief. So if data has been used, it's on an opt-in basis, it's on a transparent basis where the customer is in control. We also recognize that for us, aggregated and anonymized data provides us with a lot of opportunity. But we even give customers the choice, even though by definition, aggregated and anonymized is no longer personal data. We actually give our customers permission to opt out of their data being collected for the purpose of being put into an aggregated anonymized data set. So essentially what we're doing is we're taking a fundamental belief, which is your data for your uses on your terms, and meeting that with the opportunity to provide data at scale in a way that significantly enhances experiences and outcomes for customers. And we believe we can strike a balance between the two. Essentially, we will never sell your data, but we will deploy your data for your benefit, and we will deploy scale data to build better networks that deliver better experiences more consistently. And we think that blend is something that customers both understand and actually embrace, because they want better services and experiences, but they also want control over their information.
Great. Thank you so much, Ronan. Really appreciate you taking the time to join us. And that brings us to the
Thank
end
you.
of our
Great
conversation
to join
today.
you again
Thank you.
today. Thank you very much.
So the first one is, will 5G and its implications for edge computing make the cloud less relevant? 5 years from now, will most AI apps run on the edge?
So the first thing to say is that the edge and the cloud are complementary to each other. It's just simply an instance of applications will run on an edge cloud. So it's not a direct substitute to the cloud. It's actually moving the cloud closer and running a specific instance of an application in the cloud at the edge. The purpose of that is that it dramatically reduces latency associated with the carriage of that data from the endpoint, like a smartphone, all the way back to perhaps a data center that's 1,500 miles away. So the return path can go from maybe 3,000 miles to 300 miles. And that has a dramatic impact on latency. So it's a new edge compute cloud rather than a substitute for the cloud itself. And in that regard, in 5 years' time, I think we will see a dramatic effect. I think the truth is, because of cost, not everything is going to move to the edge, but I think there are certain mission critical elements of applications where you may well run it on the global cloud, but then you move the instance to the edge at mission critical times so that the response times can be dramatically reduced. Think about that in the environment of safety and security systems, where an alert triggers and the instance gets moved to the edge so that every single response from then, where it's gone from monitoring mode to perhaps an active mode, is going to be used on the edge. The other place which is significant, and it is probably in a slightly shorter time frame than 5 years, is the mass scaling of the opportunity to deploy particularly, I would say, mixed reality, but augmented reality. I think virtual reality tends to be still a sitting down, fixed location activity, but augmented and mixed reality, I think we will see dramatic improvements, because edge compute is not just improving the latency, which improves the experience dramatically, reduces nausea, other things like that that can be associated with those sort of experiences, but it's the offload of the compute and the battery means that instead of a headset that's like this, which means I don't walk down the street wearing it, maybe it's just a clip on the edge of my sunglasses, my designer sunglasses. Facebook have already announced a partnership with Luxottica. So maybe it's in that context that we start to see over the next 18 months these deployments of edge applications where actually form factor is the big driver.
Great, that's amazing. For the next one, I might actually combine two questions that have come in, which is, what do you see as the future of 5G, and how, I know this is very important for Verizon, how do you mitigate communications disparities for underrepresented and poorer communities with 5G?
So let me start with the second part of the question, because the questioner is absolutely right. We have said unequivocally that 5G needs to be the most inclusive G ever. And to do that, it is accessibility and it's affordability, but it's also digital literacy and confidence to actually utilize those capabilities. So accessibility can be a combination of things. It can be building out the network so that it goes further, and that's definitely something that we're committed to doing. But accessibility can also be making sure that there are affordable devices that can connect to the network. And again, one of the currencies of 5G will mean that by taking compute out and reducing the battery requirements, you can actually reduce the cost of end units, whether those be monitoring cells in an IoT space, or it could be what we would describe as thin client. So essentially a dumb terminal, which replicates a tablet, but maybe can be done at $50, not $500, which means that every classroom in the country can have one. and every remote location can have access at a much lower unit cost. But the third bit, which is equally important and the technology itself can't solve on its own, is how do we make sure that we have a generation of people who are digitally literate and digitally confident so that they feel able to participate in the services that are available to them online. And that's where the work that we do with education is also equally important, bringing great technology to help the quality of education. But think also of the immersive nature of education and how, if we can stretch 5G out so immersive video, AR, VR can be deployed, we can actually, I think, significantly increase the educational quotient of what goes on the web and in a connected life. And so the combination of those three can make a huge difference. And then I think the success of 5G will be that it becomes ubiquitous connectivity, not device specific. In a bizarre way, the progress that we've made, which has been huge between wireline and wireless, was the first few generations of wireless was really proving that everything you could do on a wired connection, you could now do on a wireless connection. But to some extent, the real benefit was no wire. Now what we have to do is reimagine the technology and think about what are the new use cases. You know, autonomous cars is a great example that I think most people at least have a sense of. You know, that's certainly an example. But what are the mass consumer capabilities that we can deploy? Well, 360 video, immersive video, so that when you participate in sports or in live entertainment, you can have a completely different fan experience, I think is huge. Education, the idea of, you know, holographically reproducing the environments in which people, you know, can stand and talk to their heroes and learn more about the subjects that they're learning in school. So I think the next wave is going to be about reimagining how we harness the technology rather than reimagining where we harness the technology, which to some extent was the first couple of G's was really about moving the where. Now it's the what.
Great. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. Thank you for joining for Q&A and really appreciate you being here. Thanks.
It's been a pleasure, and thank you for the opportunity to join the session.
My pleasure.
Hello, everyone. Redfin is one of the leading real estate listing and broker companies. And today we're talking with Bridget Fry, the company's chief technology officer, about lessons from its AI recommendation engine and walking through its data and strategy journey. So please welcome Bridget. Bridget, thanks for being here with us.
Hi, everybody. It's great to be here.
So Bridget, let's talk about the actual AI applications or application that you're using. And can you talk a little bit about how it's transformative and how you measure that transformation in terms of the actual results?
Yeah, I think one of the algorithms that's really had a significant impact on our business is our algorithm for recommending homes. So we're able to look at a lot of the ways that our customers are using our website, what homes they're clicking on, what other people are doing to try to introduce them to homes that they may not have found on their own. And I think one of the things that's interesting about that is because we are a real estate brokerage, we're actually able to measure the success of those recommendations. We can tell if people are actually clicking on them, and then if they're actually going and touring those homes, if they actually maybe even go on to buy those homes. So because we've been able to set that as a success criteria, we've really been able to build this unique recommendations algorithm. And today, about a quarter of our traffic to our website and apps is actually people who are clicking on homes that we recommended to them. So that's how we're able to tell that this algorithm is really having an impact on our customers.
Great. And is there any way you could characterize that recommendation engine, maybe in juxtaposition to that, the famous Amazon recommendation engine that everyone can relate to. People who bought this item also tended to buy this item. Can you talk a little bit about the modeling and the algorithm, maybe differentiation that you have there at Redfin?
Yeah, I think many recommendations algorithms start with that basic premise that you're trying to look at patterns of a lot of users and then use that to recommend something to make it really personal for a particular person who's using your software. So that's kind of where it all starts. But I think from there, everything is really different. The type of data that you have in a real estate business is going to be really different from what Amazon might have about products. And I think particularly one of the things I've learned about real estate is just how data driven it is, how much data there is about a particular home. I mean, we often have hundreds of facts about a particular listing. Real estate's very local, so you need to understand neighborhoods, you need to understand what is important in a particular area. And then it's a very long transaction. So on Amazon, you're maybe, somebody's kind of looking at a particular product, they may be buying it within minutes of actually finding that product on the site. Real estate can take a long time. I don't know if you've tried to buy a house, but it can take a while to figure out what you're actually going to go purchase. So all of these things contribute to making it, you need very different techniques in a real estate algorithm.
You've talked about the application. Let's talk about how you do it a little bit more. And you just talked about data. All good AI comes from good data underneath that application. And you talked about the variety of data. How do you get better data than, say, the next real estate company? And it seems like there's tens or hundreds of real estate companies. How do you do better than everyone else?
So I think where it starts is that, first of all, Redfin has the #1 real estate brokerage website in the United States. So we, as a real estate brokerage, just have more people on our site who are using our software, who are looking at homes, and we're able to really use that data in our algorithms. But also because we're a national real estate brokerage, we're able to see what's happening after someone clicks on a house. So I was talking about, did someone go on tour? Did they make an offer? Did the offer win? What does it take to win in a particular local market? We also have real estate agents who are employees of Redfin, and they live all over the country, and they're also putting data into the system. They're telling us what's happening with their customers. We're learning from them and how they interact with their customers as well. So that makes this really unique data set. And all AI is about data, like you said. And so if you have better data, you can make better algorithms.
Is there a way you can measure the success of the AI itself, right, in terms of the results, whether it's increased sales or reduced time that it takes for a user to actually find their house, which may actually not lead to better results from your side, but better results from ours? How do you measure the actual AI success versus, say, you're just superior data because you have a larger site?
Absolutely. So one thing that we're able to do is measure how our recommendations do compared with when someone comes to our site and they select their own saved search criteria, their own search criteria. So we see that people are twice as likely to click on a home that we recommend versus one that matched criteria that they set up themselves. So that's something that we're continually trying to improve. Another thing we look at, and if we move to our pricing algorithms, we're able, because we have human real estate agents who are working with customers, we're able to see if they're using the price that's recommended by the algorithm and maybe how they might fine tune that. So if the agent makes a change to a pricing recommendation, we can use that to actually feed back into the algorithm and make it smarter over time. So there's a number of places. I think you really have to look at every part of the funnel, every piece of the algorithm steps to try to figure out where you can make improvements.
Great. So yeah, just doing some dumb math here on my side. Forgive me, but if you double the effectiveness of the algorithm versus your baseline, does that mean that you're doubling your business and AI leads to 2x the results, or how do you look at that in terms of the bottom line and revenue growth?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, before when we look at before we had a recommendations algorithm till now, and a quarter of our sessions are coming from recommendations, that's all traffic to our site and apps that we wouldn't have had before we had a recommendations algorithm. And we can see very clearly that you need people to come to the site before they can go on maybe to work with one of our agents to go on and buy a home. So that's an impact at the very front of the funnel. And then if you move further down, when your agents are able to price homes better than the competition, that means you can sell your homes faster for more money. And we're able to measure that impact as well. So there's many places in the business where we're able to look at those algorithms' impact. And I think a lot of AI has kind of turned into these sort of science projects where you hire some really smart people and you say, where is the data correlated? Can you kind of come up with something that matches? But if you can't turn it into having an impact on the business, it kind of doesn't matter.
Thanks. You talk about diversity and fairness on the team when we were preparing for this, and I thought it was very interesting. Can you talk about how that looks like at Redfin and the results you've had from these practices of ensuring the diversity?
Yeah, so I think when you're in the real estate business, you really have to have an understanding of the sometimes reprehensible history that real estate has for racism and contributing to things like neighborhood segregation and redlining and all the rest. So take that responsibility really seriously. And I think at least part of that is building a diverse team that can reflect our customer base and maybe identify problems and solutions that you wouldn't find with a less diverse team. When I started at Redfin, I was the only woman on our Seattle engineering team. Today, we have 36% women on our tech team. We're also 10% Black and Latinx engineers as well. So those numbers don't yet reflect America and Canada, where we serve our customers, but the numbers have ticked up a little every year. It's true in our agents as well. So over the last 5 years, we've gone from 27% of our agents being non-white to 31%. That's 50% more than the national averages for real estate agents in the US. So when you start to build a more diverse workforce, you start to see that they approach problems differently. And I think we have some really measurable examples where more diverse teams have gotten better results.
Can you talk a little bit about that? Like what that diversity of the team has led to in terms of actual results and maybe how it impacted AI specifically?
Absolutely. So one of my favorite stories with this is we had set out to build automated tour scheduling. That's a really complicated problem in real estate because to set up a home tour, you have to know that the agent's available, the customer's available, also that the home is available. So can, the family that lives there clear out on a Sunday afternoon when you want to go see it? And often people are going to multiple houses. So we actually worked with Google directly on this innovative predictive travel time API so that we could actually figure out how to have an agent drive between all those houses, how to make that optimized. So it's a really intense algorithm. A ton of engineering went into it. And when we shipped the first version of it, it was very disappointing because people just didn't use the product. We couldn't get agents to open up their calendars. It was not hitting the success criteria that we had. And so we took a bunch of different approaches. The engineers kept coming up with different things. And then we decided to reform the team. And it happened to be that the new team that we put on it was more gender diverse. And it was striking how different the approach was that this team took. Almost from the first minute they were working on the problem, they said, let's stop coding. Let's start listening. And they did a listening tour where they run around to different markets. They spent time with real estate agents and they tried to figure out what were the actual problems. Like, let's not assume that we as engineers know exactly how to solve everything. And that different approach led to some changes to the software. And we put it out again, adoption tripled. And we measured the impact of that algorithm, that tour scheduling algorithm. It generated $30 million in additional revenue over an 18-month period of time. And we're continuing to use that today. So the benefits have continued to accrue to the business. And so I don't know if you can say, was it only the gender diversity of the team that contributed to it? I mean, I don't know that you can prove it, but it's just what I've observed time and time again, that a more diverse team has to spend more time listening and understanding each other, and they get better results.
That's fascinating. Now, you were the only woman on the engineering team in Seattle several years ago. How would you characterize the cultural change overall beyond that just one example, which is pretty powerful? But anything else you can say in terms of how you approach AI and the results from it?
Yeah. So another decision that we had to make at one point was what kind of data to feed into these algorithms. So I said, we're fiercely competitive with our algorithms. We want to be better at pricing and recommending homes than anybody else. And algorithms are hungry for data. The more data you give them, the more chances that algorithm has to be successful. But we had an engineering team that was looking at certain data sets like demographic data, socioeconomic data, and we could have chosen to feed that into our recommendations algorithm. But we decided that we didn't want to do that. We decided that our agents don't recommend homes based on demographics, and neither should our algorithm. And so we had to make some trade-offs. Like maybe in some ways we're making the problem of recommending homes a little harder for ourselves, but we also have to make a decision about what's right and what's benefits society overall. What's the right way to recommend homes to people? We decided to set that data aside.
Very interesting example, Bridget. We hear from a lot of companies about the cost of diversity and inclusion, right? You've seen some fallout from Google in the headlines around Tin Mint, one of their researchers who'd spoken at Transform last year, but she's no longer at Google, and so that ethics team has in some ways disbanded, or at least the leadership been let go or resigned. In part, it sounds like because of the resistance at Google to the cost of actually dealing with some of these conversations. I'm just curious how you look at it at Redfin. This idea of a cost, right? If you've got a big language AI algorithm you're running, and you have to clean up all that data, and maybe there's question marks about how the actual results will really differ. It'll slows you down. So that apparently is a cost that companies cite. Can you talk a little bit about that cost? You just referred to one. How big is that cost?
So I think the reality is that businesses are constantly making trade-offs between, do you do something that benefits your customer, your employees, for the benefit of your investors or society at large? And so this idea that these trade-offs are somehow kind of only happening to a greater degree when diversity is on the table, like it doesn't really resonate for me. I think that you always have to be considering your impact as a business on all of your constituents. And so, if you're going to decide that as a society, we have things like the Fair Housing Act, which say that real estate agents it is illegal to steer people to certain neighborhoods based on demographic and socioeconomic characteristics, then you should not be doing that in your algorithms. It's very simple to me. And if there is a cost, it should be borne by all businesses in the industry, and it's better for society that way. I think this
so
also
I'll put you on the spot.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to put you on the spot and say, are there occasions, right, because you are the chief technology officer, where you feel pushback from the organization, or you're maybe less sinister, where you feel like you've been limited on occasion from implementing full diversity and inclusion measures as a result of a cost?
Yeah, so I mean, we say that diversity is a priority for sure for Redfin. I mean, our executives have goals set around the representation of the company. We take it very seriously. It is not our number one priority, though. And so we do have to balance diversity among other initiatives for the business. And I think we have to have careful conversations when there is an impact on the business. So another diversity related decision that we made was about, it concerns something called pocket listings. And so pocket listings is when a real estate agent and a seller decide that they're not going to promote a home on the web or publicly, and they're instead going to try to sell that home only to an exclusive network of that agent's contacts, basically. So what that does is it means that that home is not available to the wider public. And there's so much research suggesting that this really harms people from underrepresented backgrounds. So we as a company have taken a real stand against that. We've worked with the National Association of Realtors, but it can put us at a disadvantage if people are trying to go work with a particular agent because they think they have some kind of exclusive inventory. We as a business have decided that's not what we want to do. We think in the long term, we want to have an equitable society. We want people to want to work with us who share that kind of vision. And we're not going to put those pocket listings on our site. And pocket listings are up 67% year over year as the market has gotten more competitive. So this is a really active problem in real estate, and businesses need to take a stand.
Right. So Bridget, one of the things you mentioned again in our prep was that you are fully on AWS as a cloud solution for your technology when you run AI. And it's interesting. I don't know if it's coincidental or whether this is a trend, but in conversations I'm having at Transform, we have Pinterest, they're on AWS, right? Intuit, all on AWS. There seems to be a trend here. Could you talk a little bit about how that has shaped your data infrastructure decision making at Redfin?
Yeah, so I mean, just a few years ago, these algorithms that we're talking about, they would have been cost prohibitive to build the way that we built them. I mean, it would have cost a fortune to set up all those servers yourself. And so we've been really excited to be able to adopt AWS's AI solutions. They have been really innovating at a rapid rate. The cost has been more in line with what we're able to afford to run all of these algorithms. And so we're going to continue to embrace those types of technologies while that speed of innovation is going along. I think though there's also a conversation about which technologies are appropriate to run in the cloud and which are more commodities at this point, where it would be cheaper to run things on your own hardware. And so we at Redfin take a hybrid approach to that. There are plenty of things that we run in our own co-location facility, and then there's other things that we're running in the cloud, and often cost is a big piece of that.
I see we're running out of time, but I wanted to make sure I asked one question is, what would you say is your toughest lesson that you've learned as an individual or as a company on this AI journey?
Yeah, I think one is to just make sure that you're really considering the people who are going to be using your algorithms. The first time we shipped our recommendations algorithm to real estate agents, we found that they weren't using the algorithm at all. It was this feature where we'd suggest these listings and the agent could quickly send an email to their customers, and they just weren't sending those emails. And we went and talked to the agents, and we realized that we hadn't put in a way for the agent to edit that list. So they couldn't remove a home that they'd maybe already talked to the customer about. They couldn't add one that they'd driven by on their way home from work. And so because of that, they couldn't personalize it enough to make it relevant to the customer. And so we had to go back and rebuild that. But what we learned is that you always have to involve the humans who are using that algorithm. That if you just have a set of engineers working in isolation, you're just more likely to build the wrong thing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, we're back live with Bridget for some Q&A, and I'm looking at the Slido app here for the questions that are rolling up. There seems to be, the first couple were around how do you make AI best recommendations? How do you keep pace with the rapid pace of the real estate market? There's also another one around criteria. How do you decide on criteria that you use as an indicator of success of recommendation? I group those two because it's talking about how do you make these decisions in these rapidly changing environments. And today, after all, is the automation theme. How do you automate these decisions too, Bridget?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what we've learned, and maybe it's obvious when you're in the real estate industry, but real estate is a very local business. So a home in one area that has a pool or a basement is going to be valued very differently from a home in another area where maybe pools are more or less valuable to the customers that are there. So in designing our recommendations algorithm, we have had to really think about those algorithms on a local level. So setting up things so that we feed in local data that is more or less relevant in a particular area, and setting up models that are trained based on that local area, because the wider you go, the less accurate your recommendations algorithms are. But then because we're a national real estate brokerage, we're able to see the efficacy of those recommendations. So we know if people go on tour on those homes, we know if they make offers, we know if they actually buy those homes. So we're able to see that whole picture, not just if they clicked and showed some interest in a home we recommended, but did they actually use that to get into their dream home?
Bridget, I can't help going back to diversity and inclusion. A couple of questions that are one up here as well around the topic. Again, this is Automation Day. We're focusing on it. You've addressed a lot of questions already in the last 20 minutes. Jeremy King of Pinterest, he talks about inclusion being a layer in their architecture. Can you talk a little bit about how you've talked about these individual decisions made by the team to make sure that bias isn't included? Can you talk about how much that is automated?
Yeah, so some of the automation just comes from what data we're actually going to feed into a particular algorithm. So I talked about this somewhat. You might not think of that as automation that's running side by side with the algorithm, but it is this upfront decision about whether you want your algorithms to use socioeconomic data, demographic data that could lead to some bad outcomes where your algorithms are actually biased. So I think the other thing that we do, though, is make sure that as we're recommending homes, as we're pricing homes, we do compare that with what our human real estate agents do. And so it gives us some ability to say, okay, if our algorithm is behaving in this way and our human real estate agents are behaving in this other way, what's the difference? Where are there similarities between the two approaches? Where are they taking different approaches? And that can give us new ideas to test. It can also identify potential sources of bias, either on the human side or on the algorithmic side, where we say, hey, that piece isn't really explainable in any way that we like, and so we should really change our approach.
Another quick question related, Bridget, is I mentioned in a previous question this trend of everyone relying on AWS. It seems there's a question here around that as a diversity and inclusion issue itself. Is how do you ensure a diversity of suppliers if you're all in on Amazon products, not necessarily knowing what's under the hood of what they provide in terms of some of the transparency around the data or the flows that are going into their tools?
Yeah, so while we have built our main machine learning algorithms on the AWS platform, we certainly are using a lot of other technologies. So we have worked with Google Cloud Platform, especially in some areas like image recognition and other things. We do have also some smaller experiments or setups across a wide variety of platforms, and also open source algorithms and modeling techniques. So we are taking an approach where we want to stay up to date on all the things that are available in the marketplace and be ready to switch from one platform to another if there are cost or innovation reasons. So that's why we're using Kubernetes, why we are using different technology choices that can be cloud agnostic if needed.
Bridget, unfortunately, we're out of time. I'd love to continue the conversation. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us at Transform.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much to Matt and Bridget. That was absolutely fascinating. Now we're going into our virtual networking and break. Now we're calling it a virtual break because you can do virtually anything you want. We can't see you. But my recommendations would be to stand up, have a stretch, of course get a coffee. If coffee's not your thing, maybe substitute for tea. But right below here, you've got the one-to-one networking platforms. Don't forget to connect with speakers, with attendees. Don't forget to visit the expo booth area and the VB Boss page. Remember, if you pop into the networking, you stand a chance of winning that $100 Amazon gift card. We'll be back at 11:10 Pacific time. Now, if you're wondering what that is in your local time zone, don't worry, we've literally thought of everything. You'll see the time of each session in your own time zone in the agenda, in the events page, everywhere. So look out for that. So please return in 15 minutes for an amazing fireside chat with leaders from Capgemini and analyst Maribel Lopez. See you in 15 minutes, everyone.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, And AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack. Seize the opportunity. Go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Couch, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machine's digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machine's autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us.
Well, welcome back, everyone, from your virtual break. I hope you enjoyed the networking areas. I hope you popped into the expo booth. And I hope that you took a stretch, got some coffee or some other kind of nice beverage. We are moving right along. Our next session is brought to you by Capgemini. We're very pleased to welcome Anne-Laure Touillon, Artificial Intelligence and Analytics Group Officer. Sorry, let's try that again. I might just rewind. Artificial Intelligence and Analytics Group Offer Leader at Capgemini, and Steve Jones, Chief Data Architect at Capgemini. And they are in a conversation with Maribel Lopez, Founder and Principal Analyst at Lopez Research, to help organizations navigate the route to building a sustained competitive advantage from data ecosystems. Anne-Laure and Steve will share concrete steps and best practices to accelerate with data ecosystems in the cloud. Please welcome Anne-Laure, Steve, and Maribel.
Hello and welcome to this VentureBeat Fireside Chat. We're here today to talk about the era of data commerce. I'm joined here today by Anne-Laure Touillon, who is the AI and Analytics Group Officer Leader at Capgemini, and Steve Jones, who is the Chief Data Architect at Capgemini. And I'd like to spend some time with these two individuals talking about the business impact of AI. Last year, I know Capgemini did a report on what it takes for enterprises to become data masters. And I thought it might be good to start with what are the key learnings from that? And Laure?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Maribel. So indeed, our Capgemini Research Institute did an analysis last year on how companies were doing, on data and AI on two angles. The first angle is what we call data behaviors, meaning how data technologies are really used by the business to change the way they take decisions on a daily basis, and how governance, development of data literacy skills are set up throughout the organization to really democratize the use of data and AI in the business. So that's the first angle. And the second angle, of course, are the technologies and the tools. For example, how they have progressed on moving to the cloud, how are they using machine learning techniques on their various forecasts, or just traditional analytics. So on the category of organizations that we classified as most advanced in both angles, we call them data masters. We found that only 16% of organizations would be considered as data masters. And the other thing we did with these data masters were to look factually at their financial performance. And we found a very clear difference. Data masters are 22% more profitable than their peers and generate 70% more revenue per employee versus average. And this is very powerful, as you can clearly see that for data masters, so companies where the business owns the usage of data and IT as a value enabler of that, working hand in hand with the business, it really translates into financial performance. It's not just a nice to have anymore.
Obviously you gave some pretty big numbers. You had 20%, you had 70%. So those might be some of the reasons why enterprises are starting to take it seriously. But in your own words, why now?
Yeah, so I think actually it's a very positive byproduct of the hype around artificial intelligence that started a few years ago. So, with the fear that jobs like legal, marketing, HR, finance were going to be disrupted by AI and automation, business leaders have started to really get into tech and understand how they could master their own destiny. And while they were evolving, from POCs towards production grade solutions, everybody realized that the first thing you need to do is really to master your data estate. And the second thing that happened is that more and more business models are interconnected. So when you see the rise of 5G for telcos, it actually creates an amazing new opportunity for them to monetize the data that travels their networks towards, for example, retailers that better want to understand buying patterns of customers. Or some other examples. I mean, what if you could run analytics on your logistics partner data to better optimize your supply chain? Or what if you could learn from drug discovery data from many pharma companies in order to bring to market safer drugs faster? And that's the example actually of Melody.eu, where you have 10 pharma companies learning from each other's R&D data thanks to the Oaken platform to take to market better and safer drugs. So understanding the business opportunity of what now we call data ecosystems, which we define as partnerships between organizations that allow them to share data and insights to create new value. That's actually the topic of a new report that our Capgemini Research Institute is publishing today. And one big finding, to go back to why the business is interested in all of that, is that the potential financial benefits of ecosystem-based data sharing can reach over 9% of the total annual revenue of an organization. That's huge. And if you dive deeper into the financial analysis of those companies who engaged intensively in data ecosystems, we found that they have 14 times higher fixed asset turnover, which means they generate more sales from their fixed asset, and twice the market capitalization. So, and beyond the financial impact, so we have found also that they have improved customer satisfaction by 15%, they have improved productivity and efficiency by 14%, and reduced cost by 11% annually in the last 2-3 years. So here again, you see that looking at sharing data with data ecosystems, at looking what is the value of their data, which is really the next stage of data monetization, it leads to real top and bottom line impact. And ultimately, that's really why business leaders are now considering data very seriously as a strategic asset that has material value.
I actually think that was the thing that we really needed to take AI to the next level, an actual set of business use cases. Steve, you've been talking to a lot of customers as well. Tell us about how AI is driving change.
Well, I think the point that sort of Anne's made is, why are companies looking outside their walls for data? Why are they looking to collaborate more on data? And the answer isn't, I just really like data. It's because what AI can do with it. If I can forecast my supply chain, as we're doing with a large CPG company, for instance, if I can forecast my supply chain, not just based on the data I have in my view, but the weather data, the logistics providers' data, the manufacturers' data, and add in the demand signals and pieces, suddenly I'm changing the scope of what I do. We really look at the fact that process models, businesses have been governed by process models, for a long time. But the process models stop at your walls. Data doesn't. This is enabling companies to look beyond the limitations of their business processes to sort of drive new outcomes. That means AI has to work in different ways. A great example, from sort of a consumer side is, you can't just put all the consumer data in the world into one place. Legally, you just can't do that. That's meaning companies internally even are having to look at this challenge of federating their analytics to get a global view of how people are buying baby products. Something I've been working with a CPG company recently on is, it's not just about how they're buying it in India. It's about how middle-class people in India, in Singapore, in Australia, in Europe are buying it. Has a lot more similarities than you'd expect. But I can't just bring it together. So the rise of federated analytics and data marketplaces, and that's really driving these new business models. So how AI is doing it is sort of the other way around. AI is doing it people are doing it because of AI. They're recognizing that they can actually have business decisions and make optimizations which are driven by things that aren't under their control, that aren't what they know. And that's really, I think, why we see these valuations and we see these impacts, is these literally are impacts that you cannot have if you just think within your four walls. So what AI is making people do is think beyond their processes, beyond their scope, in terms of what is the reality in which I live and who can I collaborate with. So the reason for all of this is because AI is driving better outcomes.
You know, one of the things I love about this is really this concept of building ecosystems. So it's basically integrating across your own data silos, but also connecting to external party data, external party services. And I think that gets you to one of the next levels. So, you know, there's many things that organizations can do to engage in these data ecosystems. But I'm wondering, from where you stand, how do people get started with AI and the ecosystems? I mean, it sounds easy, but building an ecosystem, you just don't press a button and you build an ecosystem. Steve, maybe you can pick up on that and tell us a little bit more about how that happens.
Well, I think the first one you've hit the nail on the head is the internal. It's most times we start with companies is the history of data has been build one great big database and everything will be magic. And then we found out every single time we've done that, oh, that doesn't work. So more and more what we're actually thinking about is forget thinking about that one magic database and start thinking about how your business collaborates. How do you enable your internal collaboration? How does marketing and the supply chain work together to have a demand-driven supply chain? So marketing is marketing what they will have in the store, not just what actually they'd like to be in the store. Those sorts of connections internally and thinking about your internal marketplace and collaboration is the first step. The second piece is really then to start looking at where are your inefficiencies with partners you can easily collaborate with. That might require you to use, some private data and add some sort of privacy pieces, or it might just be areas like supply chain where we can share this data securely. So we really recommend people learn about sharing internally, get over this hurdle of it's my data and it is precious, the Gollum approach to data, and really start thinking about collaboration is what we need to do as a business. And the more we make it a business collaboration thing and less we make it a technical platform, the more successful it becomes.
I absolutely agree, and it wouldn't be a good conference without at least one Lord of the Rings reference. Right?
Exactly.
Having said that, I mean, I think that there's so much going on in this space, and I know that a lot of organizations are struggling with the technical challenges. I mean, what are the new technical challenges this is creating, and how do you think we should be addressing them? I mean, Anne-Laure, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, absolutely. I mean, as Steve said, first of all, you need to think differently about your data infrastructure. So the logic of data warehouses we built 20 years ago, and guilty as charged, or even data lakes that we built 10 years ago, if they are designed in a monolithic manner where you think or you hope that you're going to get all the data you need into one single place, one data model, whether it's a single repository in the cloud or if you're still on-prem for some reason, it's no longer viable. So you need to think broader. As many organizations now operate also at regional or global level, and beyond that, you need to think again, federation and synergies internally for your own organization, as Steve said, but across geographical and organizational borders, and externally in order to be able to collaborate on data and insights with your ecosystems, your suppliers, your partners, your customers, companies that are either in your industry that you could learn from, or companies in other industries that are in the same end customer value chain than you. And in order to do this, you need to look at the new topics and architecture patterns like data mesh and federated learning. This is a must. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck in traditional data exchange patterns that will really limit your business opportunity. And of course, the other big topic that you need to look at is how do you address security, privacy, and regulation. So it sounds obvious, but if you don't look right from the design phase at what constraints you need to operate within, you're going to see your data ecosystems project stopped before you can get any value. So these are new technologies that you can leverage in order to get value from data while respecting and addressing those topics, like differential privacy, for example, with companies like Leap-Year. So for all of those reasons, what we really recommend is to start with reusable solutions that can help you go faster on the technology aspects, as Steve said, so that you can really concentrate on getting the value and what are the right business partnerships. So that's why we have built, 890. It's our AI and analytics marketplace with data and insights exchange capabilities, with over 200 solutions that our clients can use, so that really they can focus on the value and not on the plumbing, basically.
I think you bring in a lot of different concepts that organizations have to grapple with. And, I know that one of the things that a lot of companies have been talking about is just changing their culture to become more data driven. I mean, what's your advice on how to make that change?
Well, I think probably one of the sort of key pieces is first to recognize that there is no one culture. Unilever, who we've been working with for many years, their marketing department is a marketing department, right? Is to engage with them has required the building of coffee shops, literal coffee shops inside the organization, where the marketing department, data scientists and narrative people can work together to think and sort of imagine the art of the possible. That's not how we work with their supply chain team. That's not how we do supply chain forecasting. It's different mentalities. So one of the first things really about the culture of being more data-driven is recognizing the difference in culture and recognizing the difference in what success means in those parts of the organization. Turning up to the finance team with, we've got this incredible idea for new product development and all of those things. That's not smart, because they're about risks, they're about control, they're about those pieces. So the first thing of sort of driving a data-driven culture is to recognize the outcomes and the type of outcomes and the business model of that area, and then really look at what the collaborations drive in terms of value. That's the establishment sort of cultural change. Is there isn't a culture of data, like there isn't a data warehouse. It's about understanding this area is about cost reduction and optimization, and they think in certain ways. I remember working with a retailer once, and very deliberately their procurement department had chairs that didn't match. And the reason for that was that when they negotiated with people, it made people think, well, they don't have very much money, therefore it put them in a different mental state. It's those sorts of things that actually are important when you think about being data-driven, because that is being data-driven. That is being those cultural pieces. So recognizing that there isn't one size fits all and thinking more about collaboration than thinking about a homogeneity of culture is important.
I think perspective and context is so important when you talk about culture, but what does this mean for the CIO?
I think the easy way to put it is the CIO has a choice, like the CIO did in 2006. In 2006, there were two types of CIO. There were those that went, SaaS and the cloud is real, and there were those that went, no, everybody will always be in a data center. Those guys, and they were mostly guys, don't exist anymore. Now we have the same point. Now it's a question of, I have applications and I have databases and I have those things. No, you have data as an asset. Your job as a CIO is to provision data as an asset. What we've been doing with Capgemini using our IDEA framework is IDEA is all about the idea of industrializing the foundation. Nobody gains a competitive advantage by having a better data ingestion or a better storage mechanism for data. Industrialization, standardization. The CIO is about changing people's mindsets from data in tables to data as an asset. And the successful CIOs are the ones who will enable the business to manage data as an asset and not worry about which system or table it came from.
Wonderful. Well, we're almost out of time. So what one thing do you think people should take away from this? Steve, why don't we start with you, and then we'll wrap up with Anne-Laure.
So I think for mine is stop sweating the data technologies, stop sweating the infrastructure technologies. Industrialization, standardization, reduction of variation, and looking at how you govern data as an asset, not table storage mechanisms. That is, for me, on the technology side, the number one thing that IT organizations have to do.
Yep. And on my side, it's really about start thinking about the data you don't have and who you can work with to get it. Think basically of what you could do if you had access to that data to better know your end customer, to build new products. As an example, on June 10th this year, Sanofi, Capgemini, Generali, and Orange announced the creation of a joint venture called Future for Care. It's a health-focused startup accelerator program in Europe. And within this program, access to data is essential to build new digital health products. So all 4 companies will work together to provide startups with data relevant for their development in compliance with the applicable ethical and legal framework, of course. But you see, that's a great example of how a data ecosystem gathering telco, health, and insurance data will act as a foundation for new digital health services that startups will build.
Wonderful. Thank you, Anne-Laure, Steve. Looking forward to Q&A.
Thank you, Maribel. Looking forward to the Q&A too.
And here we are, back at the Q&A live with Anne-Laure and Steve. And I've noticed from my smartphone that we've got some questions that have come in. I'm going to jump right in because I think they're all good questions, and I want to see if we can answer as many as possible. Can you talk about how you use machine learning to accomplish goals at Capgemini? What are the goals, and how do you know your ML has been successful?
I think the first one is you start with the piece of the definition of success, right? That's the first thing about any machine learning model and any piece here is to understand how you're going to measure the success. It's not magic. In terms of what we do is, Capgemini done quite a lot, from autonomous trains and cars to antibiotic resistance in drugs and how you forecast the supply chain. But it all comes down to that piece. In terms of being successful with ML, it's important to understand what you're trying to fix. There is no magic button you press that an AI automatically solves everything for you. That's just not real. In order for AI to be successful, in order for your models to succeed, you need to know how you measure success and then judge it against that. And that's really about when it becomes a science. That iteration of the loop of a hypothesis, a goal, and then measuring about progress towards it is what makes data science, not just a random macro in an Excel sheet.
Brilliant. Okay. How do I become a data master organization? What are the top 3 big picture best practices I should follow?
Yeah, absolutely. So we get that question a lot each time that we're bringing up the topic of data masters. So first of all, I don't know if you know, but we have published a report on exactly that topic last year. It contains actually not really the magic recipe, but at least a list of criteria that you should look at in order to progress. And as I said at the beginning of the speak, it's that really you have to look at 2 angles. Of course, you have to have the right technology and tools. But also you have to work on the right behaviors, because if your business teams are not using the tools, are not using the data in order to change the way they are taking decisions, then you're going to go nowhere. And it's sometimes very human, because we don't like to be challenged sometimes by facts. We don't like to be challenged by, numbers that might not follow our intuition. But that's what is data-driven decision-making about. It's accepting to be challenged by data and correcting course in order to take better and faster decisions. So I guess in terms of top 3 best practices, it really depends on where you are on your maturity journey, whether you're already on your cloud and so on and so forth. But I would say first, review your data architecture for maximum flexibility. You cannot think monolithic anymore. You cannot think all of my data in one place. You have to think ecosystem. That was the topic of the talk today, really engaging with your ecosystems. And for that, you have to think it as a system. The second is review what is the part of your business that will solve the most burning pain points with data and AI. They are going to be your best friends in order to progress in your organization. And third, really work on progressing with the behaviors. You have to be able, and that also comes top down, you have to be able to challenge assumptions, to challenge how you're doing business on a daily basis with data. If you don't accept that, you're not going to progress on becoming a data master.
Okay, I'm going to try to combine two questions. They're related but slightly different. So one is, we were talking about data ecosystems just now. So how can health insurance providers collaborate in a data ecosystem, even though they are competitors? So that's one. And then sort of maybe something that fits with that is, can you share some examples of successful data collaboration?
I think the health insurance, there's a number one thing is about data privacy and how you do those areas. And there are a bunch of newer technologies, homomorphic encryption, where nobody gets to see anything, the algorithm is all secured, differential privacy, where you add noise to the result sets to ensure that it's anonymized in a much more sensible way than obfuscation, because it retains the value of the data, but actually adds the noise on the outbound signal. So that drives collaboration. In terms of the sort of examples, I mean, they'll pick a public one at melody.eu. Melody.eu is a health sector collaboration between drug companies and health providers to drive faster research. It's a great, and it's using homomorphic encryption with OKIN, and it really drives that change of thinking about how you collaborate, and those people are competitors. But the ecosystem as a whole drives new value faster because the health providers get access to drugs and treatments faster, and the research costs for the pharmaceutical companies is driven down because they get access to data that otherwise they wouldn't have. So I think it's a great example of both of those things in one.
Perfect. And Laura, any final comments? We've got 20 seconds.
Yeah, 20 seconds. So there's going to be another report actually that we're publishing on giving you many examples of the business outcomes that you can achieve by partnering. So it can sound a bit, a bit unusual to share data and to get competitive advantage, but that's really what the research is showing. So share and win, basically.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Maribel. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
Excellent. Well, thank you all. Thank you, Anne-Laure, Steve, and Maribel. That was fascinating. Special thanks to our session sponsor, Capgemini. In our next session, brought to you by Skillsoft, Levi Strauss & Company's Chief Global Strategy and AI Officer, Katja Walsh, will chat with Skillsoft's Mike Hendrickson about the business, technology, and operational challenges that Levi Strauss & Co. has faced in starting the transition to digital and how to overcome them to become a data-first company. So without further ado, please welcome Katja and Mike.
Hi, I'm Mike Hendrickson from Skillsoft Corporation. I'm here with Katja Walsh today, and we're going to discuss AI in retail. Before we do that, Katja, can you introduce yourself?
Certainly, Mike. I'm Katja Walsh. I'm responsible for strategy and artificial intelligence at Levi Strauss & Company. And I've been at the intersection of digital data and AI for my entire career of 25 years now.
So today, we know that everyone wants to leverage AI in their organization. So can you talk a little bit about what you're doing with AI and how specifically you're leveling up your human capital at Levi Strauss?
Yes, people are the most important part of artificial intelligence, actually. It's humans that have traditionally created algorithms. And yes, we may now have AI that creates AI, but it's still people that make it all happen. And at Levi Strauss & Company, we have a long track record of innovation, and we wanted to make sure that we have people with the right skills to help us implement digital data and AI capabilities throughout the company. So in the past few months, we launched an industry-first machine learning bootcamp through which we just trained 43 people. We took 43 people out of their day jobs for 8 weeks. And at the end of those 8 weeks, after very intense training, we call it bootcamp for a reason, they came out as certified machine learning practitioners.
So I'm curious, though, with Levi Strauss and AI, a retail company moving towards some real AI in their organization. Can you explain what made you guys think about going towards AI?
AI is a natural progression in a company like Levi Strauss & Company, which has been around since 1853 and has a track record of innovation. The combination of digital, data, and AI is just the latest set of capabilities that we are implementing to make sure that we continue to thrive as a business and as a brand. Some of the applications are centered around how we connect with consumers. In fact, we talk about our market as fans, not just consumers, but fans. So we use AI to create deeper connections through personalization with our consumers and fans. We use AI in order to create in a smarter way. We're digitizing our entire go-to-market process, and we use AI for smarter commerce so that we have higher profit margins, better optimization, and automation wherever possible.
So I'm curious, a lot of companies might think we just need to hire AI engineers and bring them in. Why did Levi Strauss go with the upskilling method of taking people you have and training them? I'm curious how that's working out for you so far.
There are two parts to this. One, a company that is just starting, especially if it has been in industry for a while, but a company that is just starting with AI may still need to hire people from outside. And we certainly have to bring in people from outside for a critical mass of skills that we would get so that they could also train others. But equally important for us is the opportunity and indeed the responsibility to take our people who have known the industry and the company and the way in which it operates and to give them those skills that they need. And it's this combination of knowing the business and the company and having the latest skills that makes them such a valuable asset for the company. So that's one part. The second part is that this is a great part of the culture and values of a company like Levi's. Levi Strauss himself personally funded scholarships for women back in the 19th century when women were not even allowed to vote at the time, and yet he personally put money to fund women for education. So this is just another example of how we're living the values of this company in terms of upskilling our people, investing in our people, giving them the skills they need, and also benefiting from the culture change that they will drive through the organization in implementing digital data and AI capabilities.
That's very interesting. So, Katja, so some of the organizational goals you have sound really right direction, but what inspired you to go down the AI journey path? I think it's very enlightening to hear how Levi Strauss, funded education for women. But what are the organizational goals today that are having you folks embark on this AI journey?
Well, as a company, we aspire to be the best apparel company in the world. We know that's an audacious goal, and we believe it's really important to have that big goal, but to also lead with our values and brands. So it's the what and the how that we do that. And part of the how is our digital transformation. It's harnessing this combination of the latest digital data and AI capabilities to deliver on this aspiration for the company. So as I mentioned earlier, Mike, it's just another way to live through the aspiration that Levi Strauss himself had, and it's just another way to make sure that we create and endure the connections that with consumers that we've had over the past century, and that we instill those and preserve them for the future. I'm really proud to work for Levi's. I don't know if I've mentioned to you, but I grew up in a communist country, and Levi's as a brand signifies so much more than apparel. It signifies democracy and freedom and the unattainable. And I will never forget the pictures of Levi-clad youth sitting on the crumbling Berlin Wall. So to me, the inspiration is about this combination of a platform for doing good in the world, the brand that's Levi's, creating amazing product that we are all proud to wear, and we urge people all over the world to buy better and wear longer. At the same time, using the latest capabilities around digital data and AI to make sure that we create in a smart way, that we connect with our consumers, and that we are healthy as a business so that we are around for the next century.
That's really, really interesting. So how does AI make Levi's a better company? And how is it going to benefit the people who work there and your customers? I'm really curious on, you're one of the bigger retail manufacturers out there, and how are you doing this? And what are the benefits going to be for you?
It's always important to start with the consumer. It's all about what we can do better for our consumers. So AI is no exception. We want to make sure, and we have put to work the capabilities around more data than ever before, combined with machine learning models to predict and provide a unique, predictive, proactive, and personalized experience for each of our millions of fans. In the US, in the past year, we launched a new loyalty program. We have over 5 million members of that program now. And because we're using data and AI in a new way, we're able to provide exclusive benefits that are personalized to each of those loyalty program members. That is, of course, increasing their engagement with the brand even more and making them even more loyal to us as fans. So this kind of deepening the connection with consumers is always very important. At the same time, we want to make sure that we are healthy as a company and we use technology and AI to streamline our internal operations. And this is where we have done things like automating how we manage our stores, automating how we predict the sizes that stores would need to make sure that, again, we meet consumers' needs, while at the same time being able to predict the optimal price at which each product will sell, which is very important because in the past year, when other retailers may have faced piles of inventory when stores were closed, we did not have to discount anything. Through this power of data and AI, we were able to provide the products that consumers needed at the price that they were going to pay. And we have realized as a result one of the healthiest margins in the last year or so of the whole company.
That's very interesting. So, Katya, there's a lot of reports, though, talking about how difficult it is to deploy meaningful AI products and services. So can you explain a little bit how a 168-year-old iconic company like Levi Strauss is tackling some of these speed bumps, both from a technical perspective and a human perspective, because there are obstacles, and how do you overcome them?
Yes, the human challenges are actually more difficult to overcome than the technology challenges. And I'm sure you know that, Mike, given all your experience and expertise. That's why we were so excited and continue to be very excited about this machine learning bootcamp and overall upskilling program. Yes, it's giving us the human capital and the skills we will need. Yes, it is also helping us drive a culture change, different ways of thinking, education throughout the organization. Most of the people that have just graduated with diplomas, with a commencement speech, with a real graduation ceremony, this just happened in the last week, those very same people are going back to their old jobs, but they're going to be using new skills. So they will be upgrading those jobs in that way. For example, we have someone in design who has already been so inspired, he's using a neural network to create entirely digital designs. Imagine this tracker, an iconic Levi's product, designed entirely digitally, perhaps even teaching a neural network to take in art images and superimpose those on the traditional product, done entirely digitally. This is just one example of how this particular designer, who is now a machine learning practitioner, is going to be changing the culture in the company. Another person who is a store manager at one of our big outlet stores on the West is going to be using data and machine learning to actually predict what she needs to have stocked in the store and what can be shipped to certain consumers so that there's always an optimal turnover of products. And I never realized just what an analytical job it was to be a store manager. And now I know that, and I can see that in action. Another example of how these machine learning graduates, bootcamp graduates, are going to apply these skills is actually in HR. We have 3 people who are going back to their HR jobs, and they will be instrumental in driving a new, they call it a Tiger Squad, on people analytics. Levi Strauss & Company is very committed to diversity. It is constantly working toward diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this kind of work, understanding our metrics, predicting what we need, optimizing around the world, always with a lens toward diversity, is a good example of how we're also putting this to work. So that is how we can harness technology and people together to make sure that we get the best of both and overcome the challenges that you mentioned.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about the people part. Can you speak a little bit more about your upskilling program? What steps did you need to take to deploy this program to the 43 or more individuals in your organization? How did you do that? How did you roll this out?
It has been a great experiment. It's actually the greatest experiment of my career. It is the first time that I'm aware across the industry and possibly across any industry that a company has taken people with absolutely no background in coding or statistics, and 8 weeks later turned them into machine learning practitioners. Yes, there are a lot of companies that would take people with previous experience, and maybe they're engineers, maybe they're statisticians. In insurance, we have actuaries, for example, that have done that, and they pick up the latest skills. What is different here is that we fully democratize this. Actually, our mission at Levi's is to democratize passion. And as part of that, we wanted to also democratize machine learning. So we wanted to open the opportunity to everyone, people in stores, people in distribution centers, and yes, of course, people in corporate. Everyone around the world. Levi's is a global company. So the application process was very important. That's step one. We wanted to make sure that we knew that this would not just be helping people who already had some skills get even better, that we would take people with no previous experience and basically train them for the first time. And we had people who had never seen code before, ever. But the step one was to design an application process that, while not requiring specific prior experience, it would still help us select people who had curiosity, problem-solving skills, and most importantly, perseverance and resilience to get through this. It is not easy to be practicing machine learning. It is not easy to be solving problems. So we wanted to make sure we got that right. And we did. Every one of the 43 people who made it graduated last week. Another big step was to also be able to adapt. So as we were going through the application process, we did realize that in addition to people who had never had any experience, we found a number of people who actually had some very good skills. They just hadn't upgraded them. And they were not always where you might expect them, for example, only in IT. They were throughout the organization. So at the last minute, we created a whole new classroom that would take people who had previously had experience and would teach them that. So we kept the promise of keeping it democratic and for everyone, but we also were able to accommodate people and not punish those who had previously had experience and teach them as well to take them even further. And then the third most important step was to make sure that we harnessed support throughout the company, that the whole leadership of Levi Strauss & Company was fully on board as sponsors and supporters of this, because we had to have people, managers, basically give up for 8 weeks people on whom they depended, in some cases, some of their best and brightest stars, and be able to manage without them for a significant amount of time. So they had to be on board, they had to support it, and they had to encourage it.
Excellent. So the last couple minutes we have, can you talk about a couple of the biggest lessons you learned during this whole process from both a positive and negative side? Like maybe one thing about the positive and then maybe one negative for us.
Well, on the positive side, it has been tremendously rewarding to see that it can work. As I mentioned earlier, this was a huge experiment, definitely an industry first, possibly anywhere in the world, to take people with absolutely no prior experience. So that was a challenge. And it was a lot of work. It was a study in Agile. Every day we had to make sure that we had retrospectives, and we did make daily adjustments. As one example, I mentioned that we had a beginner classroom and an advanced classroom, and we realized on day 2 that we had in the beginner classroom, for example, people who were more advanced. And so we very quickly had to move them to the advanced classroom, but we had to do it in a way that would not be threatening and challenging to people. So that ability to adjust daily, hourly, weekly was really important, and a lesson learned. Another lesson learned, I don't know if it's negative or not, but it's the importance of having everyone on board, having the managers on board, having that communication very clear throughout the organization. Yes, to the people in the boot camp, yes, to the overall leadership of the company, but also to all the other managers throughout the company, because they were the ones that had to make it happen. They were the ones that had to make it work without some of their best people. But they will also be the ones that will benefit the most from having these people back in their jobs with much better skills.
Excellent. So, Katja, one last note. What do you think Levi Strauss has learned from this whole process you've gone through?
Well, there are many lessons learned. I would say that what I think we have all become inspired by is this notion that AI can save fashion. As you know, the fashion industry has been not always the best citizen of our planet. Fashion, as I've learned myself as I've entered this industry, has been one of the biggest offenders when it comes to climate change. Levi Strauss & Company has always been an exception. It has always been a very sustainably led company, even before everyone else was talking about it, because it's part of our values, and that's just what we do, whatever is right, regardless of whether it's fashionable. But what we've learned through this latest application of AI is that we can be entirely digital. We can design in digital ways. We design what consumers need, so there is no waste. We price it in the best way for consumers so that it meets consumers' needs. And we are also very creative because there's nothing physical that can be a limitation for us. So I am now a believer that AI can save fashion because it can deliver us the sustainability, the creativity, and the profitability that a company like ours aspires to have.
Katja, thank you for today's discussion in AI and retail. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Katja, we have some great questions today about our conversation. Can you share how you selected people for your ML bootcamp? And what, if you don't know anything about AI or IT, is there an opportunity to start at the ground floor?
Let me start with the answer to the first question. Yes, there is absolutely an opportunity to start at the ground floor, provided you have the curiosity, the problem-solving skills, and the resilience to become a machine learning practitioner. So when we were selecting people for the bootcamp, we were not looking for prior coding experience or statistics knowledge, but we were looking for people who were able to solve puzzles and problems, who were curious and would just not give up in asking questions, and who had the perseverance to continue even when things are not easy, because this was a boot camp, not a summer camp, and because being a machine learning practitioner is always fraught with challenges, and we need to have the right attitude to overcome them.
So the next question, I really like where this was going. With auto ML and auto AI coming into the picture more and more, will it make data science expert less relevant? And how important will humans still be to ML?
Well, the world will always be full of data, and there will be even more and more data around us. And we want to make sure that humans are always augmented by machine learning and automation, and they're always in the loop. So no, data science will not become less relevant. It will be even more relevant in the future.
Excellent. So the third question I like here is, what challenges, if any, did you face in getting folks to engage and embrace learning on the job?
Well, that's a good question. Well, first there was the challenge of time. It is not easy to learn new things on the job if they're not already part of your day job. And we made sure that we would give the people in this bootcamp the opportunity to learn 24/7. So we took them out of their day jobs for 8 weeks. We put them in this bootcamp, and everyone in the company knew that they were not to be bothered for their day job, that they were there to learn completely new skills that they would then bring back to their job. So time was one, and that's how we overcame it. Another obstacle I'd say was confidence. Unfortunately, I personally saw a lot of women who struggled with the confidence about becoming machine learning practitioners. They had the chops, they had the brains, they had the skills, they just didn't have the confidence. And so it was part of the bootcamp to help people get that confidence and to cultivate that in every participant, to ensure that they would have the right attitude and feel positive about it. And then the third challenge I'd say was, we want to make sure we instill a lifelong commitment to learning, which is not about prescriptions and reading lists and exercises. We had those too, but what we were really teaching people was that this is a journey for life. And so we wanted to actually get away from this is the homework. We wanted to get into this is your life from now on.
Excellent. So another one that I'd like to hear your view on, can you give some examples of how AI has helped create new Levi's products?
Well, AI is already part of the fabric of Levi Strauss & Company. We use it everywhere in the enterprise, always starting with consumers. We want to make sure that the first benefits of this go to our consumers through personalization and our loyalty program. We have 5 million members of our loyalty program in the US, and they have all been benefiting from the knowledge and information and predictive powers of AI at Levi Strauss & Company. We are also able to create smarter, to get closer to consumers, and to predict exactly what consumers need, when, where, at what prices, so there is less waste in this industry. As a result, Levi's and the fashion industry, thanks to AI, can indeed have more creativity, more sustainability, and more profitability at the same time.
Katja, thank you so much for sharing all your experiences with us today.
My pleasure. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you so much, Katja and Mike. That was absolutely fascinating. I loved it. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with a fireside chat with Johan Gerber of MasterCard. That's in 10 minutes. Before we go to that, just need to make a special mention and thank Skillsoft for that last session. I really appreciate you allowing us to bring that to everybody here. So go take a short break. Be back at 12:10 p.m. Pacific time. If you need to check your local time, it's right there in your agenda. And now's a great opportunity for you to go and think about what you want to tweet with hashtag VBTransform. Don't forget, you've got networking down here as well. So make good use of these 10 minutes. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to keep things moving right along as usual, and here to discuss how MasterCard is using AI to better understand and adapt to risk. Please welcome Johan Gerber, Executive Vice President of Security and Cyber Innovation at MasterCard. And Johan is in conversation with Famida Rashid, Executive Editor at VentureBeat. Please welcome them to our online stage.
Hi, and welcome to Risky Business, how MasterCard is using AI to better understand and adapt to cyber risk. My name is Famida Rashid. I'm the Executive Editor of VentureBeat. With me today is Johan Gerber, the Executive Vice President of Security and Cyber Innovation at MasterCard. Johan, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, Famida. Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for having us and hosting this very important topic.
One of the things about AI and security, this track, is we want to talk about how we are using AI, artificial intelligence, in terms of making people safe, keeping people data, people systems. It's a very broad topic. And the reason we wanted you to come in and talk to us today is really focusing on connection, how people interact, how people transact online. There's just all kinds of connection. So I wanted to start off with that first. How should we be viewing the world? How do you at MasterCard view the world in terms of how we are all living online?
You know, I'll start off with saying it's probably the most exciting time to be in payments. I mean, this is the amount of, the evolution of the whole payment system has just been incredible to see and to experience. And the best thing is the consumer is really the winner out of this, because I think we have more options and choices to pay than ever before. Convenience is way better than it's ever been before. It's so easy nowadays to do things. If you think some of the new advancements where I don't even have to take my wallet out, I can just consume a service and move on. It is pretty cool, and we actually see that progressing even more and more. So what's happening is, on the surface for the consumer, you see this almost automated, frictionless payment experience. So think about an environment where I use any company that, for instance, take a ride with. I order the service, I get a call, they drop me off, I get off and I go on with my life, and the payment just happens. Where in the past you had to key in your number and find that 3-digit code and everything else, all of that's gone. Now think to a place where my printer will just automatically order my ink when it's done. My washing machine will start ordering something else. I don't even have to think about anything. It'll just happen. It'll show up on my door, and these things will just happen. Exactly right. But now, as easy as it is for the consumer, the complexity lies in the background. So, if you look at the slide that you've got at the bottom of the screen, we have seen the evolution of this hyper-connected world in the back end just explode. We've seen innovation happening faster than ever before. But it happens because not every company is innovating from A all the way through Z. We've got these third parties in the middle that are creating these wonderful experiences and new tech. And we basically use them as Lego blocks, creating all sorts of different solutions, experience for cardholders. And so the complexity comes in how we connect all these Lego blocks, everybody a little bit differently to differentiate themselves. Now, once I put all of this together, how do I manage security? How do I manage cyber risk when I've got, there's 100 or 1,000 different third parties connected in order to create that one experience for a consumer? I still have to make sure that I establish trust, integrity, and all those different things that is important for the consumer. How do I maintain that when I have all these third parties and everything else going on in the back, and data being running by different companies? How do I actually make sure that I don't create more friction and things don't break down at the point of interaction? That's the interesting piece, how we look at the world right now. It's really this hyper-connected, super exciting, but pretty complex world in the back end.
So when you're talking about the Lego pieces, though, are you talking about like how the consumers interact via an app? Or are we talking about the data processing that the service might do? What exactly are the data Lego pieces that you're referring to?
Yeah, so in essence, it's often will be a number of different services. It could be just how do I integrate an experience for my specific business that I have. So if I try to do a frictionless payment, like for instance the printer example, I may have to use a payments company on one end, an AI piece of AI that will search the web for my cheapest ink and what I need for my printer. I may need something else to do the authentication piece of my device. So there are all sorts of different types of tech in order to make one experience work that is as simple as my printer is going to order me ink. And it could be different one I have to do versus I'm a retail store where you kind of browse things, and while you're browsing things, I'm doing security checks in the back end to make sure that you are who you say you are, using biometrics. So depending on what kind of experience you want to do, we will use different services. The challenge comes in, how do I connect the dots between all these different services to create a seamless experience? So often it's not as easy. I call them Lego blocks, which sounds pretty easy, but you still need those little things that makes it connect to one another, which is the interesting, I think, problem that we're trying to solve, which is all around the data and how that all connects together.
So since we're talking about the connecting the data, we're talking about a process flow, it's a pipeline. Let's talk about the challenges here. What kind of challenges are we talking about? What is the data challenge here?
So let me give you a good example. Let's say we have a very simple experience of a consumer who wants to buy something online, right? So let's say I go to my browser or I go to my app, I open it up, I start browsing for something that I want, I click on buy, I put in my card details, or I already have it on file, depending on the experience. I go all through the checkout experience and I check out. So for us as a consumer, that's a pretty easy process that you go through, reasonably easy. I log on, I browse, I pay. In the back end, there are like 6 or 7 decision points that could actually introduce friction, that could actually make that whole experience fail or fall down. So the challenge that we have is when I log on to the website, this happens by some service provider that's providing this. They authenticate you are who you say you are. You're not a robot. You're actually a real person. You browse, you select something to buy. Now there's a merchant fraud system that will say, are you really who you say you are? And then there is the schemes like MasterCard and Visa that says, well, we think you are who you are. And then there's your issuing bank who actually gave you the card to say, well, we need to make sure this is Famida that's actually trying to buy this. So you can see how there's like literally 6 or 7 decision points. And the challenge is, how do we make sure that we pass the right levels of data between those decision points, but at the same time protect your privacy as a citizen so we don't share all the data with everybody else? How do we make sure that from a regulatory point of view, GDPR in Europe, the different consumer laws in California, different parts of the world have different regulations. How do we navigate that? Or if you're in a place like, for instance, India or in Australia or in China, where there are very specific laws around data that's allowed to leave soil or not allowed to leave soil, how do you manage compliance, yet provide that excellent consumer experience and keep the whole thing safe? So that's how, it sounds like this is pretty complex, which it is, but those are the challenges that we set out to say, how do we actually solve these things?
So even just digging down, you mentioned a little bit of the regulation. So that's a compliance aspect. We have privacy. There are certain privacy expectations that a user has that I'm expecting as a MasterCard user that my data is not going to be visible to someone else. And then you have the security aspect of just making sure you're storing and you're securing. Are these all different aspects of the process, or do you see them as part of a larger whole? Like how do you solve that? How do you view that within the data challenge?
Yeah, so actually I created a bit of a visual for us to kind of show you how we're thinking through this. So if you go to our next visual, it will show you the way we're thinking through this is there's the transaction component of it, and that's that inner circle that you see on this visual here. That's our typical credit card transaction. Then you have more banking type of transactions, which is what I call our financial sector. Now, in this digitally connected ecosystem that I talked about in the beginning, it's no longer just a transaction, because like I explained, the transaction could be part of a broader experience where the consumer is not even involved in it, like the printer example of my washing machine or whatever it may be. So there I need to think through, how do I think about cyber? And that's kind of another circle that we add around this. So that's kind of the thought process. And eventually I have to think about more systemic risk as I put these Lego blocks together. How do I think about the systemic risk? And in that process, obviously, is things like compliance. How do I make sure I protect your privacy first and foremost? Now, in the cybersecurity space, this is an interesting phenomenon because I need to protect the consumer. I need to make sure that all my systems globally knows if there is a cyber attack. so that, I can't, so as much as I want to isolate things, we need to understand if there's a cyber attack and actually put all our systems around the world on alert to say there's a cyber attack that originates, let's probably call it in a place in the United States or some other place, so that other systems know that could come to them. So how do we actually do this while maintaining your privacy? And we actually came up with a concept of what we call collaborative AI, connected intelligence is another way of saying it, of how we want to think through, can we connect the dots between these various systems by sharing intelligence or outcomes and not the underlying data. So by not sharing the underlying data, but sharing confidence levels and outcomes, I can maintain your privacy. I don't have to say this is you or is your card. I can just say this person passed the first test and passed it really well because they used a biometric that we all trust, and there's a high level of confidence and reputation in this. So therefore, as I go into my next risk evaluation, or I can say, you know what, this looks like a cyber attack. So now I can put my systems on alert, but without having to say it's this person, your address. I don't need all of those underlying data details, but I do need the outcomes. So the collaborative AI is basically how AI systems can actually share outcomes as variables. So the outcome of the model becomes the input variable to another model, and so forth. And so we can pass them down the line, but I don't have to commute all the underlying data all the way through the same process. And that way I can leave your privacy data where it is. I can protect your privacy, but the machines can still know there's something wrong with this event, and therefore I may need to adjust my decisioning systems and so forth.
Okay. So that is actually a perfect way, because I'm now going to say, okay, these are all really great ideas and just great goals. How did MasterCard do this? How did you accomplish all of these solutions?
Yeah, so interestingly, how we approach this is we approach this very much from a from a platform approach. So, and if you actually created a visual for us for the platform as well that we can take a look at, but at the low end, you have the raw data that comes in, and this is, we use all sorts of technologies like Hadoop and others that are real time streaming clusters where data can come in real time, various sources of data. That then goes through it. If you look at the left hand side of that slide, you can see you've got your ingestion at the lowest level. Out of that, we create these intelligence blocks. So these are not the raw data, but these are basically derived variables that we derive from the underlying data that goes in there. Out of those derived variables, so by the time you get to a derived variable, we've now applied a layer of compliance checking, data governance checking, make sure that our models are not biased over certain things. We've kind of basically did all the scrubbing, the regulatory input scrubbing of what we need to do on that data to make sure that we don't abuse anything. So that goes into that layer. Let's call it our governance and our privacy layer. That then feeds into our intelligence block. This is data that we can now use freely within the system. That's within the realm of everything that's okay from a privacy and a data governance point of view. Out of that comes our products or our decision analytics. This is where we build our AI models. And then on top of that, you actually build your products. Now, the great thing is, depending on where you are in the world or what kind of product, you basically use different capabilities of the platform and you put them together. So on this platform that I explained here, we probably have more than 15 different individual decision products that run, but they all use the same building blocks, the same types of intelligence. In that way, we can share the intelligence between these systems without really have to share, the underlying data that sits kind of protected from the rest of the system.
So is this the area that would differ depending on if you're a bank or a store, or just like, is that where we would see the differentiation across industry?
So think of a layer here where the top layer that you see there, the customer access is an API. So let's say you're a retail store that is trying to do this transaction. You're trying to buy a piece of clothing or something else. They can use our API. I've got all of these elements of somebody trying to buy a piece of clothing. What do you think about it? And we can run that through our different analytics engines. Keep it in isolation. Now, when your bank says, this retail store, Famida is trying to buy something at this retail store, we will now know that the retail store already checked on this transaction. Now your bank who issued your card, who has to say, yep, I approve this transaction, they also come and ask the same question from our API. We can actually link these things and say, yep, this is the same thing. And by the way, we already passed you here. So therefore, I can communicate with confidence to your bank and say, from a risk point of view and a cybersecurity point of view, we think this is a good transaction. As long as you can confirm she's got money in the account, this transaction can get approved. And that's kind of how you build these blocks together. But we don't have to move the data. I don't have to share what the retail store knows with your bank, not what your bank knows about you. I don't have to share that with the retail store, but we can actually service these individual requests. And over all of this, we look at not just your transaction, we look at the billions of transactions that flow across our network, all in real time, and we can say, not just at the individual transaction, things are looking okay, but at the aggregate, are we seeing a spike in transactions all of a sudden coming from a retailer that we don't expect? Does that indicate that there's a cyber event in there? So the way in which our AI works, which is actually interesting, is we look at each individual transaction independently, and we say, does this transaction look secure? And then we take all of them together and we say, the volume that we see for this retailer, the volume that we see for this country, for this ATM, for this, and we can bring it at different layers and different levels. Does that make sense? And that could be indicative of there's a cyber attack. And so we actually across multiple layers, and then we can say, look, there's something wrong going on here or not.
So with the cyber attack itself, so if the AI detecting, okay, there's something wrong here, the attack, this is fraudulent, this is not who they say who you are, what does the platform return? Like, what did the retailer see, or what did the bank see? What is the message that they're receiving that they can then take appropriate steps?
So typically there is not a lot of detail that gets shared, and that's good and bad. It's good from the point of view that the information is not, the intelligence is not always shared, because we have seen criminals actually imitating a retail store.
Right.
And trying to run these transactions. So let's say I buy a bunch of card numbers from the dark web out there, which were stolen or hacked from somebody else, and I create my own little store, and I just run these transactions through. If we could provide too much detail back, they will get all the reasons as to what's happening, and they could unfigure how the AI works. So we're very limited in terms of the amount of information that we pass from parties, but there's enough for them if it's a legitimate transaction that they can have a conversation with you and say, look, this transaction didn't work out for this reason. But the underlying details and the underlying data will never be shared for the reasons of your privacy and all of that. So those pieces are important. Now, in the cyber world, what we can do is not only can we say we decline this transaction, we can actually go down to the point of saying, we think this is a systematic attack on a retail outlet or on an ATM. And the AI will actually automatically start intervening and say, I'm going to throttle, I'm not going to allow any transactions for more than, let's say, $50 at this retail store for this specific type of card. So you can actually do a couple of different things. But the good thing is that we figured out with this collaborative AI piece is we can actually have independent AI components all talk to one another without sharing the underlying data, both driving decisions and actually automate remedial actions if there is an attack as well.
And that's how you're also going a little bit past just the cyber, because you're thinking about the physical aspect, you're thinking of it from a retail aspect as well. Is there a way that you can consider AI just going beyond cyber risk?
Oh, absolutely. So AI literally is sprinkled through just about everything we do within our network in our company. And the collaborative AI allows us to do these things because under law, we're allowed to do certain things for fraud, but I'm not allowed to use that data for marketing. But the collaborative AI actually allows us to still do that and stay compliant. And that's why I think the use of AI goes well beyond just obviously the fraud aspects.
Okay. So on that note, Johan, thank you so much for your time today. We have a better understanding of how MasterCard is using AI, and we appreciate your efforts and your explanation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramiro. Thanks for having us. And I appreciate the ability to kind of speak to your audience as well around some of the innovations we're doing here.
Hi, Johan. The questions have been coming in fast and furious, so we're going to just start right away. The first one is, how do you architect a system with privacy, security, as well as compliance as the foundation? And knowing that things evolve, how do you make it flexible?
Yeah, that's a great question, and specifically as organizations think through that question, kind of what we described a little bit in that slide with the platform approach. That I think is going to be really important. Now, before you even get to architecture and all of that, you have to start with the principle of, a policy and a framework. How do we think through and consider as an organization, how do we want to deal with data? So for instance, MasterCard has a AI governance and data governance policy, which says, there's 4 principles for us. We believe the consumer owns their data. We believe the consumer should understand and know what happens with their data. The data should be used to their benefit, and they should have control over that. So, if you think about those 4 principles, then everything gets built around that, and that takes you into how do I architect it. Now, as you go into the actual architecture, we believe you have to segregate some of your technology components, right? So the components that deals with your data analytics should be separate from those dealing with your actual products that gets a desired outcome. And it starts with the concept of what we call data labeling. So every piece of data gets a label. So for instance, if you take a financial transaction, somebody wants to buy something on a credit card or a debit card at a store, there's about 200, 300, 400 pieces of data that gets communicated from that machine or the online website or your app to the MasterCard systems and to your bank systems. Each one of those pieces of data, we call them data elements, gets a label to say this is PII data, so meaning it's personal identifiable data. This is sensitive data. This is data that's just open. Anybody can use it. There's no danger in it. So every data gets a label, and then as the data traverses the various systems, that label determines what the data can or cannot be used for. Who can access it? Who cannot access it? Can it be aggregated? Can it not be aggregated? And so forth. So I think just that principle is really important. And then if you go through those layers of the architecture, then if you do it right at the foundation, then I can do privacy by design and I can do security by design. So maybe that's a bit of a framework that people can use as they think through how to do this by design.
Okay. I think then the next question is a little bit tactical, but which biometric is safest? Are we talking fingerprint, face, voice? I mean, we're trusting money. So how do you kind of think about this in terms of which biometric to go with?
That's a very interesting question. I don't think necessarily we would think in terms of which biometric is the safest. What I can tell you is there are so many. I think there are more than 20 different types of biometrics that various types of companies use. To your point, whether it's your face, your voice, we even have things like passive biometrics, right? You type the way you interact with your device. Am I holding it with my left hand, with my right hand? What angle do I typically use? Do I type one finger? Do I use both my fingers? These are all different types of biometric. What I think is the right question is to understand how biometrics are being used. And most systems today will not store the actual biometric. What happens is you take the biometric, through an algorithm, you turn that biometric into a numerical value. And that's what gets stored. So if somebody breaks into the database and they steal the numeric value, it'll be impossible for them to recreate the biometric. So those are the kind of systems we look at. How do we design that? And so from that point of view, it really doesn't matter in terms of privacy or security, which biometric, how you deal with that. That's really important. And the other thing that we find is that as a result of how we interact with our personal devices, it seems like facial recognition is the one that many consumers are most comfortable with on a personal device when they do it. You've seen a lot of media around facial recognition when I, for instance, walk into a store and somebody uses that. I don't think the consumers and the public do like that option, but certainly from a personal device, it seems to be the most acceptable. The other one is fingerprints, which is a close second, I would think.
Okay. During your session, so this question specifically refers to the consumer's data. You mentioned that you use the outcome of a consumer's data without looking into their data. Can you explain further how you do this?
Sure. So at the base level, when we take the first, like I said, if you do a transaction at a store, let's say you use your MasterCard card at a local grocery store or anything else, there's like hundreds of pieces of data that flows with that. That data is just normal there for us to make a decision. Can we approve the transaction or not? The moment it goes through our decisioning systems, most of that gets aggregated. And that's when I then no longer need the underlying data. So for instance, I can say we had a transaction on a card number that had a risk score of, let's say, a 70% chance of this transaction being fraudulent. That outcome can now carry through because the only thing that gets communicated is a card number and a risk attribute associated to it. But I don't know whose it is. I don't know what they bought. I don't even know what the amount is for. So none of the underlying data needs to carry through the rest of the process, but some aggregated set of data and the outcome, as I said, what was the assessment on that transaction? Because that is important the next time I look at a transaction on that card, or the next time I look at a transaction at that retailer. So let's say I'm looking at a store who typically does, I'm going to make this up, a small business does, let's say, 100 transactions a day. All of a sudden, I see 300 transactions going through there in an hour. Now my risk has changed. I don't need to know the details of every transaction, but the fact that I know there's 3x in a day happening in an hour, that's an important piece. So I can do those outcome calculations without necessarily transporting all the underlying data all the way through the system. I only have to remember the count. I don't have to remember every card number, every piece of item that was bought, and so forth. So I hope that helps and explains it.
Thank you so much for that. We're out of time. Johan, again, thank you so much for joining us today. And back to you, Stuart.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Thank you very much, Johan and Famida. So we're going to take another break. This is your opportunity, as usual, to go down there, use the one-to-one networking, check out the expo. Make sure you go and check out the expo. You have lots of different things that you can do in your breaks, as well as, of course, getting up, having a stretch, maybe grabbing another cup of that sweet, sweet coffee, or, of course, tea if you're not as mad on coffee as I am. We're going to be back at 12:50 Pacific time. Local time is in the agenda on the website. We pick that up and we tell you exactly what the local time is. And that will be for our first panel discussion of the day. I'm going to leave it as a cliffhanger and tease you a little bit, but of course you can always look at the agenda. You won't want to miss it though, trust me. We'll see you back here at 12:50 p.m. Pacific.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected, and and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're going to keep things moving right along with our first panel. This session will focus on the big trends in how AI can contribute to more effective healthcare that produces better outcomes for everybody. Please welcome our panelists, Dr. Joe Colarafi, System VP and at Clinical Data Science and Analytics at Common Spirit Health, Dr. Doug Melton, Head of Clinical and Customer Analytics at Evernorth, which is a subsidiary of Cigna Corporation, and Dr. Taha Kassout, MD, Director of Machine Learning Healthcare at Amazon Web Services. And they will be interviewed by our moderator, Shuchi Rana, GM of Events at VentureBeat. Please welcome them all.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. I'm excited to welcome our panelists, Dr. Joe Colarafi, System Vice President, Clinical Data Science and Analytics at Common Spirit Health, Dr. Doug Melton, Head of Clinical and Customer Analytics at Cigna, Dr. Taha Kassout, MD, Director of Machine Learning Healthcare at AWS. Welcome all. Thank you for taking the time. In the interest of time, let's get right to it. Today's topic is big trends in how AI can contribute to more effective healthcare that produces better outcomes for all. So our first question is, from your perspective, what are some of the biggest trends you're seeing in the healthcare space in regards to AI and data, and what are you all most excited about? Dr. Joe, if you'd like to start.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think the area is really broadening out and becoming more of real life in medicine. I work in a large provider organization, so my perspective is mainly from experience in that area. But I think breaking it down, it's really fitting in well into the digitalization of healthcare and the practice of medicine in 4 important areas. And one is Care Anywhere, which we're very familiar with over the last year. The other, of course, is consumer experience. And then my passion in improvement in healthcare and reduction in patient harm. And then also the simplification of healthcare for our healthcare workers and maintaining their health. I think those are the 4 important areas where we're using modeling, prescriptive analytics, and AI in there to improve outcomes.
Great. Doug? Would like to go next?
Yeah, I would elaborate to what Joe just said, specifically in areas 3 and 4, around the ability to be more intelligent and looking at waste and to some extent fraud and abuse, but particularly waste and quality in a way that before we had unsupervised learning, it was harder to do. You sort of had to be prescriptive in your hypotheses and sort of play them out. I think now we have the ability to see, where's medical waste being done? Where are we seeing over testing, underutilization of testing, et cetera, in a way that is sharper. And again, I use the word more intelligent because we're able to use algorithms to solve for these problems versus us. So I wouldn't add anything to the 4 that Joe said, but would speak to the 3 and 4 around quality, because you can look at waste and quality and kind of bring them together. To his point around number 4, it does make sort of provider or clinical action easier. And then in terms of the consumer perspective, it allows you to see, hey, when I go on this patient journey, this is the one that I think is going to navigate me towards the best outcome, where this other one may have a lot of noise in the experience and make it less favorable in terms of the final outcome. Thanks, Suji.
Taha, thank you. Taha?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we look over the last few years, I mean, we've seen a couple of things come really nicely together. I mean, there's been an explosion of available health data from digitized medical records, genomics, and wearables, but also an advancement and machine learning and areas such as natural language processing, speech recognition, and generation, as well as machine vision. So, and today, healthcare organizations across the globe start to adopt machine learning to improve patient outcomes, but also accelerate decision-making in the process. And there's a number of key areas where machine learning, for example, being applied across industry that we've seen, things from improving, accelerating diagnosis, be it precision diagnostics using genomic sequencing or early state cancer detection of advanced cardiac visualization. Another area is improved care delivery. I mean, one of the important ways to improve patient care is understanding and analyzing the insights and relationships that are often trapped in free-form medical texts, including hospital admission notes and patient medical history. By pairing the individual health with predictive analytics, machine learning can improve the lives of these patients by personalizing care experience. And also the overall value for the care delivery system, such as reducing readmissions, clinical utilization, also help people live in healthiest lives possible. And that goes beyond just the clinical aspects, but also administrative aspects, such as realizing operational efficiencies and getting at the waste in your system. Throughout healthcare, modernizing care infrastructure, it remains to be a big topic. I mean, maintaining up-to-date health record is a fairly involved process with complicated health records, but machine learning can help simplify that, and we're seeing that across the board using document classification, natural language understanding, such as text extraction and speech, and which provide the foundation of now where you can have managed your entire population, not just a subset of it. While also ensuring that you protect the patient privacy. This is a critical concern for every healthcare payer and provider. And machine learning is helping reduce, for example, cybersecurity threats and security and increasing security assurance.
Great, thank you. Perhaps double click on the first question. If you're able to speak to some of the case studies where AI has generated ROI, and how have you gone about doing that? And one or two results that you were probably wowed by using AI, and that you probably would not have been able to do using conventional methods. So if you're able to share any specifics. Doug, how about we have you go first?
Yeah, sure. Happy to get started. So a couple different examples. I'd say the one that probably is most recent, and so a couple examples, and we've used AI in terms of looking at pre-certifications with radiology to figure out how do you actually Todd's point a few minutes ago about using NLP, we've used it there. Most recent did it with some of our diabetes management work. I see stuff that has hard ROI connected to it. Those other two do as well. The outcome and the value prop there is not just ROI, but provider satisfaction, customer experience. So it's a suite of outcomes, not just TMC, total medical costs. I'd say the one that's probably most prominent most recently would be our early detection cancer ID models, particularly lung and breast, and being able to identify in advance, again, using some elements of NLP from images, as well as a lot of our traditional claims data, to be able to understand who we believe may be an early indicator of having a cancer before their first confirmed cancer diagnosis, both through pathology or through claims. That's been super helpful, less about sort of showing accuracy and efficacy, and more around, particularly for oncology, that journey really starts with that referring referring oncologist. And so being able to get to, before you even start making that care path journey, to say, here's a suite of services that are available for you, behavioral health, FML if you need to take time from work, starting that conversation much earlier to be more holistic medicine, not just here's where you're going to go for your radiation therapy, has allowed us to drive tremendous TMC savings because we're able to set this person up for a care journey. And we're seeing these savings really over a 3-year period. And that's quite incredible if you think about sort of the duration of a typical oncology case, particularly for breast and lung. So that's a real example in which early detection is allowing us to start people on care journeys that are more appropriately and guide them to the lower cost, higher quality settings. Thanks.
Well, I'm gonna stick in my bailiwick in the provider space. It's very important, all the operational type of efficiencies you can measure and then operationalize. One of the ones that we were working on recently was a dynamic mortality index for ICU patients to help us with ICU utilization. There's no reason, if you can accurately predict somebody's mortality, which can be done with really open source algorithms that we refine with high statistical performance, why a patient with a 1 or 2% risk of mortality is in an ICU bed for really an extra hour. And so, whereas, and especially with the ICU demand from something like COVID, that would have really come in handy when you really had to ration ICU time. But nonetheless, it is one of the more expensive, locations in the hospital to use other than the OR. And so that was very helpful to do. And I'll just mention one other, which a lot of organizations have tried to look at that we were able to do with more advanced modeling, and that is provider attribution. So you have a goal to reduce length of stay, average length of stay within an admission. You have a goal to reduce hypoglycemic events with AI models. But then there's 6 doctors or advanced care practitioners taking care of that patient. And so who do you talk to when those metrics aren't being met? Because it's very hard to show that accountability when there are 5 or 6 providers on a case. So we developed an algorithm that we called Smart Provider Attribution, which actually validated against manual abstraction from the chart of who would be responsible for that care and who would be responsible for surveys and HCAP scores and so forth. And it was very well accepted. So again, it's a blend of the statistical performance and the accountability that we need in inpatient care.
Great, thanks. Dr. Taha?
Yeah, I mean, so just to further build on these uses also, I mean, if I was just to zoom back a bit, is over the last decade, we have witnessed great digital transformation in healthcare through the adoption of electronic medical record, organizations around the world capturing huge volumes of this information every day. The issue here is the data is highly contextual, but also heavily multimodal data, and much of it is unstructured information. I mean, it is sparse, it's longitudinal, it's highly dimensional. But if also marry that with machine learning is great for contextual, unstructured, sequential data with much higher feature space, of course. So this is really great way about how we can start applying the machine learning advancements into the health world. We recently launched Amazon Health Lake. The whole purpose of it was it's a purpose-built service enabled by machine learning in order to help many of these customers to store, structure, and index information at petabyte scale. But it comes with integrated natural language processing that understands and has been trained on medical context to be able to extract meaningful information from the unstructured data, but then map it back to the right ontology, clinical ontology, whether that's for diagnostics, for drugs and medications, and also retain the context. One great example I can double down on is how you can manage an individual in a population based on their characteristic, but then be able to manage the entire population and be able to stay ahead in the game. We work very closely with Cerner. Cerner is a U.S. supplier of health information technology solutions, known for its medical record, inpatient and outpatient. It has been deploying an interoperability solution that pulls together anonymized patient data into a longitudinal record that can be developed along with physician correlations. But coupled with other unstructured data that we're able to look into, we were able to help 15 months in advance a detection of one of the most troublesome chronic conditions called congestive heart failure. I mean, CHF is major healthcare concern, nearly 1 million new cases in the US every day, and where the direct and indirect healthcare costs can exceed $30 billion annually just in the United States, and compound with many other issues operationally, how you can get ahead. So get in 15 months in advance is, we built a recurrent neural network model based architecture on the achieved area under the curve of 0.92 for predicting the onset of CHF. Using a 12 months observation window on a very large cohort, 216,000 patients. What we would believe this to be the largest study in CHF onset prediction. But the great thing is also we learned quite a bit in this process about how we can use readily available data from the medical record to be able to propagate. And also learn from this one model, so that way you're not just building one model at a time, but be able to use fairly common features across many other diseases, chronic conditions and acute conditions, and be able to leverage the same approach to do that. So a model capable, for example, here, predicting onset of congestive heart failure months in advance. In the future, with this level of accuracy and precision, you can imagine how it can support practitioners and to implement risk factor reduction strategies, and also for research to begin systematically to evaluate these interventions in order to delay or avert development of disease with high mortality, morbidity, and increased significant costs.
Great, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So healthcare is a field where we deal with human life and human health. What guardrails do you think we should put on AI, and to what extent can we leave it unsupervised? And how do you maintain that balance of AI versus human involvement in decision making? Thoughts on that? Joe, maybe have you kick us off?
Sure. I think there's an ever widening gap between the technology and the ability in the software and the higher part of the stack, which Taha and Doug have mentioned here, in the ability to model, use neural networks, and so forth. But we always have to apply that to statistical performance and to believability and credibility by providers. And so if you cannot, a lot of times with diseases that we're predicting, like sepsis, you only have a 6% prevalence. It's very hard to get a very high predictive value without using more advanced machine learning. But if you don't want to release a model that only has a 40% predictive value, which most of them off the shelf does for sepsis, because 60% of the time that means you're firing off false positives, and that means thousands and thousands of alerts that are, noisy alerts, as we call it as clinicians. You really need to get that up to 60 or 70% positive predictive value to sell that and make that credible. So you're balancing that statistical performance, which might be good in other operational settings, but when you get to the clinical end, you're going to have to get above 50% positive predictive value with less false positives. And it would be a shame not to do that, because your sensitivity may be good. You're catching most of the sepsis cases or the hypoglycemic cases, but if they're wrong 2/3 of the time, providers are to continue to ignore it. So I think that's the gap that we need to close in translating and working on better statistical performance, and then translating into that, what that means for this simplicity of healthcare, where it's believable, incredible, and usable.
Great, thank you. Doug?
Yeah, I'm going to actually bend the question the other way and say, instead of putting more barriers on, we probably should take more barriers off, and barriers specifically to data. And so one of the quests that I've been on for quite some time now has been able to say, if you want to actually understand a person's healthcare outcomes and their healthcare journey, you actually have to understand everything about that person outside of healthcare. I mean, there's some clinical components to it, like genetics and whatnot, that are very helpful. But being able to understand who's recently gone through a divorce, who's stressed out from dealing with a child at home with autism, who's recently was laid off, those types of information, who doesn't have access to a PCP within 20 miles. Answering those questions will be just as powerful as having any pathology or radiology scan come through. And I think that's kind of the next step in this evolution, which is, as things like price transparency have come down first through the hospitals from the government, and now it's coming through the health plans and our PBMs. As we have more and more transparency, we seem to keep anchoring that just on the medical home and the medical system. I don't mean medical home in the sense of ACOs, but in the medical domain of data. And I think we really have to move to a world where we unlock that and start to bring in elements of social determinants of health, elements of historical past stress and anxiety, and elements of home and infrastructure to help us have a more holistic version of an individual. And when we do that, I think we can have whole person medicine, not just acute care management, which seems to be happening the majority of the time in the inpatient setting today.
Thank you for saying that. Amazing perspective. Dr. Taha?
Yeah, further build is it's very important to understand machine learning is just a tool in a toolbox to help us really make sense of the information that's presented in front of us. But when in the real world, when you develop a model, the model is going to drift, and the ability for us to understand how the model drifts in reality and where the biases are, you really got to go back all the way to also understand what went in the model in the first place. Machine learning is known to be more of a oftentimes where you need to kind of discover all these hidden layers that went through. But to us is fairly important that understand the data drift and the model drift. And when it comes to healthcare, interpretability is valued incredibly highly in healthcare. So I'll give you a couple of things just from the heart failure example that I just referenced. As an attempt to interpret the model, we presented a temporal analysis techniques looking at false positives to attribute features importance. That is, instead of looking just at the cluster as a whole, we can look at temporal changes across all false positives in the test corpus. But also here, and we also understood and learned is other techniques might help us better identify controls much earlier, which can also help in the operation of these models. Back to Doug's point, that we also found out that a lot of information is trapped in these medical notes because they don't necessarily just capture the biology of a patient or claims, structured claims for billing and revenue cycle, but also the clinician's beliefs, how we are trained as clinicians to make a judgment along the way in actions and plans. Why order this X-ray, for example? A lab test taken 3 o'clock in the morning might be more valuable than just the actual value of that lab test. So, and in a heart failure example, when we further build on that, our accuracy went up by 4% by looking also at the unstructured notes and be able to kind of expose those features to clinicians.
Great, thank you. Well, as much as I'd love to continue the conversation, this brings us to the end. Thank you all for your time. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Taha. Unfortunately, Dr. Joe had a conflict and could not join us, but there's some good questions that have come in. My first one is, if AI models make a mistake in diagnosing a patient's health, how do you ensure there's accountability? Dr. Doug, you'd like to take that first? Oh, I think you're on mute. I think you're on mute.
Sure. Yeah, so there's a lot of data quality and analytic governance associated with what we're specifically doing. So our process is what we call the test and learn framework. So when we are initially building out AI models, yes, of course, you look at AUCs, But then you also have to take a step back and actually give both false positives and true positives to the actual clinicians and have them actually test this out, not with real live treatments, but with historical data and said, if I did this and made this decision, would this be a clinically appropriate outcome? And so that test and learn process is something that we've governed here as an organization. I've done other organizations as well. And so for the most part, we try to avoid those adverse effects from a bad AI decision through rigorous testing. And then you reach a point in which you can say, hey, there's clinical judgment that's still going to always be necessary, versus there's some diagnoses where if it's a misdiagnosis, it's not life-threatening. So we do put the full trust into the AI model. That's a short answer to your question. It's actually honestly governance and process.
Great, thanks.
Dr. Taha?
Dr. Taha?
Yeah, so to add to Dr. Doug's, totally agree. I mean, key important here is this sort of concept of self-monitoring. When you apply, I mean, similar to software development, applying machine learning and AI modeling to the data is an iterative process. Along the way, you are learning more and more about the population that you're trying to model their outcomes, for example, and their characteristics. So it's fairly important to understand which features went in which model and be able to kind of track both over time, be able to track as you build, test and deploy these models and send them out in the wild, is have a way about how you can monitor both data drift as well as model drift. I mean, as you take a model from one environment, trying to apply a different environment, it might not apply to that particular population because they may have different characteristics. I mean, things that might be associated with the zip code, with race, ethnicity, with actual patient population, older or younger, and that sort of thing. But also from data drift, I mean, just try to apply a model, for example, to predict some kind of classification segmentation on a medical image. Take that across the street to another hospital that using much older equipment, and you're going to have all sort of flaws with the model. So this whole notion about working iterations and be able to validate and cross-validate the model, have the self-monitoring sort of features within your data as well as that went to these models, as well as the model as they drift over time, and then be able to have a human in a loop to be able to adjust those thresholds and rerun the model or rebuild the model from as you apply to different contexts and different geographies or different population.
Great. Well, in the interest of time, I'm going to wrap us up with one last question. With as fragmented as the healthcare industry is, how do you think tech innovation can be leveraged to provide a seamless, simplified, and personalized experience to the patients? Doug, if you'd like to go first.
Yeah, so the three adjectives, I'll focus on simplicity. And as I think about simplicity, if you make things simple in healthcare, people are more likely to do it. They're more likely to be intrinsically motivated. They're more likely to act on their providers' recommendations. They're more likely to take care of their health. But you got to make it simple. So one would argue you need to make it simple and affordable. But for this conversation, you'll have to make it simple. And so I think the tech industry has allowed us to do that. I'll give two examples, whether it's something as simple as even pre-COVID, being able to get in to see a pediatrician if your son or your daughter wakes up with some sort of a strep throat. We now have been able to do things like ENT through MD Live, Teladoc, other companies in a way that's much easier. Again, that's something simple. If you go up to scale to things that are complex, like managing someone with type 2 diabetes, you look at elements like programs like Omada, which again is a digital app that you don't have to leave the comfort of your home, or if you're working, you can sit there and get guidance from, am I sleeping so much? Or what kind of exercise can I do if I only get a 12-minute break? So again, I reference those companies not to go highlight those companies, but to highlight those companies have created a digital first solution that's made healthcare simple.
Great. And Dr. Taha, go ahead. I've been given a signal
really
to wrap
quick.
us up.
If the last decade was about digitizing healthcare, the next is going to be about making sense of all this data, and that's going to rely heavily on how the data is flowing, and then be able to do the right thing with regards to people's privacy, because health data is very, very personal, as you all know. So focus on interoperability first becomes a key element, as this data is locked in many systems and forms and formats. One critical component is today, if you look at most clinical models today, they use readily available data, less than 20, 30 points for each one of these models. I mean, some of these models, I mean, the best ones we have in clinical care might be about 60% accuracy. But if you look at medical record on individual, if you start structuring all the information, with the majority of the data is unstructured, there's about 300, 400,000 data points on a person. You want that to be at point of care, to be able to drive personalization and be able to subtype these conditions and diseases and interventions. So you can build these predictive models well in advance, and be able then to do that in a responsible way to support machine learning workloads, from data store to security to analytics and compute, where, for example, today Amazon Web Services offers more than 500 features and services focused on security and compliance, including over 120 HIPAA-eligible services and certifications for all relevant global IT industry. I mean, that's very, very important that we bake this from the beginning, not something you sprinkle on top at the end.
Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I found that absolutely fascinating. Thank you so much to Drs. Kalarafi, Melton, and Kasut, and thank you so much to Shuchi for an amazing interview. We're going to keep things moving on. Please welcome Steve Flinter of MasterCard Labs R&D, Wei Wang of PayPal, Francesco Della Fava of Goldman Sachs, and moderator Dr. Roy Mecrez of Beyond Minds, to discuss how good data and powerful AI can contribute to more effective banking and financial services. A special thank you to Beyond Minds, our partner in this panel discussion, for bringing this to you today. Please welcome this awesome panel. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to this fantastic session about big trends and how good data and powerful AI can contribute to more effective banking and financial services. And thank you for VentureBeat to hosting this great event. My name is Dr. Roy Mechrez. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Beyond Minds, an AI solution provider focusing on financial services. And my guests today are three worldwide leaders in financial services. First, we have Steve Flinter. He's currently the VP of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning at MasterCard Labs R&D. From PayPal, we have Yu Wang. Yu is the VP of Data Science at PayPal. And last, we have Francesco Della Fava. With us, Francesco is an Executive Director in Machine Learning Products team at Goldman Sachs. So we have a great mix of panelists today, MasterCard, PayPal, Goldman Sachs, and Beyond Minds. So without further ado, let's dive into the discussion. Steve, I would love to start with you. The use and adoption of AI today in banking and financial services sector is increasing. What are the big trends that you see in the industry currently?
Yeah, thanks for the question and the intro. I'm delighted to be here. In terms of the big trends, there's maybe 3 or 4 things I would call out. I think one is the increased use of AI across a very wide range of applications. We can think of security, things like fraud detection, identity, etc., personalization, even internal efficiency applications. So we're seeing AI and machine learning being used in more and more applications around the industry. We're also seeing, I think, a shift away from a very model-centric view of the world into a more kind of data-centric, data-driven view, thinking about what data do we need to power the models that we have at our disposal, and how do we need to rethink data in the enterprise to make it AI and ML ready. I think the third trend that I've seen a lot is what's often called AI engineering, or sometimes called ML ops, and it's this idea of thinking about kind of full life cycle of AI, from the R&D side of things, testing to see, can we build a model that will fit, will predict or forecast what we want, but also then thinking through, well, how do we put that into production? How do we monitor it after it's been in production for a while? How do we retrain it and manage it in a production environment? And then maybe the fourth and final trend I'll call out that we've seen a lot recently is the whole area of what's sometimes called ethical AI or explainable AI, responsible AI. So the idea of being conscious of things like bias and how AI can potentially lead to unintended outcomes. It's something that we need to kind of be very careful of deploying these models, particularly in a kind of a lights off scenario, that we need to think about how we can ensure that AI will be used in a way that we want to get the kind of the outcome for the end user, the end customer. So to me, they're kind of some of the 3 or 4 big trends that I've seen over the last number of years.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I would like to continue with you. And usually when we discuss AI, we look at the big technology companies, and the financial services sector is usually lacking behind a bit. But maybe you can give us your fintech perspective on the main trends in AI and financial services.
Thanks, Roy. So I think Steve has a lot of great points, and some of what I'm going to say were kind of very much related to what he said. So from a fintech point of view, like I see also 3 things in terms of AI adoption. So one is we will go broader, and number 2 will be faster, and number 3 will be more responsible. Okay. As you can tell, some are related to what Steve said. On the first one, in terms of broader, as Steve mentioned, in PayPal, we've been using AI for fraud detection for almost as long as we are here. But in the last few years, we see this the AI adoption going much wider, and then this trend continues. So it gets into, again, all the other domains like customer service, personalization, marketing, product experience. So it's almost on all fronts of our business in terms of providing empowering better experience for our customers. So that's number 1. The second trend, like you said, as a fintech, in the old days, we feel like we are a little bit behind in terms of adopting the most advanced technology. Like an example would be neural network was mature in academia maybe 30, 40 years ago, while in industry, actually more than that, but industry, it's really, there's almost a 10, 20 years lag between its wide adoption in industry. But in recent years, I see this gap become smaller and smaller. The latest and greatest from either academic or tech giant are being adopted in fintech like a PayPal. Like within 1 or 2 years, like we now have our most sophisticated real-time fraud detection model running on the most sophisticated deep learning model architecture on live, right? So that's one example of that. Number 3, again, along the lines Steve mentioned around explainable AI, as a fintech company, it's actually more important for us in terms of how do we ensure our AI is secure, we respect customers' privacy, we do things responsibly and also be fair to every one of our customers, and keep the transparency even though the AI algorithm is becoming even more complex as we go every day. So these are the 3 things I would like to share, but definitely exciting areas and exciting days for fintech like PayPal.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it's interesting to see the correlation between you two, although you are coming from a different angle of the industry. And Francesco, maybe to close that loop, we can get your more investment banking, big AI data and trends.
So I would say that there are many, many overlaps with what Huey and Steve were saying. Generally speaking, in investment banking, our main objective is to serve our clients better. So as data becomes more available, as services become systematized, AI is essentially permeating everything we do. So to give you an example, personalization is something that is definitely happening in investment banking, but also we see appetite. Our clients, they want to consume different data, more alternative data sets, whether it's news, whether it's text data, whether it's images, and the need to use different techniques than the one that were used before has become mandatory. We need to take a look at other tools to analyze these data sets. Another thing that both Steve and Huey mentioned that is very important is explainability. Our clients need to understand exactly what we are doing and the way we're doing things, and explainable AI is a key challenge that we are focusing on. Finally, another thing is we need machine learning as a tool to better understand how we generate, for example, trading strategies or all sorts of product that we sell to client. Why? Because it allows us to be more rigorous in the way we interpret signal, information, noise. We have a more rigorous way by testing, out of sample, training, and all these sorts of tools to explain what is for example, the predictive power and the value of the data that we're using. So we can analyze. It allows us to analyze data sets and make hypotheses much more efficiently.
Interesting. So you all gave super interesting answers, and the mutual elements are very strong. My personal experience at Beyond Minds is that we see many different companies across the sector, and I think you touched few elements that I see in many areas: explainability and how to work in a fairness environment, and bias, etc. And I think these elements are holding the industry a bit back, are challenges that hold us to massively adopt AI across organization with many different use cases. And usually if you go to different surveys out there, you see 90% failure in shifting this to production. And my next question that I would love to discuss with you is what are these challenges? So Steve, let's go back to you. What are the main adoption challenges that you currently see? What holds the industry back from massive organization-wide AI adoption?
Yeah, I think in many ways they're very tightly related to the trends we've just talked about, because the trends are essentially trying to overcome some of these challenges. So I think, to dive a little bit deeper, I think one that I would say is this idea of data readiness or data agility. We have kind of come from an era of data being managed for transactional processing purposes, and then through kind of data analytics, and now we're having to rethink how we manage data for ML purposes, and that means kind of rethinking our data architectures, looking at things like data streaming and so on. So a lot of the kind of the back end infrastructure needs to be rethought and redesigned to enable ML at scale, and that's certainly one of the challenges that we have, because for large organizations with terabytes or petabytes of data, that takes time to do. So that's definitely one of the impediments. I think another one is, again, what I touched on earlier about this idea of ML ops or AI ops, and it's the idea of, again, we have operational engineers, but this is a new skill set. That skill needs to be built. The processes need to be developed. And also there is, related to that, a kind of a disconnect sometimes between the R&D side of an organization, where people are PhD trained, they're used to working in kind of very advanced models, and then that can be challenging to put into production and to get managed into production. So there's a bit of a mismatch there. And then maybe the last one that we haven't touched on already, I'll call out briefly, is more on the product side of things, and it's this idea of maybe a lack of understanding as to what AI or ML can actually do. And in some cases, it's been my experience that some, product teams think, it's kind of flying rockets and, flying cars and this kind of stuff, that it will solve every available problem, and you can squeeze anything out of a small amount of data. And so partly it's an education around what is truly possible, and kind of managing sometimes expectations around that as we try and kind of design AI and ML into our product stack.
Yeah, and I see a very strong trend of this moving of models from the lab, from the R&D, as you said, to production, to operation. I think it's very interesting to see the angle of dedicated type of engineer for operation. That's groundbreaking, I think. And you mentioned in our early discussion how important explainability as a core factor at PayPal. And do you see similar trends across the organization in every use case? Is it why it's so important? And do you think it's something that's unique to financial services, by the way?
Yeah. So first, I want to offer why is it important? Actually, relating to what Steve had mentioned in terms of the challenge in adopting AI in a very broad way. So Steve talked a lot about what we call the first mile things around data and how the models can run on live. But I want to offer, let's say, even if we have a best model running on live, generating a great prediction, but so what? What do we do with it? Right? So again, if we can predict perfectly, someone is going to, let's say a merchant is going to churn, I just take that as an example, tomorrow. But what do we do with it? is there anything we can do even, right? So that's where, so this is actually what we call a last mile challenge in adopting AI. Again, the AI solution by itself actually doesn't do any good, right? So we need to actually couple that with an effective action or a different product experience that will actually improve customer's life or help the company. So along this line, that's where explainable AI comes in handy. So we not only need to know, okay, this person might churn tomorrow, or this person might call us tomorrow. We also need to know why, so that with that insight, we can design the right action. We can change the right experience in the product life cycle for the better, so that actually AI solution will actually deliver the business benefit we are looking for. And by the way, I want to say this is very complex. It's much more complex than some very hard AI, like a tech problem, for example. In driverless car, you say, oh, I detect a red light, I need to stop. This actually is very intuitive. Actually, all my effort needs to be focusing on detecting red light, right? But in customer-facing business world, just detecting red light is not enough. We actually need to try different action and making sure which one will actually work, both for our customers and for our company. So that's why this is super important. And to Roy, your question, I definitely see this apply to like almost all domains of PayPal or of a financial technology company. So give you an example, like you guys probably know, in the credit modeling domain, for the longest time, we have to make sure we provide reason code to everything we do. Right? So that has been there for, I don't know, many years. But then in the product or personalization example I provided, again, explainable AI also comes in handy. So it's really a wide spectrum from risk all the way to product marketing, customer experience. We see, again, explainable AI comes in and actually playing a driving role in deciding what do we do in this last mile and eventually be able to capitalize on AI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and thank you for the detailed answer, and I love the examples. Francesco, you mentioned several different reasons why explainability is important, and what is your strategy for breaking this explainability barrier that is critical today?
So typically, we start with the simplest model first. Okay, so and even before that, the idea is to discuss the problem with our client, so that the client know exactly what we are trying to solve, and then the way we are solving it. Then we start building a model on top of that, and it's going to be the first simple model first. The objective is first to demonstrate value to the client. Then, once this is done and the client understands, we can incrementally build and add layers of complexity and potentially accuracy and improve effectiveness or efficiency or speed, depending on the requirements that we have, in a way, always interacting constantly with the client so that he understands the way we are building things. It's a transparent process. It's a little bit of a spiral. You start simple and you go back and you keep incrementing. And it takes a little bit of time, but it's the best way to serve the client in the most efficient way, I would say.
Yeah, and let's continue with you, Francesco. I think that brings us to a very related topic that we discussed earlier about data-centric AI, and specifically about the way the focus is shifting into AI from AI models into the data and quality of data and how to use this data to train the AI models. What is your angle about these data-centric elements today?
So going back to what Steve was saying at the beginning on the first question, data readiness is very, very important, right? So we need to have, first thing is having good data and sufficient data of good quality so that we can train our model. If the data is not good, the model is not going to train anything. But then the question is, we need to understand, as I was saying earlier, the problem that we're trying to solve. And you realize that if the objective is customer first, then the most important thing is to use the data in the most effective way. And it's not really important anymore to attack this problem from a research perspective. You don't really need to do anything that is particularly sophisticated or fancy. The idea is you need to find the most simple and explainable thing that's going to bring value to your customer, essentially. And there are a lot of tools that are already available that allows you to do that. So a data-centric approach is, to me, and for what I was able to understand, it's an approach that focuses on the client, is based on good data, and the main objective is to deliver a solution quickly, to reduce your time to market, pretty much.
You at PayPal, I guess you deal with a lot of last mile mission critical application, right? And from my experience in the field, productizing this type of solution required a system, right? It's more than a model. It has many, many different components besides the model itself. For example, human in the loop, collecting feedback, many applications must have these components. How do you deal with this type of application? What are the main elements to consider?
Yeah, so actually in
last mile mission,
we have our proprietary methodology called this kind of story-based methodology, which is actually an interaction between human and machine. And there's a big need we are doing that. That's because in the early days when we use AI for fraud detection, we are really dealing with another real person on the other side of the world, probably also doing a 9-to-5 job, right? So in that case, I like to say like our AI solution is like we have ingredient we need to cook a dish. Algorithm can help us with the set with the set number of ingredients, cook the best dish, right? But what if we are missing the most important, most critical ingredient? So that's where, like again, our human expert comes in with the domain expertise and always help us finding the next really good ingredient. That's number one. And number two is that in a lot of AI applications, we know we need a labor to train our AI algorithm. Labor is actually hard to get and very expensive in many cases. So in this case, we also, again, leverage our humans to help us labor. And in this case, set up an iterative, automatic system where we will train the model, we will get some limited labeling data, train the model, and find the most important samples and have our human being further annotate, and then give it back to the model training and do this really iteratively. And leveraging some active learning or weak supervision, lots of different algorithms to keep enhancing this process. So that's also, again, something we regularly do in many of our AI application domains. So all in all, we see actually great synergy and actually benefit coming out of human and machine interactive process and to get the best of both.
Yeah, thank you for that. So, Steve, let's finish with you this wonderful discussion. And you mentioned fraud detection and the human in the loop, and it's probably one of the most important applications in financial services for AI. What is the importance of human in the loop in fraud detection? And specifically, do you think it's like is it a business question or an algorithm question? It's about a process, or how to have a holistic algorithm to solve that?
Mm-hmm. I think it's probably a little bit of both. You know, I think traditional kind of human in the loop type applications, typically you would have somebody making a decision that's been informed by data. Obviously with things like, you know, fraud detection with high volume transactions, that's not possible. So you need to kind of have a different way of thinking about the human in the loop. And the way I think about it for these types of applications, where, you know, you have very low latency, very high frequency type decisions, it's more around monitoring as to what's going on. So the humans are there to oversee the applications and the algorithms, to see are there kind of drifts in the models, see are the models kind of picking up anomalies correctly, and it's that kind of, you know, long-term monitoring of models that we need to think about in security type applications. And again, this kind of comes back to what we talked about before, and the whole MLOps kind of issue, that this is part of, you know, how do we build these robust production environments where, you know, models like this can be monitored and we can ensure that, you know, they're performing as we expect them to perform, you know, while making kind of automated decisions in many cases.
Yeah, that's brilliant, and I think we will finish this discussion with that. So Francesco, you, Steve, really thank you for this fabulous discussion. I was Roy, and I hope you enjoyed the discussion. We talked about so many different topics about monitoring and explainability, and how to retrain models and production and challenges. And I think what we definitely see across the sector is that the maturity is increasing. More and more companies adopt AI at scale, and there is real progressing. So I think that's great. And with that, let's finish that discussion. Thank you. Okay, to start. Okay, so let's see. Thank you for the discussion. We have several questions from people at home. Steve, let's start with you. We have a question about bias and specifically how to deal with privacy. So how do you balance customer privacy and AI accuracy or explainability? And specifically, the question is about if there is a inverse proportional between customer privacy and AI accuracy. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and often there can be, you need to try and balance and manage those two aspects. Certainly from a MasterCard point of view, we've taken very much a stand around protecting customer information and working for the benefit of customers. So if we have to make that trade-off, it will always be to err on the side of customer customer benefit and customer privacy. One way we can certainly tackle that is also then to look at, perhaps ways of aggregating data where you're not looking at an individual user or cardholder or customer's data, but you're looking at data in the aggregate. And that can sometimes help get around some of those privacy issues where data is being aggregated and you're looking at large scale patterns. So there are some kind of ways of dealing with it, but I think the questioner is probably valid that there is a trade-off to be had there.
Okay, cool. So Francesco, we have another question. How have you seen the enterprise embedded privacy into the data or ML workflow?
That's an interesting question. So in the industry where I come from, where I work, privacy is fundamental. So client signs agreement about what we can do and cannot do with their data. And there are certain rules that are in place, and we have regulators that check what we do. So given that once these rules are in place, essentially what we can do is follow them and use the models that are more appropriate, essentially. So it's something that is already in place and set up for us, and we just have to obey and respect, so that client is always his experience is always, or her experience is always maximized.
Okay, thank you. How can we provide, if you can provide practical suggestion on how we can ensure diversity and inclusion in financial services? Can we train AI to avoid bias and make responsible decisions?
So I would like to address this question from two fronts. So one is actually on people, and one is on the technology. So on the people front, as I would say, PayPal as a leading kind of fintech company, we are strong believer we should be as diverse as our customer base is. Right? We are serving all kinds of people, so we want to make sure again our employee base actually represent our customers, and then again introducing different or diversified view into our work has been proven to increase employee engagement, also at the end deliver better business outcome. So that's kind of our fundamental belief on the people front, and we adopt the same. We actually put lots of focus in diversity and inclusion when it comes to our data science or machine learning function, right? In terms of ensure there's gender equity, ensure people all kind of background have equal opportunity to grow within the company. So that's kind of the people front, although it's not a focus point of this session. On the technology side, I think relating to the earlier comments about privacy, so I think there are a few things. One is really setting up the right policy and also have people's mindset kind of around it. So we're treating this very seriously, everything we do. So that's the first step, first and foremost. And number two is actually creating a process. So go not just beyond a mindset. I will actually set up a process with controls along the way to ensure, again, we actually operationally follow the process or policy. And number three is there are tests actually were established in the credit domain where we can actually quantitatively test for this bias or diversity dimension, and then we kind of introduce them with our second line function into our day-to-day. So these are the three things we do within the technical side to ensure our solution are fair and kind of don't create unconscious bias for people.
Brilliant. So right on time. Thank you very much, everyone. And let's have a rest of an amazing event today.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Super huge thanks to Rui, and Francesco and Steve. It was an amazing panel, and thank you so much to Beyond Minds for allowing us to bring that to you. It's our next session now. Melissa McSherry, SVP and Global Head of Data, Security, and Identity Products at Visa, will discuss the challenges and opportunities in implementing the latest AI technologies in real time and at Visa scale. Please welcome Melissa, and she will be interviewed by Jana Eggers of Neurologics.
Hi, I'm Jana Eggers, CEO of Neurologics. Really happy to be here today. But even more happy to share with you some questions we have for Melissa McSherry, who's the SVP and Head of Data, Security, and Identity globally for Visa. We're going to talk about fraud and AI today, and I know we have this amazing conversation. So thank you for joining me, Melissa.
Oh, thank you. I am so happy to be here.
Excellent. Well, let's get started. So first of all, everyone knows Visa has an enormous amount of data. So most people are going to think you have this huge amount of data. Of course, you're going to be great at AI and having lots of fun with it. But as we talked in our pre-meeting, you talked about, yeah, but remember, we have this constant change. And not only do we have change in what fraud and people are doing in fraud, so they're always trying to get away with it, so constantly changing, but also even the consumers. Think of the pattern changes just with COVID now. So you have a lot of data, but that data isn't necessarily what you need to predict the future, right? With all of those changes going on. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about how you use AI to learn from the past, but not expect the past to really be repeated?
Hey, I think it's a great question, and I think you're absolutely right. We do have an enormous amount of data, and that one of the nice things about that is it means we really never run out of data when we're working with more advanced AI tools. I think some of the things that we do just to make sure that we're always up to date and sort of using the most recent perspective. So from a fraud prevention standpoint, because as you pointed out, the fraudsters do not stand still, and they're always looking to innovate. So from a fraud perspective, we do a couple of things. First of all, we score all of the transactions that go across the Visa network. And because we score them all, that also means that we're constantly updating our perspective on what's, both what's normal and also, what's happening. It helps protect us against high velocity fraud attacks. But it also means that when things like consumer behavior, like you mentioned, when those things start to change, we see it pretty quickly. And so we're constantly updating the model's view of history, and then we're also making updates to the models on a fairly regular basis. So that's one way that we're using this enormous data set. I think another way that we're using just the breadth of data that we have, to adjust to evolving patterns. Particularly, for instance, in the space of authentication, which is something that as consumer behavior has moved much more online, like you talked about with COVID. Authentication, knowing if the person that you think that you're selling something to online is actually who they say they are, that becomes an even more important question to answer. And so we're doing some interesting stuff with identity graphs, trying to map not only does a piece of information look like it's legitimate, but does it seem like it goes with all of the other pieces of information? So, for example, if we see a phone number and an email address and they've gone together on a lot of transactions, and that means that probably that phone number and email address go together, and if they come through on another transaction, it's more likely that transaction is legitimate. But if we see one phone number and 500 email addresses, that means that probably actually none of those email addresses go with that phone number, because those are all compromised accounts, and the phone number probably belongs to a fraudster who doesn't isn't giving their real name. So that this issue of sort of using the breadth of data that we have in the context of AI, it is absolutely the case that the data is constantly evolving, but we kind of take advantage of the velocity of the enormous amount of data that we get in to try to evolve our perspective with it. And of course, it's worth it to do this well, because fraud, unlike some other things, it's not just a cost to consumers or merchants or financial institutions. There are secondary impacts in terms of what the fraudsters use the money for. Often these are very organized groups who are using it to do a host of things that are really not good for society, it's organized crime or drug smuggling or other really quite awful and terrible things. And so, we are very invested in making sure that we're not only protecting consumers and the members of the ecosystem, but we're thinking about the broader social consequences of this.
So one of the things that we also talked about when we got started was the different technology. And that's when I remember on our call, you leaned in and rubbed your hands together about geeking out. So a couple of questions around that, which is, we'd love to hear more about not exactly, but the breadth of technology that you use. And you brought up like identity graph and building an identity graph, and you brought up constantly changing models. So you have to have some technology for model management there. But then there's also the classic AI of, which neural nets, and are you thinking about graph neural nets, and what about GANs? And so can you give us some idea of A, which technologies you're using, and then also B, how do you consider new technologies as they come along?
Yeah, I do love to geek out about this stuff, because one of the things that's so neat about AI and some of the more advanced, techniques and tools and technologies that have come forward, especially since, call it maybe 2012, is they just open up this whole new world of possibilities. Things that in the past they just weren't on the table. They're now all of a sudden they're on the table for us to be looking at and to be doing. So, we're obviously using, the sort of garden variety, deep learning, neural net kinds of things. Actually, this has been using not really advanced AI, but still neural networks going back to 1993 in our sort of fraud prevention technologies. The tools that we had going back that far. But more recently, we're using things like CNNs and RNNs. To improve our pattern recognition, across the network. But we don't just use them in the models. We also use them as tools sort of around the models to make us better at identifying where are places that we need to look more closely, or identifying situations where we need to, we need to adjust something, or we need to, make a change to a model. So. You mentioned GANs, generative adversarial networks, and one of the things that I'm super excited about, as we start thinking about using those kinds of tools, is the opportunity to kind of, basically create a fraudster, and have them in essence sort of play the game versus our tools in a way to help us identify, places where there are gaps both in our models, but also in some cases. To the extent we can, start to identify gaps in, partners, either tools or business logic. Some of the things that fraudsters tend to exploit. So, I think the technologies that are in front of us are really they're really transformative. You asked about how we think about bringing on new technologies, and I will say that one thing that we do usually do, I think this is probably not unique, but my experience has been that sometimes things don't work exactly the way that you think that they're going to work the very first time that you use them. And so, usually when we are looking at something that's new, we would try to use it for something, either a parallel run kind of a situation, or for maybe a monitoring use case to help us identify, where something that we want to do differently. But we probably wouldn't, kind of drop that in the wild out of the gate. So, a couple of years ago, for instance, we were doing some experimentation with self-learning models and CNNs, and we basically put together a little application that would just, it literally would look at monitoring reports, like the kinds of monitoring reports that you would think of having a person look at. Well, we just had the computer, do image recognition on the monitoring reports and then say, hey, every hour of the day, let's just look at the monitoring report, right? And the self-learning part of the model basically, continually updated its view of what was normal in a way that it could sort of start to flag on a, reasonably rapid cycle if there were big deviations in model distributions. And so that was our very first try at that. It didn't work that well. Second try worked a little better. Third try actually worked quite well. And that was an example of a situation where, we're using the technology to do something that's valuable, but the risk, to our ecosystem, if the first try wasn't exactly the way we wanted it to be, was minimal. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. And I like that you pointed out that things don't always work the way you think they will, despite what others' research papers or published, and you go and try it and it's not that way at all. My next question for you was going to be, it's not that you simply add AI and fraud's gone. I mean, you have been doing this, as you said, since the 90s. So I'm curious, what are your tips for people so that they can be successful while realizing it's still an ongoing game? So what do you think, for this audience, they should know?
I think I think the most important thing from our perspective is, the reason we're using AI is because it just works better than the technologies that we had been using right up until we started using more advanced techniques. So, we consistently see 20 to 30% lift for advanced AI over sort of more garden variety technologies like gradient boosted trees, right? And sometimes we see, much more significant lifts than that. And so I think the first thing is just making sure that you have a problem where that kind of lift is worth a lot of money. Because I think that if keeping everybody's attention and engagement and focus through maybe the first and second try not working exactly the way you wanted it to get all the way to the third try that works great. It's just really helpful if everybody sort of understands that the value on the other side of that is really worth quite a lot. And so it's worth it to stay invested and stay engaged, through that process. So I think the first and most important thing is just making sure that the problem itself will benefit from those kinds of lifts. The second thing I think it's really important to focus on upskilling the people who have the business context and are sort of doing the work, maybe the non-AI work today. I think that one of the things I think we did pretty successfully is, we did hire in a couple of folks that had a stronger AI background, but we also had a bunch of folks where we just, the guy that runs the predictive modeling team for me, he basically created the space for the existing team to do a fair amount of experimentation and upskilling and sort of in a situation where we need to build a model. Yeah, we've got the time to build it the old way, but let's also make sure that we budget a little bit more time just to try building it the new way to get comfortable with these techniques. And I think that when, people who really have the business context and have the long-term pride in the quality of the product, when you combine that business context with, with a really good understanding of AI techniques, that's when you get something that's really special, as opposed to something that's a little bit more of a bunch of outsiders who maybe don't necessarily understand what the business problem is doing science experiments. Like I think it's helpful just to, focus on the folks that have that context and bring them up to the level that you need. And then the last thing is, obviously you have to make sure you're making the investments in the technology. We talked about Visa has an enormous amount of data, and so we don't really ever run into challenges with not having enough data to build a stable model. But if you don't have a lot of data, it can be difficult with some of these techniques to build good stable models. And so it's important to make the investments in keeping it and structuring it, and then obviously having access to things like GPUs just so that you get the model builds at an appropriate velocity. So, but those are some of the things I think are important and were key enablers for us as we've moved along this journey.
Yeah, and I see this all the time in folks that we work with where, I'm going to go back to the upskilling really quickly, is they've brought in a new team, and it's not that they're replacing the other people, but they don't bring those teams together. So people with the expertise in the AI coming together with those business people that, like you said, have been working in this for years and really understand how that business works. I'd very much appreciate that you focus on that area. I also love that you talked about, find that big problem, but experiment, and that it's going to take a few times, and that's where people get really frustrated. So I'm curious too. Related to that, you have this trade-off between the risk for the company and the world because they're funding bad things, and the risk for the consumer because that risk on the consumer side is, not necessarily their credit rating because it's fraud, but it's really their inconvenience, right? So you don't want to have false positives too. So how do you balance those things with the technology?
This is such an important question because you're absolutely right. You really want to make sure that you don't have fraud, but you also really want to make sure that you don't have any inconvenience for people, right? Because friction in something like digital, particularly in digital purchases, e-commerce purchases, it's just things are getting easier and easier and easier, and people understandably don't have a lot of patience for that kind of friction. So it is a really important problem to solve, this issue of sort of fraud prevention, but at the same time taking friction out of the system. And I think this is actually a place where technology can just play such an important and enabling role. So for example, in fraud, things like passwords, even sort of OTPs, one-time passwords, or the codes that you get on your phone, those are really not secure. Passwords in particular are not secure, and they often introduce a lot of friction because people can't remember their passwords and so on and so forth. Whereas technologies like biometric authentication, they offer both greater security and less friction. And so I think part of what we're focused on in not just in AI, but kind of in everything that we're doing in fraud is, how are we looking to how can we enable, not just for ourselves, but frankly across the ecosystem, better use of these technologies that they're not about, which side of the trade-off you're on, but they're about just moving the trade-off as a whole to a place where the entire ecosystem is better off. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. It's that virtuous cycle, right? Where if you're moving both along rather than sacrificing one for the other. So I'm not going to sacrifice the consumer side, the consumer convenience for the fraud, or vice versa. You change the game you're playing.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
I really appreciate it. I think you've given some, as well as confirmed some things, good practices for people to do. You've also given people some new things to think about with this idea of, hey, we can use AI to help the other AI. So when you talked about using models, not just for building the models, but for looking at what else is happening around those other models, I think that's great. Also, really that focus on you've got to have an incredible velocity in your model change so that you can catch all of the new things. And then again, I'm going to reiterate, upskilling the people. I always use Finland as an example. I say if they can train an entire country, which is what they're working on, you can train your company. So I love the specific examples that you gave there. Melissa, this has been a great talk. I'm going to call you and make sure we get on the phone again. But I know the rest of the audience is going to love hearing this and also want to be able to get on the phone with you. Thank you for spending your time with us on this, because you gave us a lot to think about, and we really appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much. It's been really a pleasure to talk to you today, and I look forward to connecting with you and the audience.
Melissa, I'm so excited to talk to you, to give you these questions that the audience have asked because they're awesome. So the first one, I want to dive right in. And the question that was the most popular was, what kind of fraud have you seen that you weren't able to see before because of AI? So do you have any examples of?
Yeah, no, this is a great question. So it's funny, you started to ask the question, and I was thinking, well, there's a bunch of fraud that we've seen actually because of the pandemic that's actually been somewhat different. But, as we start thinking about fraud that we're able to see because of AI, the fraudsters are very innovative, and they're smart and responsive. And so they, I'm fairly certain many of them are actually using AI themselves to basically test out the rules that not only Visa puts in place, but that our clients put in place with the tools that we give them, right? So, someone will say, for instance, block transactions that look like X, right? And then the fraudsters will start to say, okay, I've figured out what the rule is. So now I'm going to adjust my fraud just a little bit. I'm going to adjust the way I go in just a little bit to sort of stay just under the triggers of the rule, right? So an example of this might be, they obviously people know that we identify IP addresses that have a lot of fraud that comes from them, and so they'll cycle through IP addresses, right, to address that. But even in their cycling through things, we can find patterns that I think it would be very hard to find using traditional methods, but there still are patterns to how the fraudsters try to understand the rules and in some ways stay just below the radar on those rules. And so AI has been quite helpful to us in sort of identifying think of it as like the combinations of staying just below the radar that don't necessarily trip the rules triggers, but they are different from what the paradigm of good transactions looks like. Does that make sense?
Of course, and you had made the point earlier about, fraud is not kids in basements, it's really organized crime. So they have a lot of resources to put against this. So it makes sense that they are able to, do some AI themselves to do that. So I want to jump to another question. I know we're low on time, and I love this question too, which is, what do you consider when thinking about the trends that will impact markets around the world? So what are you, how do you balance that? Hey, this is going to, the fraud trend over here is different from here, and thinking about those because you're covering the world with Visa.
So some of the things that we think about, obviously we try to, like anything else, you try to watch the innovation. And so in this case, the innovation is both what we see coming through our own channels, but also, there are third parties. The FBI provides regular reporting on different kinds of exploits. And so, we obviously try to take in as much information as we can. But I think one of the big things that we look at is how is consumer behavior changing, right? So as consumers, for instance, in the pandemic, they shifted a huge amount of their activity online, right? And that, you mentioned earlier the thing about fraudsters, and that these are not nice people who are doing this. Like, these are really often sort of really very not nice people. But the digital payments is much safer than cash, and so you start thinking about, okay, as consumers move out of things like cash that really lend themselves to not good stuff, and they move into digital payments. Then the question is, okay, where the fraudsters are going to follow the consumers. They're going to follow the money, and so where are the consumers going? Therefore, where are the fraudsters going to go? Therefore, where do we need to be? Is somewhat how we look at the world.
Well, both amazing answers, and thank you so much for the time before and the time for these questions. I really enjoyed it, and I know I learned a ton, and I know the audience did as well. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you so much. This was really a pleasure. It was great to talk to you.
Thank you so much to Melissa and Jana, and we're going to keep things moving right along. Next up, we have Danny Lang. Head of AI ML at Unity, and he's in a conversation with Harry Silverman at VentureBeat. Danny will demonstrate how synthetic data is now helping robots learn rather than be programmed, and the potential this has for advancing the industry. And this session is brought to you by Unity, so thank you to Unity. Over to you, Danny and Hari.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hari Sivaraman, the head of AI and data content strategy at VentureBeat. Now, when we talk about the world of AI, one of the biggest problems, one of the biggest challenges that most enterprises face is related to data. How do we collect the right data? How do we structure the data? How do we clean the data? Make sure it's free of issues such as privacy, bias, so on and so forth. So how do we solve this problem? Now, one of the latest transformative technologies that could be the solution to this problem is synthetic data. But what exactly is it? How does it work? Which use cases does it so well? Which ones it might still have some time to go? Today, we're going to hear from one of the industry experts, Danny Lang, the Senior Vice President of AI and Machine Learning from Unity. So I have Danny with me here. Danny, welcome to Transform.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. So Danny, tell us, what exactly is synthetic data? I mean, just let's start at the ground floor. If you can explain to everybody what exactly it is, then that would be great.
Yeah. Then let's take a step back and just think about how AI and machine learning works. Yeah, it's data-driven. We train computers instead of programming them. The algorithms are still important, but what's much more important these days, it's the data. It's the data that actually determine the outcome of a learning algorithm, of a learning system. Yeah, and if we look at how we use data up to this point, it's basically taking real-world data. It's taking images, it's taking video of streets, homes, shops, and use that information, use that data by hand labeling it, basically annotating what a human would see in that image, and then feed that into a computer. Yeah, but already here you can sort of sense the work, the labor associated with this, and the time it takes. Yeah. So what if I could recreate all that data in a synthetic way, in an artificial way? And that's what we are doing at Unity. We're basically using the Unity engine to recreate three-dimensional worlds with objects in there. It can be cars, humans, it can be items in a grocery store, etc. And then we can basically generate synthetic images that look very much like what they would look like from the real world, perfectly labeled.
Mm-hmm. Can you walk the audience through how exactly you make this data? What are the nuances there? That would be very helpful.
Yeah. So, of course, to create the data, we need the assets first. So say that you want to build a system that can, for instance, automate checkouts in a grocery store. So you want to essentially create a data set of grocery products. So you'll basically go and purchase grocery products. You will cut them off in pieces, scan them in. You basically recreate 3D assets that you can put into the Unity system and generate these image data. Yeah. You could also get CAD files from the manufacturers of products, and you can also use other tools, technologies for scanning objects directly into a 3D format. But you need to get it into these 3D assets. And then when you have these assets, you can start manipulating them. You can rotate them. You can change lights. You can put objects in front of them. You can put confusing objects behind them. You can put many of them on a shelf in a store. The combinations here it's actually endless.
Okay. So you're saying essentially that if I need to create data, I just need to go take pictures of whatever real world objects that I need to represent in the data, put it into the Unity system, and it will essentially give me all permutations and combinations about that particular picture, that particular data. Am I right?
Sort of. I mean, like you need to create three-dimensional representations of your objects, and many of those can actually be acquired by third parties, or you can build them yourself, or you can hire someone to build them for you. But you need to create like a serial box that looks exactly like the one in the store. Yeah. But then when you have that 3D asset, you can just think about it. You can have it in any sort of rotation. You can have it in any context, and you can have it under any lighting circumstances. Shadows and all kinds of disturbances around it to improve the training data for your machine learning system.
That sounds very promising, Danny. So tell us, have you done sort of a comparison between real world data and synthetic data? What are some of the pros, some of the cons? Can you walk us through that?
Yes. So yes, we have actually had customers using our system. And what typically happens is that a customer would start out with a real world data set, and then they would augment it with synthetic data. And the real world is actually much more limited than what you would normally think. When you take real world data, they're just really a snapshot of the situation around you. And what you can do with the synthetic data is you can augment that real world with special use cases, special situations, special events. You can improve the diversity of the data by adding basically synthetic data to your data set. Yeah. And what we have seen is customers who basically improve some of the object recognition rates from the 70s and 80s up to almost 100% by basically adding much more diversity and much more different situations to the training data. So you can imagine that you take a picture of an individual with an object in their hands, but then now I can put all kinds of objects in their hands, not just the objects that I happen to capture in the real world.
Interesting. So, Danny, does this mean that synthetic data can be used for any kind of AI use case? Are there some use cases that are more amenable to it, or is this a sort of panacea that can work across use cases? What should we believe?
I want to be bullish on this, but of course there are some use cases that are way more sort of straightforward and obvious. You want to create a home environment. Say that you want to have safety cameras, or you want a household robot with computer vision capabilities to be trained. You can create home environments with furniture, and you can move the furniture around, etc., to create your synthetic data in Unity. Yeah. Now, if you go out into nature and you have trees and grass and animals, of course, you can do that too. Now it becomes more challenging, and it may, in those instances, be easier to sort of stay with real-world data. Personally, I believe that eventually it will be easy to generate that kind of synthetic data as well.
So what are you seeing right now? Which are the use cases that lend themselves best to synthetic data?
Yeah, the use cases are in smart checkouts. So basically shops and cafeterias, anywhere where you want to charge people. You want to have people pay for objects that they take out. And you basically put your tray in the cafeteria on that camera, and it will recognize, what you took for breakfast, and you'll pay for it automatically. It can be used in schools, for instance, yeah. Or we have seen smart shops where you basically just purchase items by taking them off the shelf, and cameras will notice that you do that. But there are many other areas. Autonomous vehicles is a big one, and robots is another one. As robots, they leave the cages in automotive manufacturing and other manufacturing facilities and become more cobots or collaborative robots. They're going to have many more skills that are based on vision. They're going to be able to interact with you when they can see you. And of course, there's the whole AR application space, augmented reality. Augmented reality applications, they get so much smarter if they know what they're looking at. Yeah? And then finally, I want to mention security and safety. Cameras that detect dangerous or risky behavior is another big use case.
Are you seeing that in some industries it's more applicable, it's more acceptable, if you will? Are you seeing that? I mean, for instance, finance versus healthcare versus retail, is that a trend that you're seeing then?
I would say that applications in the safety space is an interesting area where synthetic data solves a number of key issues. So these applications basically detect people doing dangerous stuff in the workplace or say in an amusement park for entertainment. Yeah, and normally it would be very difficult to get that kind of data because it would be very dangerous. Yeah, there would also be privacy issues if you want to just put video up and record people until they do dangerous. Yeah, so there'll be certain liabilities there. Those kind of industries, they love synthetic data because what we can do is that we can create humans or humanoids in these synthetic data that basically don't get injured. Yeah, they can do dangerous stuff without any risk. And we can also ensure that things like skin color, hair, clothing is basically evenly represented, so that you have to remember that the real world is very biased. Yeah, and machine learning really needs very unbiased data. It needs very, very well distributed data to perform well and evenly across different scenarios. Yeah. So safety and security is one big area. Of course, there's robotics as well, because robots, they manipulate objects. That's another one. Robots are very slow to train, but if you can use synthetic data, it goes much faster.
Great. So let's say I am the CXO, I'm the chief AI officer or the chief data officer of a large enterprise. How do I make that determination? And do I use 100% synthetic data, or do I maybe mix synthetic data with real world data? What are the sort of factors that I should consider before I make that decision? Also, is cost a factor? Is there a significant difference in cost? I know I'm probably leading you on, but what are the things that I should consider?
Yeah, so I think you're getting to something very important here. So number one, of course, is to understand your domain, understand the problem you're trying to solve. Then within that problem domain, which is obviously something to do with vision and something with objects, maybe object manipulation, yeah, then you need to look at the 3D assets you need for that problem. Yeah, so you're probably going to start out with real world data. You're going to basically try to understand your domain and your problem. You're going to start out with real world data, and then you're going to augment it with synthetic data. So now you need to create the assets that you're looking for. It can be the objects that you want to manipulate, or it want to be a vehicle that you want to detect driving down the street. You need to recreate those objects in 3D, and then you need to recreate the environment. For household robot, it would be, indoor environments, having furniture placed in different combinations to see if your vacuum cleaner will operate properly in that environment. Yeah, and then you would generate your synthetic data, and your synthetic data, since they're generated, they come perfectly labeled. Yeah, and they just imagine what a computer can produce per second. Yeah, you can generate many images per second. Compare that to the real world, where you have to actually have real objects, real people, real objects out in an environment and take pictures of it, then send those pictures somewhere to have them hand labeled with a certain error rate. So it's not going to be perfectly labeled. It's a process that takes weeks and months versus the synthetic data, which basically are created in an instant. The cost is also many, many times lower with synthetic data compared to real world data.
Let's talk about accuracy for a second, right? Because that's one of the biggest sort of riders in the world of AI, if you will, right? Where everybody says, what is the accuracy of your AI system? So walk us through an ideal world process which a CXO should follow, or even his teams, his data science team should follow to make sure that the synthetic data that is being used is a correct representation of the business case that you're solving for, and you get the accuracy that is desired.
Yeah, there are, of course, several elements to this, and we don't have time to get into all the details here, but some of the most important points here is, of course, to have a real-world baseline. So synthetic data is great. I'm a great believer, I'm a big believer in synthetic data, but of course you need to have the real world as baseline. So you need to have a data set from the real world that you can compare up against. Yeah. You also need to define events that you can sort of imagine happening in the real world. So that's one key aspect. The other key aspect is, of course, to understand the data. The synthetic data you create needs to cover these real-world incidents, and that's where you use data analytics. You basically map out distributions of events. You map out angles that you're going to be able to detect the object at. You're going to map out different lighting conditions. And then you, since it's synthetic, you're basically going to throw a lot of randomization in over that. Because what we can do here is, as compared to the real world, we can scale. We can scale significantly over the real world, and we can create all kinds of, I would say, improbable situations because it's not going to cost us anything. If you want to basically create unlikely situations, they can be created in milliseconds rather than trying to be staged in reality. So the ease by which you can create all these scenarios is basically really driving the use of synthetic data.
Sounds to be a very promising, transformative technology of the future. Talking about the future, where do you see this going, this technology going? Do you think that it will take over most of the AI use cases, and presumably in computer vision, or will it be coexisting with real-world data? Where do you see the future of the technology?
Yeah, I believe that the vast majority of training data will be synthetic. As I said, you have to have the real world as a baseline, but synthetic data eliminates privacy concerns because there's no real people involved here. It adds, you control diversity and bias. You can eliminate bias. You can do your data analytics and ensure that your data represents the real world in a very even way, better than the real world does. Yeah, and you basically can represent dangerous events, unlikely events. It's really, really powerful as an augmentation of the real world. So maybe you will have, I'm not going to put numbers on it, maybe 1% real world data, 99% synthetic data, or even more. But it's really, look at it as an augmentation to the real world.
Great, Danny. Unfortunately, we've kind of run out of time. We could keep going on. It was a very interesting discussion. Thanks for all your insights, Danny. And hopefully we'll jump to the Q&A next.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Welcome to the Q&A part of our conversation. Danny, we have quite a few questions coming in here. So I am going to try and combine some of them so that we can answer most of the questions. So first question says real world in-use examples of synthetic data and the return on investment on those. The second question is, can you give some numeric comparisons of synthetic versus real data on various parameters such as cost, time, market accuracy, etc.?
Yeah, we have multiple customers using the Unity platform for generating synthetic data for computer vision. And I want to give you some examples. One example is to detect unsafe devices like weapons, anything that could be used as a weapon to be brought into a building, into a school, and essentially training on synthetic humanoids, so lookalike humans, equipping them with different kinds of guns, pistols, rifles, bats, sticks, and basically train a computer vision system using a vast variety of dangerous tools and detect those. Stuff that would be almost impossible to do with sort of real world data and actors and really look-alike weapons, which would be sort of a major project. That's one example. Other examples are things like unsafe behavior of humans. It can be in amusement parks or public places, climbing fences, standing up in a ride. Again, examples of data that's really difficult to come by, and if you're trying to recreate those situations, put your actors or the public at great risk. You also ask about numbers. Yeah, go ahead, Harry.
You want to answer the ROI part of it as well? That can also lead into comparison, synthetic versus real.
Yes. So we see if we look at the ratio, for instance, the ratio between real world data and synthetic data, we look at synthetic data as an augmentation of real world data. And we see everything from 50-50 going all the way up to about 1% real world data and 99% synthetic data. It is important to have real world data as your baseline. That's the reality that you also have to test against. Yeah. And in the cost, when you look at it this way, generating a data set, a real world data set, a comprehensive data set can easily run into 3, 4, 5, 6 months of work capturing the data, hand labeling the data at a cost of around $150,000. And you can do the equivalent amount of synthetic data in around a week and at less than $10,000 of cost. And what we have seen when we augment real-world data is that you can move in your accuracy. You can move from anywhere in the 30-40% range all the way up to high 90s by basically just improving your data set with all these synthetic examples.
I have time for one more question, which is I'm going to ask. Let's see, which one should we pick here? What are some of the mitigations, controls, or detections that are in place to prevent the introduction of bias into synthetic data?
Yeah, the wonderful thing about synthetic data is that you are, as a developer, you are in charge of your own bias. Yeah. So what you have to do is, of course, to identify the dimensions of bias and then prove that your generated data set is neutral, is not biased in any way, shape, or form. But you are now responsible for that bias, and that opens up for a whole new challenge.
Ton of more questions coming in, but unfortunately we're out of time. Thanks so much for your time, Danny.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Danny and Harry. And thanks to Unity for bringing that wonderful content to VentureBeat Transform. Just a reminder, if you see something amazing, wonderful, if you've got comments or anything you want to share, don't hesitate to use hashtag VBTransform to tell the whole world about it on your favorite social medias. Of course, if you send it out as a tweet on Twitter, you could feature on our Twitter wall. And also don't forget, by the way, go down to the right down to the bottom, like scroll all the way down. You've got networking, and then all the way down you've got our partner events. Make sure you are going down to our partner events and checking them out as well. They are very much worth your while. So next, I'd like to introduce Ahmad Khan, head of AI and ML strategy at Snowflake, in a fireside chat with Mash Said, lead data scientist at Chipotle. I nearly said Chipotle, oh my goodness. So it's Chipotle. In this session brought to you by Snowflake, Chipotle's machine learning leader will share more details about the data and technology challenges faced with this new program, how data sharing technology helped them overcome this, and the impact third-party data will have across more of their data science initiatives. And whilst they talk to you, I'm going to learn the difference between English and American English and pronounce things properly in the future. Please welcome to the stage Ahmad and Mash.
Hi, everybody. Welcome and thanks for joining us. My name is Ahmed Khan. I lead the AI/ML strategy at Snowflake. And today I'm joined by Mash Sayed, who is one of the lead data scientists at Chipotle Mexican Grill. Thank you, Mash, for joining us.
Thank you.
Perfect. And so today we're going to be really talking about the importance of data and this whole concept of data-centric AI and how high quality data sets can really improve the performance and accuracy of your models and ultimately provide business value. And so to that end, Mash, I want to start things off by talking about the safety compliance project that you worked on last year. Before we dive into the technical details, I want to make sure we cover the business objective and what you were able to accomplish with this project.
Yeah, so as you know, the restaurant industry, food safety is a huge concern to everyone in the restaurant industry. And Chipotle, that's top of mind for them. The way we got there, and I can speak anecdotally about my experience with Chipotle, which kind of just helps, the rubber meet the road, I guess, as they say.
Yeah.
Is that when you would go out to Chipotle, and I'm a huge Chipotle fan as well as an employee, I would
Me
go
too.
out there, you as well. Perfect. I hope you're a rewards member.
I am.
So, oh, awesome. Yeah, so I would go out, I'd get my Chipotle every week, right? And there's a lot of apprehension at this time going out to restaurants. I'm talking a few months after March, after we went into the lockdown 2020. And a lot of times you're not sure what the protocol is going to be. You're not sure if you're going to feel comfortable going into a restaurant. And most of us didn't want to be inside a restaurant, even for a short period of time. Well, it was really nice for me to see that when I would frequent my local Chipotle, that when I would go up to the front door, that there was there was an employee there at the door who had kept the door locked and would only open the door after understanding, are you there for an in-store transaction or are you there to pick up your digital order? And for me, I've been transacting digitally with Chipotle's app for a long time. They make it super easy to go through and pick the exact food you want. And I would get up there and I would just tell the guy my name, and the employee would go grab my food, and that was it. That was the handoff. I never needed to step inside the restaurant. If people needed to go in the restaurant, they would limit the number of people that would be there at any given time. They had stickers on the floor to make sure that people stayed 6 feet apart. And this entire thing, when you look at it holistically, what it made you feel is you felt good, you felt safe, you felt protected. And that was the motivation really behind the project is really to put customers first, put the employees first, and those were kind of the big business objectives. The way that was achieved was through putting in the right protocols, paying attention to the COVID case counts, leveraging data, leveraging machine learning, and really taking advantage of the data that we had available to drive decision making in that area. And it was really successful.
I have to say that's pretty impressive and seems very unique and worth diving into. And so I want to focus this discussion a little bit towards the machine learning and what were the objectives of the machine learning task in terms of food and safety. So if you can talk about that would be very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. So I think let me start off by kind of taking a step back and thinking about what things looked like at that period of time. When you think about the middle of March, all of a sudden we're all working in our offices, and I think most of us who are working in the offices were told, we need everybody to work from home, and luckily we had that infrastructure already in place to be able to do that. So shortly after that happened, I, as a data scientist, part of my job is to be curious and to use data to understand what's going on around me. I got really curious about Chipotle, what was happening in terms of COVID case counts, and kind of comparing that to like the S&P 500, and just seeing if there was some kind of relationship there. I let my boss know, hey, there's data that's freely available on case counts, and there's some interesting trends that I'm seeing here. And I shared that with my team, and we were all kind of like, wow, that's so cool. And shortly thereafter, my boss came back to me and basically said, hey, look, this COVID stuff, we're really going to need to track this and stay on top of it. I need you to lead a project to help utilize some of those data points along with our internal data to really make sense out of it and provide something to the company that can allow them to better understand how cases are growing, how they're rising, and what the risk level is. So luckily, because I had already started playing around with that data, I kind of had a head start. And at that time, it was the data source that we were using was one which was not updated regularly, but it was a source that I think was being widely used, and things were kind of haphazard in a sense that, at the county level, sometimes you'd get case counts, the next day you wouldn't get them, and then the following day you'd get them. So it wasn't curated nicely. It wasn't kind of well maintained. So we started off with that data set, and we basically put together an entire pipeline along with a machine learning model that delivered to the COVID task force, which was this designated group of senior leaders that were keeping track of these case counts at the county level, and they were utilizing that to help make decisions around employee safety, customer safety protocols, supplier constraints, how suppliers were being affected, and even travel for employees. So employees, they tend to travel from one store to the next, management level employees that were kind of keeping track of how things are trending. And they were using this to understand whether employees should travel to specific areas or not at that time, if it was safe enough to travel. So that was kind of the overview of how we used the data.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like a challenge, and I think you sort of briefly touched upon, bringing how challenging it was to bring in the data, right? You talked about this API that you were looking at, and it's getting all of this first party data for a lot of our customers about your restaurants is challenging enough, and then when you think about bringing in third party data, you have to set up the infrastructure to really consume an API or scrape data from somewhere. Tell us how did you set out to solve this with ML, and specifically about the challenges of consuming the third-party APIs, and then we can talk about how you went about solving those challenges.
Yeah, I think that's that's an excellent question, because it was painful. It was actually not simple to leverage that third party source, even though it was a source that was popular, and other companies were also kind of leveraging it in the same way. The challenge that I found is that I would have to ping that API on a regular basis through a loop, and the reality was the data wasn't always updated. So imagine you come into the office, in the morning, and your expectation is that all of the prior day's data up through yesterday will already have been loaded by some time, let's say 10 a.m. What I was finding is that even at 10 a.m., and we had an entire stack built around this with one of the other data scientists on the team, where we were leveraging Data Factory to basically go out, ping that API, retrieve the file, go into the file, look at the date of the max date of the data. Does it match yesterday's date, or is it a day prior? No, go back and loop 15 minutes in 15-minute increments to continuously look for this data. What was happening is that in a lot of instances, that data would not get updated until sometime later in the afternoon. And in all of these cases, time is of the essence. We need to make decisions like as soon as possible, so that we're staying safe, and our employees are safe, and we're meeting those objectives in terms of what our task force was set up for. So in that sense, there were a lot of data related challenges, mainly because the data wasn't up to date, and we would have to kind of constantly be checking that data and always be going back to that pipeline, updating it, debugging it, and trying to just get that data to be up to date. That was actually one of the major challenges. In another instance, the other challenge with that data source was that not all counties would have reported case counts in a given day. And so some counties you would find
you were
that
doing this at the county level. It was that
we
granular.
were doing this at we're that granular. We were doing this at the county level. And interestingly, because we're able to merge this county level data alongside our internal data and really be able to plot on a visualization through a visualization tool the risk level of each county and the exposure that we had in terms of our restaurants in that county, we had a very, very good sense of how things were trending, whether things were going in, whether case counts, which they were in a lot of places, were rising, while in some places things were growing slower, other places things were growing much faster. We assigned color codes to assess risk levels. So, naturally green is a good situation, yellow is an elevated risk level, and then orange and then red would be the very highest risk level. Through these basic classifications and then plotting each county through these color codes, what you have is now is a geographical map of the US where you can see a gradient occurring across different parts of the country, where you have a strong concentration of COVID cases that are rising and you're in a red zone, while in other places, and generally at this time back, I think it was July, August, September timeframe, the major cities were hit very hard, but the smaller areas were still kind of on the uptick. So leveraging this data got us to that insight, and that's a great thing when it was efficient for us and when that data was available. But again, we were beholden to that data source in the sense that it wasn't always available like that. The days when it was available, it did its job and it was a beautiful thing. But there were definitely many instances where it wasn't available when we needed it to be.
Yeah, and that's interesting, but because when we talk about this data-centric approach to AI, really the core component and the differentiation for some of our largest customers is the data, not only their first-party data, but third-party data sets that are available to them. How good that data is, how accurately can you produce the features that go into as an input into a machine learning model. And so it really seems like you were struggling with the data bit, and we see that with some of our largest customers here at Snowflake as well, is that one of the hardest thing is to get access to high quality data sets. And so if you don't mind, we can definitely talk about the algorithm. So maybe start there. What kind of algorithms were you using? But then also talk about how you solve the data challenges, that you were facing, data not being updated, and then running that process over and over again to see if the data was refreshed from the API. So perhaps start with the algorithm, and then we'll talk about the data, how you solve the problem with the data.
Yeah, absolutely. So, XGBoost, right? This is a classification model. We're trying to classify whether a given county in the United States is going to go up in its classification ranking in terms of case count. So meaning, if you're orange, are you going to go to red? Or if you're orange, are you going to decrease to yellow? What is going to happen? So in terms of like the Python and the code and everything, that part was straightforward. It was pretty obvious we can leverage the scikit-learn library, specifically the XGBoost algorithm, to classify what's going to happen in the future with a given county using historical data. And the nice part about it was that all of that was encapsulated nicely and not the challenge. It wasn't the machine learning algorithm that was the challenge. It was the data. And specifically, it was this third-party source that we were relying on for reliable data, where we were, sometimes missing data, or sometimes the data wasn't landing at the time we expected it to. So like I said, previously, we had to build all this infrastructure around getting that data to do its job, which was just to show up in a database, or actually technically in our Azure data storage folders, where we pull that data into Databricks. But essentially, that was a challenge. And because that was a challenge, then the algorithm now is not able to produce significantly, better results because of missing data or data not being available. Now, the beauty of it is, and the solution to this problem was the Snowflake marketplace. And that is super powerful. And I can't begin to tell you how happy I am and how lucky I was to land upon that. And I had kind of looked into it in the past. I think actually you may have been the one that introduced me to that in a prior call that we had, where I started to notice, man, there's this whole other world out there of all these data sources, and it's curated for you, right? So it's being maintained. It's in a nice format. A lot of that legwork that I was previously doing was really taken out of the picture, which was super powerful. And before I made that leap to switching out that third-party data source, I did do a deep dive on the data. I made sure that everything made sense and that the data had the attributes that we needed. We were looking at deaths, we were looking at case counts, and we needed it to have the county identifier, the FIPS code specifically. So these attributes needed to be there in order for me to fully use it. Once I vetted that out, and I went into my my notebooks where I was maintaining all the code to run this thing, to run the pipeline. I switched certain pieces out, and truthfully, because the data was laid out so nicely, I didn't really have to make a lot of change. And since I've switched that source, I can tell you that there hasn't been a single instance where I've had to step in and do that extra debugging or maintenance, which has been super duper powerful. And the reason that's powerful is not simply because not only that, obviously there's the business value. Now our stakeholders have that data. It's available at the same time every day. They can rely on it. But more so, the infrastructure, the pipeline that we had created that involved so many different components to make it work with the third-party data, I was able to remove major parts of that and simplify that pipeline. So before we had, the data coming from the API, and then we had data in Azure Data Storage, in the data lake, and then we had Databricks running all those notebooks, and then landing the data into Snowflake, and then from there projecting all of that into Power BI. Now I've got data sitting in Snowflake's marketplace, right, that I can easily have access to. I run my notebooks, and then boom, I land my insights into Snowflake once again, and it's being projected into Power BI. So what I think that the key takeaway technically is that not only do you have a win from the data being readily available to your customer, to your stakeholders, but you've also streamlined the process so it's less of a headache for you as a data scientist to maintain. So that part that's been really, really satisfying.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I'm glad you were able to find value in the data sets that were shared in the data marketplace. So that's amazing. Are you looking at, and we don't have a lot of time left here, Mash, so very quickly, are you looking at any new or existing projects where you're going to be leveraging any of those third-party data sets from the marketplace, or perhaps through data sharing, one-on-one data sharing with your partners?
Yes. So I think what's super exciting is now that we know about the marketplace and we know the potential that the marketplace has, there's so many areas, specifically a lot of them around, demographics and marketing related enriched data sets where we can leverage. Like, for example, I think you guys have a US Census curated data set, which I was just looking at, super powerful. I want to leverage those demographics. We have a lot of use cases in marketing, LTV and RFM and different things we're doing around understanding our customers and building personalized journeys and things like that. So I see a lot of value in the marketplace. And I think that, again, it's about streamlining things, simplifying things. And if you can leverage the marketplace and the fact that you've got these curated, reliable data sets ready to go, that just makes things so much easier. So super excited to leverage those data sets.
That's great. Thank you so much, Mash. It was a pleasure talking to you. Just to wrap up, it's super important to pay attention to the data, to the data sources, because really with machine learning, AI, garbage in, garbage out, the high quality data and high quality features are what's going to differentiate your machine learning and AI solutions within your organization. Again, Mash, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, I think let's see if we have any questions coming in. So I'm looking at the questions. So Mash, are you ready to answer in live Q&A here?
Sure.
So a bunch of different questions have come in. So I'll start with the safety, restaurant safety. There's a question that says, do you feel COVID improved the restaurant safety standards? And is that a good thing for the future in keeping us healthier as a society? Do you measure this? How do you measure this?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I can speak to this from obviously personal experience and not just visits to Chipotle, which of course I'm a huge fan of, but also other places, and kind of comparing how different restaurants have made safety a priority. And I think what really stands out is, as I mentioned in my in my talk, that we were ranked as a top restaurant brand by Ipsos for COVID safety compliance specifically. I can't speak to the internal metrics that they use, but I know that when I went and visited Chipotle, what I felt was safe because of those specific things I mentioned. The way they keep the door closed before anybody can come in. You walk in, you're spaced 6 feet apart. There's stickers for you to stand on. I see this in a lot of retail establishments, and I think these are really good things because they build people's confidence. So I expect that these things will continue. I also expect to see that a lot of business going forward will be done through other channels as well, not just waiting in a line in store, but also taking advantage of digital platforms. And Chipotle's done a great job with that. They've been super ahead of the game with setting up the digital platform. So I think those things kind of combined, whether you're in store or whether you're using a digital platform, safety is top of mind. I mean, it's key for the employees, key for the customers. It's everyone's priority. So I do see that as being a top area of concern and priority in the future and years ahead, really.
Perfect, great. So there's a lot more questions coming in, and I'm going to combine a couple of them because they're sort of the same question. It's really the question is about the data quality, and maybe what we can do is, and I'll read you the question: how reliable are third-party data sets, and how do you ensure that the data is high quality? So why don't you take your first party data quality, and I can answer the one about the third party data sets in the marketplace.
Yeah, I think so. So the way we thought about it is when you're talking specifically about COVID data, for example, you can find COVID data in a lot of different places at a lot of different geographic aggregations. For example, you can look at it at the state level. We live in California, so you can look at what California is saying about their case counts through their government-related websites. You can look at specifically Orange County, for example, and look at what Orange County is saying for things like the most common things like the COVID cases, the COVID deaths. Then you can go out to these larger organizations. For example, there was one source, USA Facts, and there's another source, Johns Hopkins University. Both of them are curating and aggregating a lot of this data. And then what you want to do is you want to compare these smaller areas, such as at the county level for different counties, and then at the state level, and then look at what these nationally tracking organizations are showing for those same places and overall. And when you just plot that out, you'll get a really good sense of, are these numbers trending in the same direction? Are they exact, yes or no? If they're not exact, are they very close? that'll give you a really good sense of, is everybody kind of seeing the same thing? And I think that the reality is that you're not going to get a perfect match on a line graph, for example, by day, but you're looking to see that there's generally a lot of similarity there.
Absolutely. And then I'll just say a quick blurb about the data marketplace. Our marketplace, we have a thorough vetting process in terms of data providers. And these are companies whose whole business it is to provide data. So these are not sample data sets. They're kept up to date. They're contractually updated, obligated to keep the data high quality. So I think we're out of time. There are a bunch of other questions, but we're at this point, we're out of time. So thank you so much, Mash, again, for your time. And this was super interesting use case.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much to Mash and Ahmad. Next, we're very pleased to welcome Manu Sharma, who is CEO of Labelbox. Manu will discuss how designing a workflow involving automation and iteration can lead to more accurate models, faster implementation, and 70% cost savings. And who doesn't like 70% cost savings, am I right? So this session is brought to you by Labelbox. So please welcome Manu Sharma.
Hello, my name is Manu Sharma, and I'm founder and CEO at Labelbox. Today, I will talk about data engines, how data engines can help your organization accelerate the AI teams and your AI models into production. And more importantly, the three major constituents of a successful data engine. So let's get started. Over the last decade, we have seen a profound transformation in the way we compute. From writing logic, which is the software systems that surround us today, we've transformed, or we're transitioning very rapidly into programming these compute systems with data. And there are a few elements that has made this transformation happen. Just 5 years ago, the entire industry was focused on algorithms. Companies would have very strong PhD teams and scientists who would be coming up with novel algorithms. These are neural architectures, bigger neural architectures. But today, state-of-the-art deep learning algorithms are free and readily available. In fact, today, most teams actually do not even bother coming up with novel architectures. They just simply use off-the-shelf pre-trained models. This is an amazing thing for an industry. Today, most organizations that are building AI systems or the products that we are using today that are AI powered are very likely using pre-trained models. Second, compute systems. The effective AI compute system for AI is doubling every 3 to 6 months, and it has been doing so for over a decade. So the same system that you benchmarked in 2011 and compared that with the hardware of 2021, it is probably around 300,000x faster. So we are seeing algorithms becoming free. We are seeing compute systems becoming ubiquitous and incredibly powerful. The entire focus for the industry now has come down to training data. Training data is really the new code. It is essentially what makes these AI systems understand what we want the AI to do. Training data is really the medium through which we tell a computer about our real world and how to make decisions. Now, building these AI systems, state-of-the-art AI systems, is non-trivial. And the reason for that is that these systems are incredibly data hungry. And to build a successful AI system, what we are seeing is the emergence of data engines. The teams that are ushering into production with state-of-the-art performance and novel use cases, what they've done is they've built a very robust data engine. A data engine essentially is a closed-loop system where your products and services are creating data in a form that can be used to train an AI system continuously. Your models are being trained on a periodic cadence, weeks, months, and you are deploying those models back into your applications, and you're generating new kinds of data. and this wheel continues perpetually, making your AI system better over time. Now, these data engines are very critical for nearly every AI team that hopes to go into production. But there are three big things that we see from our vantage point that are incredibly essential for a successful data engine. And these are automation, choosing the right data, and importance of iteration. So let's spend the next 10 minutes understanding each of these three subsystems that are critical for building a robust data engine. Automation is very important in creating training data. As you can imagine, creating labeled training data can be very cumbersome. It often requires lots of people to manually label and categorize data. It could range from categorizing text, receipts, all the way to medical professionals hand labeling portions of medical imaging for identifying tumors. It can range from just a few seconds of tasks to hour-long tasks, depending on the nature of problem. And we can't have the AI teams go through every single data and label it from scratch. And this is where we think it's very important for AI teams to embrace a fully aware approach to automation. There are quite a few approaches to labeling automation, from self-aware, from semi-aware to non-aware and fully aware, the three kind of broad categories of automation. Fully aware as approach is essentially where an AI team is using its own AI model to create recommendations for human teams for correction. It is by far the most robust approach for automation, the reason being that over time, AI teams experience as much as up to 80% reduction in manual labeling costs. Or in other words, they see 8x more improvement in output. It is very important for AI teams to really understand and embrace this approach of labeling automation. It is often challenging for teams to get started in the first few iterations because of cold start problem, where they don't really have any AI model and they're just trying to get to the first version of the model. But once these teams leapfrog from first couple iterations to iteration 10 or 12, teams really start to realize the power of closed loop model based pre-labeling, and that is becoming a standard in the industry now. So let's understand, what does this mean and how does it work? AI teams use their own models to create predictions that are sent to humans for correction. Now, the cost of correction often is lower than cost of creation. And we see this across all kinds of use cases. So here's one. One of the largest agricultural customers of LabelBox uses model-assisted labeling, a fully aware automation approach, to automate labeling for weeds and crop. The way they do that is they've got hundreds of tractors streaming lots of images about their crops and farms. They have a variety of sensors. They use the sensors to automatically label vegetation and the ground, because you can actually see from sensor very easily what does the soil look like versus what does plants look like, because plants have chlorophyll content in them. And that is already a great start, because now humans only have to look at the areas where there are vegetation. And then there are botanists who are simply classifying the vegetation into weed and crop. And then, of course, they use their own models to make that particular task better over time. And then in the next stage, they have expert agronomists who are subclassifying the weed into a variety of species. And they've got them another version of model that is precisely automating that task. And all in all, it becomes a very iterative, closed loop approach where models and humans are working together, ultimately enabling AI team to label data faster. Here's another example in a completely different industry. This is a leading company, geospatial company that has an expert AI system that identifies ships or vessels across a number of sensors from satellites, visible spectrum, infrared, or synthetic aperture radar. And as you can imagine, identifying ships from satellites in this vast ocean can be a very daunting task. Where do you even start? You take a random photo of an ocean, you probably won't find a ship. But AI teams got quite smart about this approach, where they said, well, wherever there is ship, there is probably a wake, the water wake. And usually it is white because of the foam it creates. And so they can use very simple heuristic models to predict where there could be white wake in a blue background. And so they use a version of model to pre-label the data and essentially distill down the data to possible cases where there could be ships. Now humans have to spend a lot less time identifying where in which image there are ships. And in the next stage, these teams of human experts are essentially classifying what kind of vessels they are. And of course, they're using another model to basically predict the vessel type. And hopefully the human teams are mostly spending their time just correcting the type of a vessel, whether it's like a small boat or whether it's actually a large ship. We see tremendous automation across all kinds of use cases. And it's really, really becoming a standard in how machine learning teams are creating their training data sets by relying less on human and more on this creative and pragmatic approaches to generating lots of training data. The second major constituent for a robust data engine is ability to find edge cases and ultimately the smallest set of data to label that ultimately improves your model performance and ideally makes your model performant across all of your data domain, the domain of the task that you're trying to automate or augment with AI system. Usually, when AI teams start on solving a problem, they have vast amounts of data. These data sets are being generated through digital products and services or sensors at the edge. And most machine learning teams don't realize when they're starting with their AI program that they actually don't have to label all of this data to build a robust AI system. To describe this, let me use an analogy. We as humans don't have to see every single example to understand a concept. We typically converse with an idea with few examples, and we kind of generally get an idea like this is how it works. AI systems can be like that if your machine learning teams are working smartly and have the right tools and workflows that enable them to choose precisely the right data that is going to make the difference in the performance of the AI model. What we see is that most machine learning teams that are in production and have gone through this journey, they've realized that they actually need less than 5% of labeled examples in the domain to have a performant AI system. Now, of course, this number may vary depending on the nature of problem a machine learning team is solving. For example, self-driving car has this endless long tail of edge cases, whereas automating a assembly line inspection, probably not so. So depending on whatever your use case is, the reality is that your teams actually don't need as much labeled data as one might think. And the key to finding this smallest set of labeled data and the right edge cases to solve for is to have a robust tool to understand the performance of the model. And that's why we are so proud and excited to have recently announced a new product called Model Diagnostics. Model diagnostics help machine learning teams understand performance in depth and enable the machine learning teams to focus on the areas that matter the most. The way it works is that machine learning teams are able to import all of their model prediction at every single iteration that they do. And they're able to visualize these model predictions or the model decisions over the ground truth, the label data that they have created hopefully using Labelbox. Or you could import pre-existing label data into Labelbox. And by superimposing these model predictions and ground truths, machine learning teams now are able to visually explore the nature of decisions the AI models are making. They're able to slice and dice the data and form hypotheses. An example would be that my model to find out hand gliders particularly does very poorly if there is a mountain behind it. And that might be kind of an edge case where the model just is not picking up the right color shades or the contrast, and it only happens in a subset of your data. Well, your team should be mostly focused on solving these kind of edge cases that your models are not picking up or performing poorly, rather than labeling data sets that your models are already really good at. It doesn't need more examples for it to perform better. And model diagnostics essentially help machine learning teams to form this hypothesis and take actionable steps. What we see is that there are generally two kinds of actionable steps machine learning team takes nowadays. One is to label more data, and hopefully using tools like this, they are labeling the right training data that is focused on addressing the model problems that they've identified, or improving the ground truth quality or the label data quality. Whatever those actionable steps are, the key idea here is that machine learning teams ought to be using better tools to understand the model performance and taking actionable steps from those insights. Now, the third major piece is iteration, very rapid iteration. The cornerstone for success in software development has been fast iteration cycles. Usually a developer is able to write a code and test it within minutes. Machine learning actually is vastly slower than software development. From idea to first model iteration, it can take weeks, if not months. And to increase the chances of your success of your AI program, you really ought to shrink this iteration cycle and be able to conduct as many experiments as possible so that your teams are able to learn from the insights of every single iteration and hopefully arrive to a very robust performing model and launch it into production. So bringing it all together, this is what a successful, robust data engine looks like. It brings labeling that embraces fully aware automation to keep your costs under control. Your machine learning teams are able to train models very rapidly using the labels generated with Annotate. Your teams are real-time evaluating models' performance and taking corrective steps such that your teams are focused only on the data sets that will ultimately improve the model's performance. And the iteration repeats again with labeling more data. And this is how we are seeing some of the best machine learning teams out there accelerating their paths to production AI systems. We would love to continue the conversation. So please feel free to reach out to us at labelbox.com. Great. We've got quite a few questions, so I'll take the most popular question. Is it possible to automate 100% of the data labeling process in the future? Labeling can be very expensive and time-consuming. The answer is no. I mean, theoretically, if you could automate all of your data labeling, you basically have got an expert AI model that doesn't need improvements. And so you've kind of, like, if you've reached that state, you don't need to label more data. And if you haven't reached the state, you will continuously need to solve for edge cases. what we actually see in most production machine learning teams is that they never end their process to label data. And the reason is that as they are plugging these machine learning systems in production applications, they are incrementally adding more innovative products on top of it. So they're seeking to build more expert AI systems that can solve higher order problems. And of course, you need more training data for that. Okay, the next question is there a suggested order of iteration, automating and choosing the right data that we would recommend? I think the most important, if you took any kind of a couple of points from my talk today, I think the number one thing is iteration. Like you as a machine learning team, the best thing you can do is not over-engineer and just aim for getting one or first iteration of your model in production as soon as possible. The cornerstone for success in software development is this rapid iteration. And we see the iteration cycles of merely hours in software. In machine learning, it can take weeks and months for some of the best teams. And so your goal should be to just shrink that as much as possible, so that you can learn from mistakes and hopefully get to the right answer. Other question is, how do you ensure consistency of labeling, quality of data in your data sets? I think the most important thing about consistency and quality is that the process of creating training data sets should be transparent, and you should have control over, or control and visibility over the entire process. And this is like fundamentally why companies like Tesla have created a full stack approach where they have control over how they create data sets. They actually consider creating training data sets as a proprietary competitive advantage, and so you've got to be very careful on what is your strategy to create label data, and you should be ensuring that the critical pieces of your training data pipeline is within your control. So you may have to resort to using tools and technologies that enables you to do so, rather than kind of just outsourcing everything to some provider. That often can lead to mediocre results over time. What do I think about comments on most data of training being synthetic pretty soon? Well, I think it is synthetic data is a very broad term. What we see is machine learning teams definitely resorting to data augmentation as a technique to create more examples from existing ground truth, and that is a tried and tested approach that I think everybody should be using at this point. And then the other kind of school of thought of training synthetic training data sets is creating training data from simulation. So I mean, I think a really good example is, like, we've got a lot of video games about cities and roads and cars, and so teams, machine learning teams that actually are building systems, robotic systems, whether it's self-driving car or robots navigating in the cities, they can easily create training data from those simulations. And so I think we see, like, not everything in our world can be simulated easily, but I think it is certainly a promising technique, and you should invest, you should make a ROI decision about, what is the is that the best route for your teams to do, because it can still take a lot of capital and resources to generate lots of synthetic data. And even if you do so, you still need real data to actually have performant ML systems in the real world. Well, I've got quite a few questions, but I think my time's up. So thank you everyone.
All right, back. Thanks so much to Labelbox. Thank you, Manu, for that incredibly informative session. We're going to have a 15-minute coffee break right now. Although I'm not going to have any coffee. I'm broadcasting here from the 3PC studios in Berlin, so it's gone midnight. Better not have any more coffee. Of course, you've got the networking right down here. All the way down the bottom, you've got the partner events you should check out. Go to the expo space. You've got 15 whole minutes to check out all of the wonderful joys that we've given you on the portal. We will be back at 3:45 Pacific time. Of course, local time is available in your agenda on the event website. And that will be for our technology showcase. We are featuring the 6 coolest emerging AI and data tech companies. You absolutely, definitely don't want to miss that. We'll see you in 15 minutes, and we'll be back for the showcase. Well, this is one of my favorite parts of every VentureBeat Transform. We're going into our technology showcase. Now, the technology showcase is very special. We put together a list of 6 coolest tech companies in the data and AI space. These are chosen by our VentureBeat editorial team. So these are all here on merit alone. And you're going to see some absolutely amazing new emerging technologies right now. We'll be showing you solutions from Randory, from Databricks, from Lambda, from Y Labs, Deep Instinct, and Creatio. So without further ado, we're going to get straight into the showcase. I'm super excited about this because I haven't seen these yet, so I'm going to be watching intently, and I hope you are too. Here we go. It's the VentureBeat Technology Showcase.
In the last 12 months, 56% of companies have been hit by ransomware in some degree, totaling nearly $20 billion in loss. There's a tendency for folks to think that ransomware begins with phishing, and it's true that that is a common vector involved. But we know that 40% of attacks that end in ransomware begin with a pivot through the attack surface, so coming through the perimeter of an organization directly. Hi, I am Moose. I'm the CTO and co-founder at Randory. The Randory platform is an attack surface management solution, as well as a continuous automated red teaming solution. Randory is all about attack and the attacker's perspective. And when we were building a continuous automated red team, the first solution that we needed was something to help us find all of the targets that make up the surface area of a customer organization. Basically finding all of the assets, the people that we could actually launch attacks against. We, of course, now brand a solution around this that we call Recon for attack surface management. And all that we're doing is automating all of the processes that an actual hacker runs in order to find the surface area, and then letting our customers see that through that lens of the adversary. So Randory's solution for attack surface management starts in the same techniques and procedures that hackers actually carry out. So we're going to start center of mass, looking at the organization, and then spider our way out, basically following all the breadcrumbs across the internet to build a map of that organization. So rather than trying to index the internet and find all of the things that have your name on it and be riddled with false positives, we're able to find things that are really attached to you and understand how it's associated with your organization. Yeah, so the thing that really makes Randory different from our competitors is that we're hacker forward, or we're authentic attackers. We rooted our business in trying to bring an adversary to our customers and help them have a trust relationship there. I like to think of us as just enabling a dialogue between attackers and defenders so that we can both improve. Most other folks we see in the ASM space are really just trying to index the internet and maybe run a science project to find stuff that might be valuable, whereas we're rooted in stuff that's immediately actionable to us as adversaries right now. We get asked a lot, what is ransomware? And ransomware is kind of a misnomer in that people think of it as an attack, but in reality, ransomware is the last action at the end of a large sequence of events that we might think of as an attack. It's really hackers been in your network for a while and they're figuring out one last way to monetize the access they've been able to get. And it's just the thing that we notice a lot. At Randory, I'm hoping that we can bring folks some clarity in cybersecurity, including ransomware, helping them understand what actually is taking place in their environments and how folks might be able to defend against threats like ransomware by disrupting parts of the kill chain much earlier on. Our platform automates hacker logic for all the little nuggets of activities that actual adversaries do. And as we work with our customers, we collect a ton of data, and that means we have to automate. From finding anomalies to targeting the attacks to reconnaissance techniques, everything that we do. Delivering attack at scale through a platform means that we have to use the machine to automate, because we simply cannot do everything by hand. Every time we identify or build something novel, some new technique to be used against one of our customers, we incorporate it back into the platform so it can scale and be used against the many, making a high-end experience available to the many. Data and automation are absolutely critical in how we democratize the red team experience. There's 2 main pieces, reconnaissance and attack. Reconnaissance is a black box discovery application that finds the assets that make up an organization by following and automating the same techniques that attackers actually use to build a map of your organization.
Despite the allure of AI, most enterprises are still struggling to succeed with it. AI remains a 1% problem, with only a few web-scale organizations like Google, Amazon, Uber, Netflix, and Facebook that are able to achieve AI across the whole organization, every BU uses AI at these companies. A big reason for this is that they have massive repositories of data and armies of data engineers and data scientists to throw at the problem, and they've been at it for 2 decades. The other 99%, they're still struggling. The hardest part of AI is the data piece, and data infrastructure is too complex and expensive to manage effectively for advanced use cases. Teams aren't well connected to collaborate. The challenge starts in the way that the data infrastructure itself is built from the ground up. The vast majority of data is flowing into a data lake today. Companies do a lot of data prep and validation so that they can serve data science and machine learning on top of these data lakes. At the same time, a huge amount of data is ETL'd to many different downstream data warehouses to do business intelligence and other use cases. We have to do that because the BI workloads are often too slow to run against the data lake directly. Depending on the workload, data also needs to be moved out of the data warehouse back to the data lake if it's been updated in the data warehouse. And increasingly, machine learning workloads are also reading and writing to the data warehouses simultaneously. The root of the problem is the inherent differences between the data lakes and the data warehouses. On the one hand, we have data lakes that do a great job of supporting machine learning and AI. They support all kinds of varieties of data, they have open formats, and there's a big ecosystem on top of them. But they have poor support for business intelligence, and they suffered complex data quality problems. On the other hand, we have data warehouses that are great for business intelligence applications, but they have limited support for machine learning workloads, and they are proprietary systems with only a SQL interface. Unifying these systems can be transformational in how we think about data. This is why we're such big believers in the Lakehouse to provide one platform to unify all your data, analytics, and AI to allow members of your data team to collaborate together. By definition, a Lakehouse is based on open standards and open source. Because without being open, it is impossible to create unification across all these different data types, all these tools and workloads. And the communities for the best open source projects to enable the Lakehouse are in the audience today across Apache Spark, Delta Lake, MLflow, and Redash. The collective result has been really transformational for many organizations. In fact, more organizations than ever are adopting the Lakehouse architecture to achieve their data goals. We're seeing enterprises like Shell, Ford, Condé Nast, McDonald's, and Halliburton standing up Lakehouses, as well as digital natives like Samsara, Grab, Wildlife Studios, Grammarly, and Scribd. Open isn't just about open source. It's about access. It's about sharing. As an industry, we often talk about how data is the lifeblood of every successful organization. Increasingly, the road to success is about how data flows between organizations. Data needs to be gathered, organized, exchanged, and enriched to take on bigger and more complex opportunities. But the systems in place today haven't actually allowed this to happen. Historically, getting access to data has been very difficult. Data sharing solutions have been tied to a single vendor or a single commercial product, introducing vendor lock-in risks. And this approach has been the same since the 80s. Data vendors say, store all your data, ETL it to ISV1, and share it with anyone. This is great as long as everyone buys and adopts ISV1. But over time, ISV2 came up with a better speed, then ISV3, and then 4 had better price, easier to use. So ISV1 isn't the only vendor. And now the data lives in many different systems and they're siloed. Even from the vendor's perspective, it's a nightmare. What vendors want is for the data to be easy to consume, but now it's hard to consume and a nightmare to manage 10 connections securely. The world has also changed. The only way you could talk to these systems back in the day was JDBC, ODBC, or SQL. But today, there is a plethora of data sources: video, audio, data files. SQL is still the only language to talk to this data, a language from the pre-big data era. It's not built for this kind of unstructured or semi-structured data, where Python has really become the lingua franca. So as a result, the community is stuck. What we need is a way to connect all the data stores and all data types with language flexibility to allow data practitioners to use the tools that they prefer. An open future demands an open approach to data sharing. This is why I'm really excited to announce Delta Sharing, the industry's first open protocol for secure data sharing. It's fully open, without proprietary lock-in, not restricted to SQL, but it supports SQL and it supports data science. It's easily managed, privacy, security, and compliance. Delta sharing will be part of the Delta Lake project under the Linux Foundation. It'll be able to tap into this wide variety of support that the community already has for Delta. In fact, we've already seen tremendous support for the project.
Hi, I'm Steven, CEO of Lambda, and today I'm here to tell you that your machine learning engineers aren't doing what you think they're doing. You probably think your machine learning team designs neural networks, trains neural networks, and deploys those models to servers, right? Well, I'm here to tell you that your machine learning team spends a huge amount of their time building and managing their own compute infrastructure. Now, if they're using on-prem infrastructure, they're spending time designing servers, designing workstations, buying and sourcing GPUs and CPUs, negotiating with vendors, understanding power and cooling, and then doing actual deployments in the data center where they have to rack, stack, and label and cable all of these servers together. If they're running their infrastructure in the cloud, they need to spend a huge amount of time designing the machine image to deploy with that instance, to write provisioning scripts to keep those machine images up to date. And basically, you're paying a bunch of money to people who have PhDs in computer science to do Linux system administration for you. And having your ML team do Linux system administration just doesn't make sense. They should be focused on what they do best. And so at Lambda, what we've done is create machine learning hardware systems that just work out of the box. So we have a Lambda TensorBook, which is our laptop with a GPU in it. We have our Lambda Vector, which is a workstation product that has up to 4 GPUs in it. We have the Lambda Blade, which is our server that's used to be shared between teams. And we have the Echelon, which is our data center scale GPU cluster for deep learning. Finally, we also have the Lambda GPU Cloud, which is a GPU cloud that's designed specifically for deep learning. And so on the hardware side of things, we really have you covered. In addition, every single one of the products that we offer, whether it's a laptop or a cluster, comes pre-installed with Lambda Stack. And what Lambda Stack does is it provides a deep learning environment for your machine learning team that comes with TensorFlow, PyTorch, CUDA, cuDNN, all the different libraries and frameworks that your team needs to be productive. And it comes pre-installed with that. And more importantly is it's not a complicated, hard to use, maybe Docker environment. It's installed system-wide. Your team doesn't even have to think about it. They can just run their machine learning code and it'll work. And more importantly is if they've trained a model that works with Lambda Stack on their laptop, they can just copy it up to a server or copy it up into our cloud. And because they all run Lambda Stack, they'll be able to run their model without any additional Linux system administration. Now, it's great to have your models be portable and be able to move between different machines with the same, because they all have the same environment. But what about updating? Lambda Stack, what it does is with one command, sudo apt-get update and sudo apt-get upgrade or dist upgrade, you can bring all of the libraries and frameworks and your operating system to the latest version with just that one command. And this works whether it's a laptop, again, a cluster, server, or cloud instance. And finally, Lambda Stack basically offers this managed upgrade path. So it doesn't matter if you haven't updated for 2 years, or maybe you updated a couple months ago, or maybe you updated last week. It doesn't matter where you are. Lambda Stack will always bring you to the latest version without having to write huge amounts of complicated provisioning and upgrade scripts. Also, you may be already using NGC or some other GPU accelerated containers. Lambda Stack can be the underlying platform for you to run containers that need GPU acceleration. All you have to do is install the NVIDIA Container Toolkit and Docker, and Lambda Stack will provide up-to-date versions of the driver and the different things that need to be passed into those containers to have them access the power of the GPUs. Finally, Lambda Stack also has open source Docker files, so you can create and customize your own Docker image that can be deployed anywhere a Docker instance is. So whether it's a Kubernetes cluster or it's a machine running Docker, you can deploy Lambda Stack within a container. And you don't need to take my word for it. All you have to do to figure out how difficult it is for your machine learning team to manage their software is to search online for, how to update your deep learning libraries and frameworks on Twitter. And you'll see tons of people complaining about how difficult it is for them to update their operating system, libraries and frameworks, drivers. And Lambda Stack really is a very simple solution for that. And luckily, we have thousands and thousands of users who all recommend to these people on Twitter that they should just use Lambda Stack. Lambda Stack and Lambda hardware are used by thousands of companies, most of the Fortune 500, almost every major research university in the United States, as well as all of the research labs that we have in the DoD and Department of Energy, all use Lambda hardware and Lambda Stack. So if you want an easy way to install your machine learning libraries and frameworks and drivers and keep them all up to date with a single command, just search online for Lambda Stack, or you can go to this URL here, and your woes are now gone. So thank you so much for taking the time to listen to the talk, and feel free to reach out to me. My Twitter handle is right there, Stephen Balaban. Would be more than happy to have a conversation with you sometime. Thanks a lot, and enjoy the rest of VB Transform.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Vishnik. I am the CEO and co-founder of YLabs, the AI observability company. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be a part of this year's VentureBeat Transform Summit. I'd like to begin today by taking you back a couple thousand years. Everyone has heard of Pandora's box, but here's a little known fact. Pandora's box was a consequence of mankind's first technological revolution. The gods sent this box of misfortunes to humans because they had harnessed the divine power of fire. The moral of this ancient legend seems to be that together with the advantages created by every technological leap forward, there also come unexpected difficulties. Now, why did I begin with this story? Well, AI is our generation's big technological revolution. In recent years, thousands of companies across the globe have attempted to harness the incredible potential of AI technology. But this boom in AI implementation has also arguably brought forth its own Pandora's box of problems and complications. While organizations today are getting more and more adept at successfully deploying AI to production environments, once in production, AI applications fail in unanticipated ways and prove difficult to operate. As of today, over 1,000 AI failures have been recorded by Partnership on AI in an AI incident database. The recent pandemic has made this problem even worse because of the changes in real-world data that it caused across industries. This data drift has precipitated huge drops in model accuracy, loss of trust in model reliability, and the wave of new regulations to protect consumers from AI failures. At YLabs, we developed a solution for preventing AI failures by providing the teams who operate AI applications with an early alert system. Let me walk you through an example of how one of our customers, a global AI-first logistics company, uses YLabs to ensure robust performance of their AI applications. The company uses AI models to predict the best service routes and carriers for hundreds of thousands of cargo shipments every day. With YLabs, they're able to proactively identify when the models are starting to drift and lose accuracy. They're able to understand what data causes the issues and quickly retrain the models to maintain uninterrupted high performance. What sets the YLabs platform apart from other products that attempt to offer similar services is that it offers such transparency, auditability, and early warning capabilities to all AI builders. Whether you are a single practitioner or a large corporation, our product enables you to monitor all of your AI applications through a single pane of glass. YLabs works with any AI platform, any data, and any scale. Most importantly, it does not require teams to change their existing infrastructure or workflows. Let me show you a quick demo explaining exactly how it works.
Welcome to YLabs. The YLabs observability platform helps you ensure that your AI application delivers the impact it was designed for. The self-service platform keeps tabs on model performance, tracks model health, and monitors data health. Whether you are a large team or a single AI practitioner, YLabs brings you out-of-the-box ML observability, which helps prevent AI failures, reduce operational costs, and establish a responsible AI practice in your organization. It works in just 3 easy steps. Step 1. Set up the open source logging agent YLogs. Step 2. Connect the YLogs agent to the YLabs platform. Step 3. Activate zero configuration monitoring. That's it. YLabs instantly gets to work surfacing actionable insights to you and your team using the workflows you're familiar with, Slack, PagerDuty, and others. Your raw data never leaves your premises, since only the statistical profiles of model data are collected and analyzed by YLabs. Get notified about any model performance degradation, and watch how the model is performing over time. Receive actionable alerts about model bias and concept drift. Identify which input features cause problems in the model output. Get alerted about data quality issues and data drifts so you can be proactive about retraining the model before it fails. Enjoy lightning-fast onboarding, privacy-centric setup, and purpose-built observability tools to get the most of your AI application. See YLabs in action on our sandbox at try.ylabsapp.com. Run AI with certainty.
At YLabs, we believe every AI practitioner should be equipped with AI monitoring and observability tools. Before now, this was not possible because such solutions typically require complicated deployment and pose data privacy challenges. Today, I'm thrilled to announce the new product offering from YLabs, the self-serve AI observability platform you just saw. This is the only solution on the market that allows any AI practitioner to layer a monitoring and observability solution to their existing AI application in less than an hour. Join our VentureBeat Transform limited access beta to be the first to experience what it's like to run AI with certainty. Reserve your spot by signing up at ylabs.ai/transform. Thank you.
My name is Brian Black, and this is going to be a very brief discussion on deep instinct and the differentiators that we as a company are doing in the realms of artificial brains and deep learning. So to start very quickly, why do we call them artificial brains? What is an artificial brain? Well, the reason they're called as such is because much like the human brain, they have neurons, synapses, and they have different weights that connect different questions to different answers. And the way they learn over time by connecting these various points that allow them to understand the world around them, just like a human. And it's also the same reason you can perhaps remember that corner store when you were a kid, but may not be able to remember the sandwich you had for lunch yesterday. It's simply because there's more weight, more neurons, more synapses to one memory than another. And artificial brains work the same way. As they experience the world around them, they begin to understand contextually what they're dealing with. Now, the thing that makes a deep learning artificial brain, well, deep, are the hidden layers. Neural networks have been around for a very long time, but it's only been in the past decade or so that we've started to apply these many different hidden layers. And it's in all of those hidden layers that the real contextual understanding begins to come to light. So here's a quick example of an input of images. And as it begins to go through the various hidden layers, the images begin refining themselves until finally it comes to an answer and can provide that in the output layer. So what does that look like in the real world? Well, this is what an artificial brain looks like when it's performing as a self-driving car. Deep learning powers artificial brains, and artificial brains power self-driving cars unanimously. So perhaps maybe if you've gone on a long road trip, you may get to the end and wonder why you're so tired, even though you might have been in a cushy seat and had some snacks with you or whatnot. It was a beautiful day. Well, really, this is why. This is what the human brain is doing every second, every millisecond that you're on the road and you're driving. You are also calculating for stop signs, for other traffic, other cars, parked cars. you're calculating speeds, and you're doing that all very intuitively, but it is tiring. But this is what an artificial brain is doing when it's driving the self-driving car. Now, what does that mean to cybersecurity? Deep Instinct is a prevention-first cybersecurity tool. So what does that ultimately mean? Well, let's take a look at an example like Emotet. Emotet has started to roar back again. And what we like to say in deep learning is we get multiple swings at the same pitch. So here's an example. You've got the email attachment that comes down as an Office file. That is one of the most common methods of delivery. And of course, we have a deep learning model that can monitor Office files, and we're going to take action on that pre-execution. So it's not going to land on your disk. You're not going to have a human double click on it before we figure out why it's bad. But let's play the what if game. Let's say the artificial brain happened to miss this particular threat. Well, when the threat has the VBA embedded launcher, we're going to have we do have a deep learning model to detect that as well. But what if, let's keep playing that game. It launches the PowerShell. We have a suspicious PowerShell module. Let's say they beat that. We have a deep learning model for PowerShell, first in the world of its kind, to help eliminate false positives while identifying malicious PowerShell. If they manage to beat that, now we're looking at the payload dropper. Once again, the artificial brain and Deep Instinct's own unique reputation service is going to be in play, and we're going to be able to take a look at that model as well. But of course, if an arbitrary shellcode attempts to launch or a code injection, our engine's going to stop that in action before anything can be completed. But of course, once again, now we've got the dropper that comes down, the second stage, the Ryuk dropper. That's also not a problem. The artificial brain is going to be able to detect that pre-execution if it's a threat or not. But then what happens if we have a piece of malware that's just so advanced it manages to beat all of that? Well, we also are looking for ransomware behavior, and we can stop the encryption phase before it occurs. These are just some of the many engines that we have within our product and capabilities. This artificial brain doesn't exist in the cloud. It operates on the endpoint, and it's doing it with around 1% CPU utilization. It's an incredibly lightweight agent because it's using a fundamentally different technology. And that's really important, we think, because it's all powered by the framework. Now, here's a couple frameworks that you are familiar with. You probably interact with some or perhaps all of these companies in a way. Building an artificial brain means having a framework that can build that deep neural network that understands how to construct the artificial brain. And there wasn't any in cybersecurity before Deep Instinct came along. We were the world's first to build a framework specifically for cybersecurity, and we are the only ones that have such a framework. And that's really important because this isn't a case of taking something off the shelf and seeing if they can make it work, right? You can't do with images what you can do with binaries and vice versa. So having something like Google's TensorFlow doesn't quite work because it simply wasn't designed for the use case. So having the right framework, applying it to the right use case is very important. So what does all of that mean? We're dealing with a fundamentally different technology than you may be familiar with when it comes to cybersecurity. We're not using signatures. There is no machine learning feature extraction of any type. We don't need to sandbox something, no heuristics. And again, because the artificial brain resides on each and every asset, there's no online requirement. We operate just as successfully offline as on, and we don't need to execute the file to know if something is bad or not. And remember, we're doing this on unknown malware, true 0 days. This is what the artificial brain has the power to do. So where did all this idea come from? Well, it came from our three co-founders, our CEO, Guy Caspi, our CTO, Nadav Manon, and of course, our chief data scientist, Dr. Eli David, one of the world's premier deep learning specialists that we're fortunate to have here at our company. So back in 2016, the company formed, but it was prior to that, where they looked at this incredible technology, saw how it was being applied to self-driving cars and computer analytics, as well as logistical systems and even image recognition. And they said, can this be the new thing that can actually, for the first time, perhaps solve cybersecurity? So that's what the artificial brain attempts to do, solve cybersecurity. Thank you very much. If you're interested, of course, we'd love to talk to you further on this topic.
Hi, my name is Alex Petronenko, and I'm product evangelist at Creatia. And today I will be talking to you about how does Creatia enable organizations with AI-powered business applications. First of all, we at Creatia believe that we create a world where everyone can automate business ideas in minutes. And by everyone, we do mean every single business user can create their own business applications at the speed of light. First of all, Creation has been revolutionizing the world of business application creation over the years by providing a strong combination of BPM engine, low-code application platform, and a unified CRM that is fully powered by AI and machine learning capabilities. And the idea here is that the digital transformation does change the world of businesses and organizations currently. And even though they are reshaping the enterprises, they of course have a lot of challenges when it gets to the transformation process itself, where the application complexity is growing, the IT budgets are not keeping up, and of course there is the misalignment between businesses and IT. And of course, Creatio sees those challenges arising amongst all of our partners and customers, and has come up with a way of resolving those issues by providing a very strong combination of technologies that allow them to scale their businesses and change their businesses a lot faster with citizen development versus professional development as such. And of course, since we do understand that AI and machine learning is also in the core of these transformations, we are developing strong AI and machine learning based capabilities in the platform core of our applications that support the businesses in achieving these transformation goals. And of course, the idea here is that businesses come up with a lot of different use cases of using AI and machine learning models. And for us, the goal is to create technology that would allow them to apply these AI and machine learning models to any business use case that they come up with. And of course, gain insight into the decision-making processes together with powered ML models. And of course, this is where we as well not only focus on delivering our own capabilities in AI and machine learning, but as well support the integrations with third-party providers in order to provide even greater reach and coverage of AI and machine learning. And of course, this is as well supported by a very strong technical architecture of the platform, and as well a clear vision into creation of composable applications over time, where creation of the business application will only take a couple of moments with point and click style of composition of different business application Lego blocks that will create this specific business application. But of course, all of these capabilities are as well powered by a very simple yet very powerful configuration through point and click style of design, then having the ability of utilizing and executing the data prediction dynamically within business processes that are as well extremely simple to read and extremely simple to understand, and then provide visibility and access to this data to the end users with machine learning capabilities and wizards. And in this moment, I would like to switch to the live application for a quick demonstration of these capabilities. So first of all, as we're working within the studio application of Creatio, we have a lot of different capabilities for configuration, from creation of the data model and business application to then actually utilization and design of machine learning areas. This is where we can actually navigate through different ways of looking at the configuration of these models that are quite simple, where we can actually see that the whole design and redesign of the models is done through simple point and click, and the definition of the objects that are going to be the objects of the data prediction, and of course the reconfiguration of all of the criteria and how exactly the model should be trained and retrained. And of course, across the application capability, we can create many different types of data prediction around predictive scoring, lookup prediction or classification, numeric predictions or regression, text similarity, and next best offers and next best action. But the power of the machine learning models of Creatio lies not only within the configuration of the models themselves, but then actually having the ability of executing them within our business process management engine. This is where, within very simple yet very powerful diagram that clearly shows us the sequence of steps that is going to be executed by the system and the user, we can actually say that we would like to evoke a data prediction step with the help of reusage of one of those machine learning models that have been designed. And of course, since businesses might need to utilize these data predictions across many different use cases for data prediction and data utilization, we can then reuse these models across any business process, across any sequence of steps, providing the business users and the decision makers with accurate prediction of the data at the moment of time when they most need them. And we believe this is exactly how Creatio is going to be providing the capability of using AI and ML to any businesses, to any organization, and create a world where we are fully equipped with additional insight into the business world. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you soon.
Well, that was our showcase. I don't know about you, but I was absolutely inspired by all of those solutions. And thank you to our editorial team for rooting out some of the most amazing emerging technologies coming in AI and data. So now, if you are a VIP member, you have an invite-only executive forum that is automating the AI implementation lifecycle, which is moderated by Shuchi Rana, our GM of events. So if you've been invited or pre-registered for the executive forum, check your calendar for the link. Also, logged in VIPs will see the session right under the main stage. Following that, there is another invite only. Now this is Transform Wave. This is your one-to-one speed dating. Think of it as Tinder for AI automation executives, only without the awkward bios. So again, if you are looking to connect there, visit the Wave networking session by clicking below the main stage. This will set you up for that rapid fire face-to-face meeting to end the day. Of course, you can also go ahead and hop into the networking. You can visit the expo area. You can think about some of the things you've seen today and tweet about them or put them on your Instagram stories, or wherever you can use a hashtag, go ahead and use hashtag VBTransform. So please go ahead and enjoy all of that in our wonderful portal. Don't forget to look for your pre-registered link, or look below the main stage to get to your session. And I'll see you back here a little bit later.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, And AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack. Seize the opportunity. Go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machine's digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machine's autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machine's astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
Well, hello, everybody. Hope that the people that were invited have been enjoying the executive forum. Just a reminder now that for invitees, you have the Transform Wave one-to-one speed dating sessions. And don't forget, we will be announcing the winners of today's networking contest right after Transform Wave. So be sure to be back here on the main stage at 5:30 p.m. PT. Check your agenda for your local time. But basically in 30 minutes, come back and see if you are one of the 3 people who will be receiving that $100 Amazon gift card. So go and enjoy Transform Wave or any of the other features of the portals. And we'll see you back here in 30 minutes for closing remarks and to announce those winners. See you soon.
see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture. Let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
Well, welcome back to the main stage. I really hope you enjoyed your sessions. You enjoyed going around networking into the expo area and looking at our partners as well. We now have the most exciting part of the day for some of you. We have randomly chosen 3 of you today that went into the networking areas and got involved there. And I am so pleased to announce our 3 winners. If your names are read out by me right now, you can do a little leap in the air, and we'll be getting in touch with you to make sure you get your $100 Amazon gift card. So without further ado, Schaefer Stewart, do your little leap in the air and give yourself a round of applause. Udichi Lahiri, you are also a winner. And finally, Stephen Dixon, congratulations to you. A little round of applause to all of our networking contest winners. There's another chance tomorrow, of course, because day 2 we'll be doing the same again. Of course, we couldn't bring day 1 of Transform to you without our amazing sponsors. Thank you to all of the incredible sponsors that we have that help to bring all of this content to you. Obviously, we have to thank Accenture, we have to thank Five9, Capgemini, Capital One, Intel, Abe AI, DataStax, Kazisto, Labelbox, Skillsoft, Snowflake, Soul Machines, Tamer, Unity, Beyond Minds, Telium, and Appen. Really, we couldn't do what we do here without you. So thank you so much. Also, we, of course, have to thank our partners. We have so many partners with us, and each and every one of them is making Transform Week entirely possible. A huge thank you to all of our partners. We really appreciate it. So we just want to thank you, because the other people, we can't do this without are you, the attendees. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for getting involved, for watching the amazing sessions from our opening with Vint all the way through the day, those incredible showcases for 6 companies that our editorial team chose. It's been absolutely fantastic. Great fireside chats, amazing panels. Remember to tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we're going to go for the Big Bites in AI and Data Breakfast. And then it's the Data Analytics and Intelligent Automation Summit, which is presented by Accenture. You do not want to miss out on tomorrow. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor emceeing for today, and I'll see you in the morning. Thank you so much, everybody.